On Hidden Star, Guo Chunfeng and Lu Zui were confronting each other in silence. Invisible electric arcs were spluttering between the supervisor of the First Division of the Secret Sword Bureau and the director of the Secret Sword Bureau. Even the air was uttering crackling noises. Four cultivators in crystal suits, their blades unsheathed and their firearms locked and loaded, were standing next to Lu Zui, aiming at every joint on Guo Chunfeng's body. Guo Chunfeng glanced over each and every one of them and smiled. Doom Sword Gu Feizhou, Bloody Shadow Gao Cheng, Lei Pe, an elder of the Green Cloud sect known as the best expert in the Southwest, and Xie Longyin, the chief tutor of the Slaying Steel Exo training camp. I did not know that the 4 top core formation stage cultivators were actually all working for the Secret Sword Bureau as Dark Sword agents who are directly under Director's command. What a surprise! He was bleeding hard because of his heavy wounds, like a tiger that had fallen into a trap and was confined without being able to move. But Gu Feizhou, Gao Cheng, Lei Pe, and Xie Longyin, 4 core formation stage cultivators who had gained their fame through countless bloody battles, did not dare ease their alert at all. Their intimidating auras locked him up like invisible chains. "Ah Feng, you seem to be leaving a moment ago," Lu Zui said. "You just executed Blood Devil Li Yao. Where were you going to instead of coming and reporting to me? If my men had come one step later, would you have escaped underground and vanished into thin air?" Guo Chunfeng was silent. Lu Zui gradually raised his voice. "Blood Devil gave an item to you at the last moment. Why didn't you report such an important issue to me?" "You're talking about this?" Guo Chunfeng opened his hands. A small bag, in which a cubic object was stored, suddenly appeared in his palm. Lu Zui's eyes shone. The 4 core formation stage cultivators were going to step forward and take it away when Guo Chunfeng turned around his hands and returned the item into his cosmos ring. Taking a step back, he roared like a tiger, "Who dares come?" Lu Zui narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Feng, what's the meaning of this?" "This is critical proof concerning the explosion case in the Federal Square. As the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, I now command you to submit it." "Is there a problem?" "There is." Guo Chunfeng stared at him. "After Li Yao snuck into the headquarters, he came to me and told me that it was you who planned the explosions in the Federal Square and that his evidence was kept in this very jade crystal disc. And you believed such a lousy lie?" Lu Zui sneered. "I didn't, at that time," Guo Chunfeng replied, one word after another. "Therefore, I pretended that I was convinced and went to the prison cell where Professor Mo Xian was caged together with him. Then, I slew him when he was the least prepared. However, his eyes and his countenance the moment before his death were too weird. I could tell that he had a chance to kill me together with himself, but he didn't do it. Instead, he blew me out of the prison cell and snapped the jade crystal disc into my pocket. What was the meaning of that? If he were the real Blood Devil, why was he determined to deliver the jade crystal disc to me even at the cost of his own death? Is there such a Blood Devil? What kind of secrets have been hidden inside the jade crystal disc? Or rather, what is the evidence inside that he and you both attached great importance to? Director, this is my question. If you can give me a plausible answer, I will hand over the jade crystal disc immediately." This time, it was Lu Zui who fell silent. Guo Chunfeng gnashed his teeth. "Director, there's another approach. We can look for a crystal processor specialist right now and have the jade crystal disc cracked here and now. After the information inside is retrieved, the whole incident will be resolved, and your innocence will be proved." Lu Zui was still silent, but his eyes were sharper than ever. His eyes made Guo Chunfeng shudder in chill. Guo Chunfeng exclaimed, "Or, was Blood Devil Li Yao speaking the truth?" No. He wasn't the Blood Devil at all. He was Li Yao. Vulture Li Yao. There is indeed evidence that is of paramount importance inside. Ah Feng. Lu Zui stood up slowly, as if he were suddenly 30 years older. He groped for a piece of egg-shaped magical equipment from the drawer and tossed it into the air. The egg-shaped magical equipment emanated an ocean of glimmer that filled every corner of the cabin in feeble creaking sound. All right. The cabin has been jammed. All the eavesdropping chips are now blocked, Lu Zui said. Now, we can confide in each other. Holding his desk, he sighed softly. Ah Feng, you are a talent. Over the past decades, I've been educating you carefully and watching you grow up step by step. I have high hopes for your potential and your future. You know that I am already more than 200 years old. However hard I try to maintain myself, my head is still getting more and more rusted. I won't be able to stay in this world for long. Before, I hoped that you could fill my place as the next director of the Secret Sword Bureau and as the guardian angel of the dark frontline of the Federation after I retired. Despite everything that has happened, I still don't want to ruin you. I hope that you won't do anything stupid that will ruin yourself, too. Hand over the jade crystal disc. I'll arrange a place for you where you can treat your wounds without being disturbed. After 10 days, you will be able to come back and reunite with your family. Does that sound good? Since it was you who educated me, you must know my personality best. I cannot turn a blind eye to what I have already seen, and I cannot hide any clandestine stuff in my heart. Guo Chunfeng declared resolutely. Tell me the truth. What is inside the jade crystal disc? Perhaps, I'll take director's side after deliberation, but otherwise, just attack. The atmosphere in the cabin was suddenly tense. All the metal walls around were uttering cracking noises. Staring at him for a long time, Lu Zui hesitated and finally said, "It is the memories of Elder Nether Spring. 3 months ago, we captured Elder Nether Spring and extracted all his memories with the soul-searching technique. We also learned the truth of the Children of the Netherworld plan." What? As if struck by lightning, Guo Chunfeng trembled and mumbled, "You captured Elder Nether Spring and learned the truth of the Children of the Netherworld a long time ago. Then, you knew the demon race's plan to assassinate the speaker and to take over Burning Prairie beforehand, and you simply watched everything happen?" No. 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 I understand it now. Li Yao was speaking the truth. The demons never intended to steal Burning Prairie. It was your scheme the whole time. Yours. Why? Why? Director, you are one of the most eminent persons standing at the highest peak of the Federation. You've been fighting for us for 200 years. You have no reason to betray the Federation. Why did you do it? I didn't betray the Federation. Lu Zui roared. Everything I did was meant to protect the Federation and preserve our most sacred, pure, and great motherland. Ah Feng, don't you understand? It is impossible for mankind and the demon race to be integrated. Even if the two races join together, it will only be a time bomb that will explode at the most critical moment in decades to come. Ah Feng, you are a war orphan, too. Your hometown was demolished in a beast tide. Your parents were killed by the demon beasts, too. Can you not see the evil nature of the demon race? Are those stinky, inhumane animals in any way qualified to integrate with us? The only way to save the Federation is to attack and conquer the Blood Demon sector completely. All the lousy animals will be sent for mining on the resource planets in the Flying Star sector as slaves. Let's say your logic makes sense, Guo Chunfeng roared, too. Why didn't you propose your ideas and persuade most of the representatives in the parliaments to launch a war openly? Why must you trigger the hatred of the public through such shameless and insane methods? Because we don't have time to let the hatred brew. Lu Zui suddenly calmed down. He said coldly, the general public are always numb, weak, and short-sighted. They never see the contradiction decades later, only dwelling in the peace before their eyes. After the cultivators of the Flying Star sector came to the Heaven's Origin sector with the news of the Imperium of true human beings, the entire Federation was soaked in groundless illusions that there would be peace between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector so that we could work together against the Imperium of true human beings. In such an atmosphere, all kinds of bizarre theories and opinions were popping up. Even the most unwavering warriors in the past had been corroded and thought that the blades of human beings and those of demons could point at the same direction and that the bloody hatred which had lasted tens of thousands of years would just thaw into nothing. Human beings are the weakest species in the world. They only believe what they are willing to believe. They always have impractical illusions and refuse to open their eyes to clearly see the brutality of the world. In the Blood Demon sector, Jean Tui, the 1 in 10,000 years schemer, grasped the weakness of humanity perfectly. He threw out a proposal of truce under the disguise of peace, and tried to corrupt the entire Federation slowly and inconspicuously. The proposal of truce was brought back to the Heaven's Origin sector by none other than the federal hero Li Yao. Ah Feng, after working in the Secret Sword Bureau for more than 200 years, I've seen too many lies, disguises, betrayals, regrets, and deaths. I know the sordidness of the demon race and the cowardice of our compatriots too well. I guarantee that when Li Yao brought the proposal of truce back to the Blood Demon sector as a federal hero, our short-sighted and weak compatriots certainly would have been bewildered by his fancy words. They would have embraced peace, dancing in delight. But it would have not been the truth. Not real peace. It would have been merely a preparation period of several decades where the demons sharpened their claws and teeth before they butchered us. Now is the feeblest moment for the Blood Demon sector and the strongest moment for us in the past 1,000 years. This is the best opportunity to conquer the Blood Demon sector. If we miss our shot, or even agree to reach a truce with the demon race, the Federation will be doomed. Completely doomed. Chapter 1122 As Vicious as Viper. Guo Chuanfeng's voice was extremely coarse, as if 10,000 sabers were rubbing his vocal cords at the same time. So, in order to annihilate Li Yao once and for all and to aggravate the Heaven's Origin sector's hatred for the Blood Demon sector, you arranged a shocking assassination so that the two birds could be killed simultaneously? Exactly. Lu Zui smiled, with every wrinkle on his face shining. Did you know? For all the young people, including both Li Yao and you, no matter how extraordinary your talents are and how excellent your performance is, you share the same greatest weakness. You are all very clear and easy to be seen through and manipulated. Vulture Li Yao likes infiltration and decapitation best. Whatever the problem is, it is always his first choice to sneak up to the enemy's side. I came up with 12 plans by taking advantage of his fixed thinking pattern and his wariness of the children of the nether world. As it turned out, he fell into the trap when the situation progressed to my third plan. He was controlled by me and led to the Federal Square, completely unawares. You are the same, Feng, you are quite awesome. For decades, you barely suffered any failure. There were no demon spies that ever escaped from you, but as a result, the arrogance and stubbornness in your personality were strengthened and strengthened. You seem to be drowsy and sluggish all the time, but I can sense your pride that is deep to the bones. You feel that everybody else is drunk, and you are the only one who is sober. I had no doubt that, after you experienced a minor setback from Vulture Li Yao, you would definitely feel insulted. You would burst into fury and go after him like a rabid dog. As I expected, the two of you put on a great, soul-stirring show under my manipulation until you eventually killed him. Even if both of you might have woken up at the last moment, what can you do? Too late. Everything has been settled. It's too late. Guo Chunfeng clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. I totally understand now. To achieve your purpose, not only did you manipulate Li Yao and I in secret, you have also sacrificed tens of thousands innocent compatriots. Is this any different from the Imperium of true human beings where morals are treated as weeds? Of course it is different. Lu Zui snapped. The Imperium of true human beings regard ordinary people as weeds and ants that can be enslaved and exploited blatantly. But we are different. The Patriots consider ordinary people as our compatriots that we must protect. It pains my heart too, when I remember that so many compatriots were killed, but it was a price we had to pay, just like the soldiers that have to be sacrificed in order to win a battle. Tens of thousands of compatriots sounds like a lot, but the Federation has a population of more than 10 billion. How much can the tens of thousands of people that were sacrificed take up? Less than 0.1%. Sacrifice one, and save 10,000. Isn't it a fair deal? The more he spoke, the more excited he got. Waving his slender arms, he roared, compared to cultivators, who are quick-minded enough to infer the changes in the future decades with our amazing computational ability, ordinary people are like the idiotic lambs. They do not know how to think, they have no vision, they cannot decide, and they will also slide into the abyss step by step, pushed by their own weakness, timidity, and greed. As cultivators, and as their protectors, it is our responsibility to educate, awaken, and modify them and set them on the correct path with all the endeavors possible. It is for their own good. It is for the sake of their posterity. Lost for words, Guo Chunfeng was dazed for a long time. He asked in disbelief, killing innocent people was actually for their own good? Lu Zui opened his arms and said sincerely, Feng, I know that everything must be too much of a shock to you. Maybe in your eyes, I am an unpardonable fiend right now. I don't want to debate with you right now. Neither of us can win the confrontation of beliefs after only a few words. I only want you to think calmly, rationally, and soberly. It is impossible for you to present the jade crystal disc to the outside world right now, but let's say you can, what then? You are planning to unveil my scheme, aren't you? Guo Chunfeng sniffed. What of it? What will happen then? Have you considered the consequences? Once the scheme is revealed, it will be the greatest scandal in the history of the Federation. Unprecedented chaos will be raised in the leadership of the Federation and among the general public. The entire Federation might collapse. When the Flying Star sector learns the causes and consequences of the whole matter, they will certainly be scared of us, too. Our future cooperation will be under a thick, dark shadow. There's no need to mention the Blood Demon sector. After Jin Tui learns that his special envoy, Li Yao, whom he sent to propose a truce and discuss the surrender issues after all the internal conflicts in his world were resolved, has been killed by us, the Blood Demon sector will never trust us again either. The final outcome will be that the integration of the three sectors fails. We will be three lone islands again, and there will be no way to resist the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings in 100 years. Is this the outcome you look forward to? Guo Chunfeng was silent. Lu Zui's eyes were glittering. His voice was deeper and deeper, full of enchanting charisma. I wasn't lying to you. Through Elder Nether Spring, we have successfully grasped tremendous intelligence about the Blood Demon sector and controlled the fatal demon god virus. As long as we spread the disease in the Blood Demon sector on a large scale, it is possible that we can conquer the Blood Demon sector without drawing our weapons. By paying barely any price, the wish of our ancestors for 100 years will be accomplished in our hands. The Federation will either sink to doom or rise unstoppably. Is this really so hard to decide? Come on. Join us and be a real patriot. Avenge your parents and all our other compatriots who have been killed in the beast tides. Guo Chunfeng seemed to be debating with himself hard. Veins were bulging out of his temples and bouncing quickly. He struggled. What if I say no? You won't stand a chance. Lu Zui sighed and said, although you are praised as the strongest core formation stage cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector, everybody knows that it refers to your quadruple talents. You are almost an omnipotent cultivator. However, having quadruple talents also means that you have to dedicate your time to 4 different types of training. Therefore, you might not necessarily be the best one in any given aspect. The four of them are now all wearing crystal suits and prepared to attack. You don't stand any chance of winning even if you are fighting any one of them with your heavy wounds, not to mention that there are four of them here. Guo Chunfeng sneered, "You are going to destroy me?" Lu Zui extended one of his fingers and waved it softly. "Don't ever think that wiping you out physically equals to destroying you. You are the supervisor of the First Division of the Secret Sword Bureau after all. There will be bad influences if you are executed without a good reason. So, I've prepared a brand new identity for you. Here. Take a look at the jade chip." He tossed over a jade chip. Guo Chunfeng glanced at it with his telepathic thoughts, and his expression dropped. "Abyss?" "Correct." Lu Zui smiled. "Did you know? In fact, there is no such thing as abyss. It was just a smoke grenade that Elder Nether Spring threw out as a disguise for the children of the Nether world. However, such a non-existent abyss proves to be of great use for me. Your parents died young. You were a war orphan. You rose to fame miraculously after only several decades. You are among the few most powerful cultivators below the age of 100. You couldn't fit the description of abyss better. What do you have to say for yourself?" Guo Chunfeng gnashed his teeth. "I am not abyss." "I believe you are not." Lu Zui smiled. "But so what? Who else will?" His eyes bloodshot, Guo Chunfeng was panting like a bull. "Ah Feng, I know that you are not scared of death, but we are not talking about your own life. You have a wife and a daughter, too." Lu Zui tapped the desk and said slowly, "Try to consider them." Guo Chunfeng's anger seemed to turn into thousands of invisible blades that penetrated through the four-core formation stage cultivators and stabbed into Lu Zui's chest. "You dare touch my wife and my daughter? Make no mistake. I will never do such a foul thing," Lu Zui said peacefully. "What I meant is that, if you die as abyss, there will certainly be no more worries for you anymore, but what about them? Think about it. In your wife's eyes, you have always been the trump card of the Secret Sword Bureau and a great hero of the Federation, and she was a hero's wife. How much has she sacrificed after decades of devotion to the role? If, one day, she suddenly learns that her husband is not a hero at all but a spy from the demon race, and she has in fact slept on the same bed as a stinky monster for decades. What will she think? And your daughter? Her name is Xiaohe, right? As I recall, the little girl is the most standard hot-blooded juvenile. She has always been proud to be a human being of the Heaven's Origin sector. She was planning to join the army recently to march into the Blood Demon sector, wasn't she? If such a girl suddenly learns that her father is actually a demon, and half of the blood flowing inside her body does not belong to a human being, what will she think? You are clear about the relationship between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, too. Once war breaks out, the two parties will be 100 times more hostile to each other than right now. By then, everybody around them will know that they are the wife and the daughter of a demon. Gossip is a fearful thing. How do you expect them to live in society? Your wife is still young. She can at least live another 100 years. It is needless to bring up your daughter, who is as fresh as a blossoming flower. Do you want them to live the rest of their lives with such a cross on their back? The fury deep inside Guo Chunfeng's brain seemed to be burning through his pupils. His voice, filled with anger, pain, hesitation, and desperation, sounded as if from the deepest level of hell. How shameless of you! For the first time ever, I have learned that a human being, and a cultivator, can be 100 times more shameless than a demon. Chapter 1123 Twist and Turn. Lu Zui laughed. Ah Feng, after working in the Secret Sword Bureau for 200 years like me, you will know that the rise of a country counts on as much darkness as it does brightness. The Federation needs heroes like Vulture Liao, but the Federation also needs someone shameless to do the disgusting, clandestine things that are in utter violation of the spirit of the nation. Am I shameless? Maybe. Do you still remember I told you that, when I see the vile old man in the mirror every morning, I feel like vomiting myself? However, I also need to tell you that, as long as the Federation can rise and our motherland can be stronger, there is nothing I will hesitate to do. I can be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, more shameless. Guo Chunfeng was silent again. When someone became a zealot like Lu Zui, it was pointless to say anything. Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Zui calmed down from his passion. He said earnestly, Feng, if you truly bear the country in your heart and want to do something for her, just stand on my side. Do you know why I didn't ask you to join the Patriots partnership in the beginning? Confidentiality was only part of the reason. But more importantly, it was because I had high hopes for you, and I didn't want you to be too close to the dirty organization. I know that many things that the Patriots partnership has done crossed all the lines of the Federation. Even if the Federation gets stronger one day because of our endeavors, it will never acknowledge that we were right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. People of our trade have long made up our mind to sacrifice everything. Let's be the dirtiest cloth and be abandoned mercilessly after we clean all the stains for the Federation. As long as the Federation grows stronger, none of it really matters. When the war is over, the Patriots partnership will certainly be punished for everything we did. Everybody who has benefited from us will hurry to draw the boundary between us. They will even berate us, attack us, and annihilate us. We are not afraid of sacrifices. The Patriots partnership is not afraid of destruction either. But the new Federation and the new Secret Sword Bureau will need someone to supervise the situation and ensure that the Federation always walks on the right path. Ah Feng, I want you to be the someone. Come on. Hand over the jade crystal disc and stand on my side. You will need to do none of the dirty, shameless things later. You can pretend that you know nothing of it and come out to clean up the mess after everything is settled as a great hero. By that time, I will not regret it even if you are going to mince me apart. Suppressed by Lu Zui's delirious voice, Guo Chunfeng was shuddering from head to toe. Let me think. Let me think carefully. His voice was extremely coarse, and it seemed like he would break into tears at any moment. Hand over the jade crystal disc. You can take your time to think. I will not push you. Lu Zui stared at the cosmos ring on his finger. No. I can't give you the jade crystal disc. This is my only bargaining chip. Guo Chunfeng took a few steps back and sat on a chair on the side of the cabin wall. He closed his hands, his face pale and his lips trembling. The 4-core formation stage cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. They all cast their eyes to Lu Zui. Lu Zui slightly frowned. Seeing that Guo Chunfeng was more or less convinced and that the jade crystal chip was not going anywhere, he thought that there was no need to rush and simply shook his head. 5 minutes later, according to the intel on the explosion in the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau, several cosmos rings had been found. They should be the belongings of Li Yao, Ding Ling Dang, and the rest of them, but their bodies had not been found yet. Perhaps they had directly vaporized in the fierce explosion. It was not strange that the bomb was so powerful, considering that it was Vulture Li Yao's desperate last resort. Also, the scene of the explosion was still packed with debris. It would be difficult to find the bodies even if they still existed. Lu Zui vaguely felt that it was weird, but he did not think much of it. His brain had been overloaded for quite a few months and was bordering its limits. Hearing the news of Li Yao's death, he was more or less relaxed, and it was impossible for him to concentrate again for the moment. Seeing that time was going by second after second, Lu Zui was growing impatient. Have you thought it through yet? Shaking his head, Guo Chunfeng was deep in thought. Not yet. I have another question. How do I know that I will not be executed to keep my mouth shut after I hand over the jade crystal chip? Lu Zui was amused. Ah Feng, would I still be waiting right now if I meant to kill you? Wouldn't it have been better for me to ask them to kill you and search your body for the Cosmos ring? I told you so many things because I appreciate your talent, and I want to save you to create a better future for our country. Also, to keep your mouth shut? Is it necessary? In another few days, everything will be settled after the Federal Army marches into the Blood Demon sector. There's no need to shut anybody's mouth when the few days are over. Guo Chunfeng considered carefully for a while. There's also Abyss. How do I know that you will not threaten me again with the matter in future? As long as you stand on my side, you will be the most promising star of tomorrow in our organization, Lu Zui said in a hurry. Why would I blame Abyss on you? Would it do any good to our organization? I see, Guo Chunfeng mumbled. Director, you are convincing me. However, if I do this, I don't know how I'll face my wife and daughter. No. If I am labeled as Abyss, I'm afraid they'll be in an even more shameful position. Lu Zui suddenly shuddered. He extended his saber-like hawk nose, stabbed it into the air, and sniffed. Narrowing his eyes, he said, Wait. You are delaying me on purpose. Guo Chunfeng was dazed. I am delaying you on purpose? What am I delaying you for? Why am I delaying you? What benefits can I get by delaying you? Is there any reason why I should shut up? Lu Zui slapped the desk hard and almost ground his teeth to dust. Stop talking. Let me think. Let me think carefully. Right then, another piece of news came over. In the prison cell where a great explosion took place, the remains of a metal arm that was not entirely melted had been found. According to the analysis, it belonged to an artificial limb. However, the artificial limb was not Professor Mo Xian's but one of a thinner, lighter structure with biochemical materials resembling flesh and blood attached to it. Since the materials were all burnt, it had taken rather a long time to finish the analysis. The result suggested that an artificial limb that definitely did not belong to the prison cell somehow appeared on the scene of explosion. Staring at the remains of the artificial limb on the light beam for a long time, Lu Zui suddenly trembled deeply. This is an artificial limb that was made to look like the arm of a human being. You chopped off Vulture Li Yao's arm, but it was a false one. Blinking his bloated eyes, Guo Chunfeng scratched his greasy hair for a long time until his dandruff was snowing down. Huh? Lu Zui was more than pissed. Take him down. Wait. Guo Chunfeng retrieved the jade crystal chip from his Cosmos ring as fast as lightning and threw it to Lu Zui. I've thought it through, Director. The jade crystal chip is right inside. Subconsciously, Lu Zui snatched it and ripped apart the container. The jade crystal disc inside delighted him at first, but he was dumbfounded a moment later. This is a counterfeit. This is not the jade crystal disc that Li Yao stole. He glared at Guo Chunfeng. Guo Chunfeng raised his hands to surrender. The hesitation, desperation, and pain on his face were all gone, only to be replaced by a brazen countenance. He grinned. Director, that is the only jade crystal disc on my body. You won't find a second one even if you crush me into powder. Lu Zui seemed to have become a wolf that had been hungered for 10 years, meaning to bite a piece of flesh off Guo Chunfeng. It had never occurred to him that everything would change in 1 second. Guo Chunfeng blinked and said, Director, do you want to know what has happened? It's simple. After I captured Professor Mo Xian and Ding Lingdang, I talked to them while we were still on the shuttle and won their trust. Professor Mo Xian and Li Yao have discussed dozens of methods of contact other than point-to-point communication via cables. Also, after all the years I've been working in the Secret Sword Bureau, it is perfectly normal that I've hidden several crystal processors that are absolutely clean, right? Therefore, I reached out to Li Yao a long time ago and exchanged some critical information. Everything was easier after that. With my guidance and cover, Li Yao snuck into the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau successfully, wearing a false arm. The conversation we had in the restroom was meant for you, too. Then, on our way to the underground prison, we continued exchanging information profoundly and inconspicuously, settling what we were going to do in the next. In the prison cell, I chopped off his false arm, and he detonated a crystal bomb that was not very powerful at first to destroy all the surveillance cameras. Then, after Professor Mo Xian, Ding Ling Dang, and his disciples were saved, he detonated the real crystal bomb. The barriers on the prisoners personally were implemented by me. I freed them within a breath. Later, with the excuse that Blood Devil had planted countless crystal bombs, I ordered the evacuation in the headquarters. I was the highest official on the spot, and I was burnt and blackened like a piece of CR*P. Who had the courage to persist in working? The tens of thousands of people were all running out like headless flies. It was effortless for Li Yao and the rest of them to escape in the crowd with their disguises and the certificates that I'd prepared for them. The jade crystal disc he tossed to me was, naturally, a counterfeit. The real one is still in his hands, and I believe that Professor Mo Xian should have already cracked it. Also, you thought that Li Yao was executed by me, so you focused all your attention on me. The search and surveillance on him were aborted. Even all the crystal warships have returned to the headquarters. It means that, at this moment, Li Yao has snuck into the capital city with the cracked jade crystal disc off your radar. As for where exactly he has fled, I truly don't know, Director. This is just about everything. The purpose of the whole trap was for Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian to meet without alarming anyone and to jump out of the siege of the Patriots Partnership. Li Yao asked me to buy half an hour for him. Now that I've checked my watch, I have earned him 34 minutes and 22 seconds. Mission accomplished. I surrender. Any questions, Director? Chapter 11:24 The Last Kilometer. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the Parliament building in the central district of the capital city, the prolonged meeting was still going on. Although the expedition motion had been passed, and the Federal Army was carrying out drills in the dark desolate domain at the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau, the Federal Army was merely part of all the armed forces of the Heaven's Origin sector. The cultivators scattered in all the sects were the other strong pillar of the Heaven's Origin sector. Without the support of the major sects, it was impossible for the Federal Army to secure the final victory alone. Therefore, ever since the war machine was activated, the leadership of the top 500 sects of the Federation had all been making trips to the capital city. Together with the parliamentary representatives, they discussed how the sects should participate in the war, how to cooperate with the Federal Army, how to divide the fruits after the war, and other relevant issues. Thus, at that moment, in Parliament, other than all the representatives, there were also more than 10,000 experts, including the leadership of the major sects, the professors of the 9 elite universities, and the strong unaffiliated cultivators. All the 10,000 experts could influence the future of the Federation. Outside of the Parliament building, in the Central District and even the entire capital city, an unprecedented triumph parade reached the climax after hours of brewing. The representatives of the veterans from thousands of cities nationwide, together with students from all over the capital city and the citizens of all trades, gathered first in the Federal Square to mourn for the compatriots who had unfortunately been killed in the explosion here a few days ago. After declaring the Federation never gives up, the crowd turned into scorching torrents that swept over every street and alley in the capital city. After they completely turned the capital city into a simmering ocean of passion with their enthusiasm and their high-pitched songs, the crowd made of veterans, students, workers, small merchants, and regular citizens, raising tens of thousands of rising Dragon of the 9 Stars flags, congregated into a red river and marched to the Parliament building from all directions. The crowd would meet in the square before the Parliament building and conclude the triumph parade with a soul-stirring battle hymn. In such a way, They would demonstrate the fury and determination of every federal citizen to the big shots attending the meeting in the Parliament building. What was ironic was that the Patriots partnership helped a lot in organizing the Triumph Parade so quickly into such an enormous scale. The Patriots partnership hoped to impose more pressure on the parliamentary representatives and the leadership of the major sects through the demonstration so that the war could break out as soon as possible and on as large a scale as possible. However, when they bolstered the Triumph Parade, it never occurred to Lu Zui and the other patriots that the zealous crowd like sweeping, seething magma would be a perfect disguise for three unattractive shadows who were marching quickly toward the Parliament building under the dazzling banners and flags. They were exactly Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, and Wu Mian. The cracked jade crystal disc was in his pocket. Ding Lingdang and Wu Mian were covering him some 10 meters away. The three of them contacted each other through short-distance point-to-point communicators and would launch the critical strike on the Patriots partnership together. Professor Mo Xian and Xia Anan were both pure refiners and did not boast a high combat ability. After cracking the jade chip crystal, they lurked in the darkness and tried to reach out to the influential persons of both sectors. However, the decryption of the jade crystal disk was much more complicated than they had imagined. Without the help of the super-large mainframe crystal processor, it took Professor Mo Xian almost 20 minutes to finish the work despite his astonishing computational ability. Subtracting the time that they spent on the way to sneak in, there was not much time left for them. The cracked jade crystal disk contained Elder Netherspring's memories, which were as boundless as an ocean and extremely complex. It was impossible to upload all of them to the spiritual nexus in 10 minutes. Besides, the Patriots partnership must be monitoring the spiritual nexus in the area and set up certain keywords. Once the data related to Elder Netherspring popped up on the spiritual nexus, they would certainly find out and cut off the connection immediately. Also, they might be able to trace the signal back to the jade crystal disk. Li Yao was well clear that, even if Guo Chunfeng sacrificed himself to buy him more time, the search on the scene of the explosion would still be completed very soon. Given Lu Zui's intellect, he would not be delayed by Guo Chunfeng for long. Damn it! The spiritual nexus is being seriously jammed. The interference is not targeting me but all the wireless signals in the area. The virtual channels of the spiritual nexus have been blocked, and the net speed has hit rock bottom. At such a low speed, it is difficult to even upload pictures and videos to the spiritual nexus, not to mention large files that contain millions of telepathic thoughts. Lu Zui has finally realized what is going on. He guessed that our destination would be the Parliament building. Therefore, he simply blocked the spiritual nexus in the entire area. He has truly gone mad. This place is right next to the Parliament building. Is he not scared that somebody will notice something wrong? Or maybe, he has no other options except to turn to this last resort. As long as he can capture me and get the jade crystal chip, the short-time blockage of the spiritual nexus will be explainable. Can I run away? Maybe I can. The capital city is too large, and it is very chaotic right now. It won't be difficult to run away. I can figure out a way and send out the evidence of Lu Zui's crimes slowly after I escape out of the capital city. No. That will waste too much time. Lu Zui will not be dealt with cleanly and neatly. With the profound connections of the Patriots partnership, it definitely won't be a problem for them to delay it 10 to 15 days. Right now, the war is being prepared busily on the Grand Desolate Plateau. 10 to 15 days are more than enough for the Federal Army to march into the Blood Demon sector on a large scale. Should a bloody battle between the Federal Army and the Coalition Army of Demons break out, everything will be doomed. Therefore, we are left with no alternatives except to fight a final battle with Lu Zui here and now. Li Yao was surrounded by crowds as fervent as an erupting volcano, but his eyes were as cold and firm as the ice that was dug out from the deepest part of the South Pole. The rising dragon of the Nine Stars flag and the emblem of the Federation could already be vaguely seen flapping on the top of the Parliament building. Li Yao accelerated and strode toward the flag and the emblem, barely having any time to care about his identity now. Guo Chunfeng has fulfilled his promise and really bought half an hour for me. The most important half an hour. I'm only 3 kilometers away from Parliament. I must live up to my promises. Even if I have to die, I must die inside the Parliament building, after I deliver the jade crystal chip to all the representatives and the experts. Swoosh. 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 Above the crowd, in the middle of the skyscrapers, more than 10 swirls of wind were rushing close. Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, and Wu Mayan had the feeling that they were locked onto at the same time. Master, it is the hunting team. They are planning to shoot you. You go first. I'll take them down. Wu Mayan roared in the communication channel and dashed to a building next to him on the street, quickly running toward the commanding height. Ah Yen! Li Yao bellowed. He was well aware of the capability of the hunting team. Despite the loss of Death Ray Yi Changkong, they were still terrifying assassins. Don't worry, Master. Wu Mayan shouted. On Iron Plateau, everybody believed that my foster father Xiong Wuji was a murderer, but you trusted him and proved that he was innocent in the end. Today, I will help you to prove your innocence, too. Believe me. I was the #1 training genius on Iron Plateau. I ranked top in the 10 most distinguished adolescents of the Flying Star sector, and I am your first disciple. But more importantly, I've been tortured brutally by Masteris for more than half a year. Can those be asterisk stars be more brutal than Masteris? I highly doubt it. Move forward, Master. Believe me. Scumbags, come on. Open your eyes and observe. This is the legendary 150th level of the refinement stage. Wu Mayan's shrieks were eclipsed by the surging spiritual waves. The intimidating auras from the skyscrapers were suddenly disordered. Li Yao's nose suddenly flapped. There was no telling whether he was crying or laughing. Moving faster, he mumbled to himself, I believe you, Ah Yen. I absolutely believe you. He and Ding Lingdang were getting closer and closer to the Parliament building. There were only the last 2 kilometers. In the sky, several crystal warships of the Secret Sword Bureau were rushing close from afar like shooting stars. 4 streaks of brilliance dashed out of the largest crystal warship of them that looked like a shark. Before they arrived, their daunting aura had locked Li Yao instantly from thousands of meters away. Li Yao's disguise was too hasty after all. The area around the Parliament building was also the area where the Patriots Partnership paid most attention to. Under the scanning of thousands of crystal cameras, Li Yao was exposed with nowhere to hide after only several minutes. Not far behind him, Ding Lingdang suddenly stopped. Dozens of meters in between, the two of them looked at each other despite the blockage of the crowd. They are 4 experts at the peak of the core formation stage, Li Yao said. Believe me, Ding Lingdang replied. All right. I believe you. I believe every one of you. His eyes were filled by something clear and watery, to the extent that the road ahead of him was suddenly blurred. However, he did not slow down at all. Even when he sensed that dozens of flying swords were charging at his critical parts on his back from various angles, he did not change his direction or speed. As he expected, a moment later, he sensed that all the flying swords were consumed by a burning flame. Deafening roars were echoing in the communication channel. Who dares touch my husband? Get in line and die. Li Yao laughed to his heart's content. At this moment, there was only the last kilometer between him and the Parliament building. 900 meters. 800 meters. 700 meters. Li Yao was closer and closer to the victory. There was no time for Lu Zui's crystal warships to lock onto him. Right when he was about to pass the last avenue and march into the small square before the Parliament building, 2 passionate crowds crashed into each other heavily and blocked the entire avenue. They were the two teams with the most people, who had met each other in front of the Parliament building. Flags were intertwining with flags, and roars were colliding with roars. All the people, men and women, young and old, friends and strangers, were all hugging each other in excitement, leaving absolutely no room to pass by. Of course, Li Yao could jump above everyone's head and simply fly over. But the price was that he would be exposed to the cannons of the 10 or so crystal warships. With his wounds right now, it would be extremely difficult for him to dodge. Besides, many people in the crowd had already noticed him. The main participants of the Triumph Parade were the representatives of the veterans nationwide. Naturally, a lot of them were cultivators. They might not be very strong themselves. Most of them were merely at the middle level or the low level of the refinement stage, the bottom for all cultivators. However, since they had all survived decades of years of bloody battles in the battlefield, they definitely had abundant combat experience and boasted the keenest sense about danger. The cultivators among the veterans immediately noticed the fierce fight between Wu Mian, Ding Ling Dang, and the patriots among the skyscrapers. They also noticed that Li Yao was squeezing in the crowd anxiously. "What are you doing here?" A few days ago, an explosion just took place in the Federal Square. The veterans were all highly alert. They surrounded Li Yao and unleashed their auras that were not strong but definitely tenacious enough. Li Yao gritted his teeth, with fire popping out of his eyes. If it were the patriots under Lu Zui's command that were stopping him, he would certainly have drawn his blood moon dragon hunting saber and slashed all of them. But the veterans who were blocking him were all ignorant and innocent. He could neither jump into the air and escape nor kill them. How could he free himself from the siege? Right then, somebody in the crow shrieked, "He is an escaped criminal. Capture him now." Hearing the words, the veterans were even more daunting than before. Even the old men whose hair were white and who were short of an arm or a leg were also clenching their fists so hard that they seemed to be back to the battlefield decades ago. Li Yao cursed loudly in his heart and immediately realized what was happening. The Triumph Parade today had certainly been instigated by the Patriots' partnership. Then, it was perfectly normal that several patriots had blended into the demonstrating crowd to control the pace and the rhythm. Lu Zui must have passed on his will to the patriots who were lurking in the crowd. Now, they had let out fatal cries at the critical moment. Li Yao glared in the direction of that cry, only to find nothing but heads and flags. There was no telling who the patriot was at all. The veterans who knew nothing, on the other hand, pushed closer and closer. The muscular man in the lead, with an iron plate and almost 10 rivets on his head, yelled gravely, "Who are you exactly? Listen to my explanation." Li Yao opened his hands, indicating that he absolutely meant no harm. You must believe, before he finished me, every muscle on his back was shrinking violently, and his spine was leaping up like a shocked snake. When he turned around and looked, Li Yao was greatly surprised. In the sky not far away from him, a crystal warship in the half-stealth state was peeking around the corner of the skyscrapers. 3 pointy magnetic rails extended from its head. A ball of lightning in which hundreds of electric arcs were entangled was crazily expanding, jumping and shining between the 3 rails. In the few seconds while Li Yao was blocked by the parade, Lu Zui's hidden star had finally caught up to him. The powerful 3-star slant moon cannon on board had completely locked onto him. When Li Yao turned around, what he saw was merely the residues of the attack. The real explosion energy of the attack had already burnt through thousands of meters coming right at his face. For a moment, Li Yao's mind seemed to freeze. The entire world came to a halt. The only thing left in front of his eyes was the quickly expanding ball of lightning. The Parliament building was 700 meters behind him. Perhaps, if he burnt his life and soul without caring about anything, he would be able to dash into it within a breath. However, standing right next to him were tens of thousands of ordinary people. In front, there were the high school students who were holding the flags of their school excitedly. On the left, there were the veterans who were wearing old, decolored uniforms and shining badges. On the right, many citizens of the capital city had brought their children to the event. Many vigorous boys were sitting on their father's shoulders and giggling while looking around, having no idea that the destructive energy was falling upon them. Around him were seniors, kids, men, and women. They were someone else's parent, child, husband, or wife. Can I dodge the attack? Maybe I can. Or maybe, I can blow the ball of lightning away with my spiritual shield and dash into the Parliament building with the counterforce. However, how many people will die? This is meant to save the Federation and save more people. No, no, no. Ding ling dang, Wu Mian, Guo Chunfeng, Professor Mo Xian. They have done their best. The last task has been put on your shoulders. Run now and fulfill your responsibility. You promised them. No. This isn't my responsibility. Li Yao's head was frozen for only 0.01 seconds. Or rather, even when his head was still frozen, he already reacted subconsciously. Move away. Li Yao roared and pushed everybody around him almost 10 meters away with a blast. Stomping on the ground and leaving a giant crater almost 4 meters deep, he leaped to the midair, crossed his arms, and blew out a hurricane-like attack toward the surging ball of lightning. Boom! Crack! The ball of lightning exploded in midair brutally. The violent spiritual energy was spreading out like the sharpest blade and was about to envelop the citizens around when it was attracted by Li Yao's overwhelming spiritual energy. Most of the energy was blown apart by Li Yao, and the remaining part was absorbed into his own body. Pooh! Li Yao plummeted into the crater on the ground like a kite whose string had been severed, raising smoke all over the place. In the sky, on Hidden Star, a ball of lightning that was even brighter, larger, and more violent was taking shape quickly. Inside Hidden Star, Lu Zui roared thunderously. Hurry up! He is wounded now. Kill him immediately. Kill him now. But, the Patriot who was responsible for the crystal railgun hesitated. The 3 stars slant moon cannon has been activated to the highest intensity, and too many citizens are gathered on the ground. No matter how hard we try to adjust the precision and control the electric arcs, somebody innocent will still be injured. Idiot. With everything coming to this point, do we have time to bother that? Lu Zui pushed the artillerist away and manipulated the crystal railgun in person. He mumbled, several battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators will be arriving soon. The representatives in the Parliament building will notice something wrong soon, too. Everything will be doomed if we don't kill Li Yao and take back the jade crystal disc right now. As long as we kill him and take back the jade crystal disc, everything can be explained. The investigation will not be finished until at least 10 to 15 days later, even if there is one. Enough. That will be enough for us. This is collateral damage. They are necessary sacrifices. Kill one and save 10,000. It's worthwhile. It's definitely worthwhile. Go to hell, Li Yao. Lu Zui grinned hideously and smashed the activation rune array of the 3 stars slant moon cannon. The ball of lightning that was long prepared expanded abruptly. In the most fearsome appearance, it fell upon the land like a fiend made of lightning and thunder. There was only a gap of several seconds between the first attack and the second. Most of the ordinary people did not realize what was going on. Even the bottom-level cultivators among the veterans only vaguely felt that a cluster of violent energy exploded brutally above their heads, only to disperse into nothing in the next moment. Having no time to do anything, they watched the second destructive sun getting brighter and brighter above their heads in bewilderment. Right then, demonic energy was soaring to the sky from the crater on the ground. Bloody flames were rising up uncontrollably. In the bloody flames, Li Yao opened his arms. His left eye was bloodshot, and bone spurs and scales were growing out of his body. The blood demon form of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was completely activated. In such a dreadful appearance, he stood in midair in between the ball of lightning and the crowd. Crack! Li Yao stabbed his hands into the breastplate and opened it brutally. Overwhelming demonic energy was unleashed from the magnificent demon core embedded to the center of the chest of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, as if a demon emperor had arrived in person. While he was burning his life and soul and blowing out the strength in the deepest part of his every cell, the hellish river cannon, an upgraded version of the cell obliteration cannon, expanded to the limits of the limits instantly. Li Yao felt as if his internal organs had all been turned into flames, and the flames seemed to have evolved into a burning swirl. The swirl of fire was melting and absorbing his internal organs, his veins and nerves, his soul, and his vitality. When the absorption reached the threshold, it was completely detonated with the unstoppable fury as fuse, like a spring that had been compressed to the minimum. "I will not allow you to hurt any innocent person." Burst out. 1,000,000,000,000 times. Super crystal. Hellish river cannon. Boom. The attack from the 3 stars slant moon cannon crashed brutally in midair with the hellish river cannon, like a ferocious beast that had encountered a deadly beast that was even more ferocious. After half a second's impasse, the ball of lightning was directly swallowed by the infinite flame of demonic energy from the hellish river cannon. The power of the hellish river cannon even pushed forward and hit the spiritual shield of Hidden Star, forcing the crystal warship out of the stealth state. It was shaking violently in midair. What? Lu Zui's eyes were almost bulging out of his face. He could not understand at all why Li Yao could still blow out such a powerful attack at such a moment. Chapter 11:26 Old Artillerist. Almost half of the capital city had perceived the devastating attack. The invisible blast swept across the entire city. Interference appeared on countless light beams and crystal processors. Birds were flying up from every street and alley, fleeing in panic. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators in the city were shocked and looked at the direction. The few cultivators who had been moving to the place further accelerated their speed. The strike had exploited all of Li Yao's potential. He was like a broken statue made of mud which had lost all the colors all of a suddenly. Staying briefly in midair, he fell headfirst into the crowd. A demon. A monster. A monster is here. Such intense demonic energy. What great demon is this? Everybody saw his dreadful appearance when he went on a rampage a moment ago. They were all running in a hurry. The cultivators all drew out their weapons and protected the ordinary people around them anxiously. Thankfully, most of the veterans in the demonstrating crowd were seasoned soldiers who had seen all kinds of monsters. Because they were maintaining the order, the scene was less chaotic than the explosions in the Federal Square a few days ago. He is asking to be killed. Lu Zui rolled his eyes, overjoyed. He was idiotic enough to unleash such intense demonic energy in public. Now, this is all the evidence that we need. Fantastic. Fantastic. This is even better than killing him directly. Hurry up and take him down. The almost 10 crystal warships stopped above the crowd. Dozens of secret sword agents darted out to where Li Yao collapsed. A solemn voice, mixed with inviolable intimidation, echoed in the sky. The Secret Sword Bureau is now capturing a spy of the demon race. All citizens, please stay calm and don't panic. Everything is under control. Li Yao was lying on the ground, his arms and legs stretched out. Half of his facial cover was broken, revealing his right eye that was more or less hollow. He stared at the sky that was about to be swallowed by the dark clouds in a daze. The previous attack of the hellish river cannon drained all the strength in his body. In the next few minutes, it would be difficult for him to even breathe. Any random secret sword agent would be enough to execute him. The plan had failed. Did he regret it? Maybe. But would he make a second choice if it happened again? Li Yao struggled to turn his head. He wanted to look whether or not the crowd behind him was affected by the explosion, but his eyes were blurry. He could not tell if there were other expressions on the panicked faces. Don't be scared. He vaguely saw a chubby boy in the crowd who was clinging to his father's leg, shaking. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the chubby boy that he met at East Seagull Port at dusk, the one who swore that he would be Vulture Li Yao one day. He extended his hands to the little boy and smiled. Don't be scared. I'm not, we are here to capture the spy of the demon race. Almost 10 aggressive secret sword agents interrupted him. Pointing at the critical parts all over his body with their chains words, they pushed close to him. Li Yao closed his eyes and took a long breath before he struggled to his feet. He was a cultivator, and he did not intend to die lying instead of standing. I'm sorry, Supervisor Gua. I'm sorry, Professor Mo Xian. I'm sorry, Wu Mian. I'm sorry. Ding Ling Dang. On one of his knees, Li Yao gripped his saber fiercely, his blood spurting out of his body. The jade crystal disc was in his pocket right now. He was planning to throw it to as far away as possible in the last fight and try his luck. Just when the atmosphere was so intense that it might explode at any moment, wait. A wrinkled giant hand suddenly extended in between Li Yao and the Patriots. On the back of the dry, slim hand was a tattoo that used to be the favorite of the bottom-level officers in the Federal Army. The tattoo had long been blurred and melted into his flesh after the corrosion of time. The owner of the tattoo was wearing an old-fashioned military uniform, which had become discolored because of repetitive washing and had no epaulets or armbands. His skull was made of shiny steel, with almost 10 firm rivets nailed to it. Below the rivets was a pair of eyes that were as sharp as those on an eagle. It was exactly the veteran who blocked Li Yao and questioned his identity in the beginning. More veterans, especially the cultivators among the veterans, all came close. It was not because they had noticed anything wrong, but simply because they perceived intense demonic energy and realized that there was a monster here. Although they were disabled, although their spiritual energy was minimal, and although they had retired from the Federal Army decades ago, they still considered themselves Federal soldiers, cultivators, and warriors who would protect all the ordinary people and defend every inch of the territory of the Federation. Therefore, when the ordinary people dispersed, the veterans went against the current and charged close. Even if there was indeed a monster which was beyond their capability, they could at least buy a few more seconds with their broken body for the ordinary people to evacuate. The steel-skulled veteran glanced at Li Yao with his eagle-like eyes. Then, he glimpsed at the cannon on Hidden Star in the sky, which was still emitting spiritual waves. Like a chisel, he stabbed in between Li Yao and the Patriots unreasonably, keeping Li Yao behind him. The steel-skulled veteran had a lot of comrades who had fought with each other for decades. Although they did not understand what he was doing, they quickly followed him and established a wall of people next to him. All the veterans were a family. Other veterans, although unaware of them, joined them, too, when they saw that the veterans were gathering here. The wall of people was getting thicker and thicker until Li Yao was buried inside. Several veterans eyed Li Yao warily, but they looked at the secret sword agents and the crystal warships above their heads equally vigilantly. With a grave face, as if he were berating his son, the steel-skulled veteran demanded, "What's going on here? Who are you people exactly?" "The Secret Sword Bureau is here to capture the spy of the demon race. Thank you for your help, fellow citizens." One of the secret sword agents observed his face and quickly said with a smile, "The demon is very dangerous. Please hand him over to us immediately in case the innocent people are hurt." "You are scared that the innocent people might get hurt?" The steel-skulled veteran sneered and spat noisily right to the feet of the Secret Sword Bureau. He spoke without any pause. The 3 stars slant moon cannon is the super crystal railgun developed 15 years ago. It is designed to annihilate single ground targets. The attack units adopted a split lightning 7 doom array and 2 cold pole broken star arrays. It can absorb 20 kilograms of high-purity crystal of the Thunder class at once and completely transforms the spiritual energy contained inside the crystals into damage. The maximum attack range is above 300 meters. A full-strength strike is enough to blow through the superalloy armor 10 meters thick. You were using such a weapon a moment ago, and you adjusted the firepower to the maximum, didn't you? It was great that the monster jumped up and took the blow for us. If the strike hit the ground, the hundreds of people around him would have been roasted. Not to mention that a riot might have been caused when the crowd was panicked, just like in the Federal Square several days ago. Is this how the Secret Sword Bureau does your job? Are you here to capture a monster or to tear down buildings? Where's your boss? Bring him out and let's talk. The few Secret Sword agents looked at each other in bewilderment. They did not expect that they would run into someone so knowledgeable here. The Secret Sword agent in the lead cackled and said, "Sir, you must have seen it wrong. There's clearly a misunderstanding my ass," the steel-skulled veteran snapped back mercilessly. He rolled up his sleeves and unbuttoned his coat, revealing his chest that was as dry as the skin of an orange. On the chest, besides the battery for the man-made heart, there was a tattoo that was even larger and intimidating. It looked like a crystal cannon that had grown wings. "Brothers, tell those blind brats what we did for a living." Several veterans who were as old as him all burst into laughter. They all unbuttoned their coats and showed the same tattoo, shouting, "Observe, brats. We are the veterans of the Crystal Cannon Legion under the number 55 Regiment. When we were blowing up the balls of demons on the Grand Desolate Plateau with our crystal cannons, you were still being breastfed. This is Sergeant Zhang, the most famous Cannon King from the number 55 Regiment 80 years ago. When he launched a crystal cannon from 50 kilometers away, the attack would never hit the demon beast's asshole if he said that he aimed at its cock. Let me tell you. Even the most advanced crystal cannons would require an experienced artillerist such as Brother Zhang as an advisor during the development. Is there any crystal cannon in the entire Federation that Brother Zhang hasn't played with? Brother Zhang has seen it wrong? In your F*King dream. The few Secret Sword agents were truly dumbfounded and lost for words. Many veterans had heard the name Cannon King Zhang Denao before. They knew that the guy was a great troublemaker. Although he was merely in the 5th level of the refinement stage, he was quite a big shot among the veterans. Hearing that Zhang Denao was making trouble again, more veterans and citizens behind were coming. The crowd that had dispersed a moment ago was congregated again. Instead of bothering with the Secret Sword agents, the old artillerist Zhang Denao turned around and eyed Li Yao. He observed for a long time and couldn't tell what it is. He asked curiously, "What about you? What is this bloody, sticky thing that you are wearing? Is it a crystal suit or a biochemical beast? Are you a human being or a demon? Or a new species?" Li Yao was too feeble to talk anymore. "Be careful. He is very dangerous," a Secret Sword agent shouted drily. "Get lost. I have killed more demon beasts than you've banged whores. What can such a half-dead thing do to me?" Zhang Denao squatted next to Li Yao and observed him carefully. Scratching his steel skull, he asked in confusion, "Just now, you could have avoided it, couldn't you? Even if you couldn't dodge the first attack, you were definitely able to dodge the second. But instead of dodging, you flew to the midair and had a head-on clash with it. Why? If you had dodged, you would have been fine, but many people down here would have been killed, including myself. After fighting the demons for 60 years, I was not killed by the paws of demon beasts but nearly bombarded by the cannons of our own people." Hee. The Cannon King is killed by a crystal cannon? That's really interesting. You didn't dodge it. You saved me as well as the hundreds of people around and wounded yourself to such an extent. Why, did you do that exactly? Chapter 1127 Flapping Red Flags. A glimmer of hope surfaced in Li Yao's dry eyes again. He took a deep breath and planned to talk, only to cough loudly, feeling that thousands of arrows were piercing through his heart. Next to them, more secret sword agents were coming over. A lot of them had even put on their crystal suits, prepared to fight. Lu Zui's thunderous roar was echoing in every secret sword agent's communication channel. What are you waiting for? Capture him now. The wall made of the veterans was easily crushed by the secret sword agents. However, they never realized, or rather, they did not have time to bother even if they did, how the fearless, disobedient old guys would react. What's the meaning of this? You want a battle? Fury bursting out of the old artillerist's eyes, Zhang Denao simply took off his military uniform, revealing his slender body that was covered in saber and claw marks. He picked up a giant loudspeaker and shouted, "Something is definitely wrong with these sons of cheese. We cannot let them take away our captive. Brothers of the Crystal Cannon Legion of the number 55 Regiment, charge with me now." After Zhang Denao's roar, the dozens of worn, old men, who were mostly wrinkled and short of a limb or two, seemed to be injected with 10 times more exhilarant and were back to their golden years decades ago. Waving bottles of water, shopping bags, and their artificial limbs, they moved forward together with Zhang Denao. The veterans further away did not know what was happening in the beginning, but to maintain order during the Triumph Parade, all the veterans were wearing short-distance communicators and established an independent communication channel, which could not be blocked by Lu Zui however hard he jammed the spiritual nexus. For a moment, roars were echoing non-stop in the communication channel of the veterans. Somebody is attacking our fellow veterans in the front. It's those stealthy brats of the secret sword agents. They don't know what they are doing. Are there any comrades from the number 35 regiment? Our men are being bullied in the front. Need backup. Need backup. None from the number 35 regiment are here, but the number 28 regiment is coming right now. Hang in there. The first wall, made of dozens of veterans, was crushed easily, but the second wall, made of hundreds of veterans who were holding each other's hands, was pushing forward slowly but surely. Behind the second wall, the veterans from different towns who were total strangers before were quickly forming the third wall. No. It was not a wall but an ocean of tough iron. The several hundred secret sword agents soon found it impossible to move when they were drowned in the ocean of veterans. At a loss, they hesitated and observed the flags of the veterans that represented the glorious history of their troops before, but they could not see where Li Yao was hidden behind the flapping flags at all. What are you doing? Lu Zui's furious voice was echoing again in the communication channel. Why are you not moving? The secret sword agents looked at each other in bewilderment and failed to come up with a reply. Even the craziest person among them did not know what they should do under such circumstances now. The attack of the crystal railgun from the crystal warship might have caused dozens of casualties, which could have been explained by the professional term, collateral damage. However, slashing the angrily shouting veterans with chains words directly? It was a whole different thing. Even the most insane person did not dare to do such a thing. While they were hesitating, a few explosive noises were breaking out in the sky. Ding Lingdang and Wu Mayan both noticed the change of the situation and broke out of the skyscrapers, getting rid of their opponents. Ding Lingdang made best use of the specialty of a blazing tyrannosaur. Craning her head, she shouted out the most deafening sound. Do not let them take that guy away. It's Li Yao. Vulture Li Yao. Vulture Li Yao exploded above all the participants of the parade. Everybody felt that their head was dizzy, and their ears were hurting. What's going on? Li Yao is already dead. Wasn't he killed on the Grand Desolate Plateau in a crash? I know her. She is Crimson Queen Ding Lingdang, isn't she? What's happening? Who is she fighting? She said that Vulture Li Yao is not dead, but right here? Other than the veterans, most of the participants of the parade were the students from the high schools and the colleges. Ding Lingdang was quite popular among those hot-blooded young people. When she activated her spiritual energy to the maximum in midair and summoned 9 roaring dragons of fire, which were her signature, many young people recognized her immediately. Li Yao is not dead, but he is wounded. He needs protection. He needs all of us. Ding Lingdang shouted without bothering anything. Do not let Li Yao be captured by those people. They are all bad guys. Hearing her words, the crowd below was seething with even more excitement. Most of the ordinary people, of course, did not know the truth yet. But they could tell that the crystal warships in the sky were extraordinarily aggressive. Just now, a red shadow jumped in the air and had a head-on clash with the ball lightning. Many people here had witnessed it in person, too. Intuitively, they vaguely knew that the shadow was protecting them. For the ordinary people, their fists were not strong, their legs were not fast, their computational ability was not high, and their minds were not as agile as the cultivators. Maybe, they could not do anything in such a confrontation. But at the very least, they could still wave the flag in their hands hard and shout out the voice that was sweeping everything with the last bit of strength in their chest under Ding Lingdang's lead. Stop right now. What's going on here? Speak now. Is it Li Yao? Is it? The sound was echoing all over the central district. The few core formation stage cultivators who were fighting Ding Lingdang a moment ago now arrived, too. However, under so many pairs of scorching eyes, they did not know whether or not they should continue attacking. Those core formation stage cultivators, who had trained for more than 100 years and could blow up a crystal tank after a single punch, had never known that the eyes of ordinary people could be so overwhelming. They felt that they were being suppressed. During the moment when they hesitated, Wu Mian, with bruises all over his body, flew to Ding Lingdang, too. He opened his arms and put on a blood-stained smile to the core formation stage cultivators in front of him. You'll have to get past me if you want to touch my masteress. You little guy. Their backs leaning against each other, Ding Lingdang asked in a low voice, Are you all right? Of course I am. I am the man who will be the strongest Qi trainer in history. Wu Mian shrieked. Masteress, just lead the roars. The punches of those scumbags are not even 1/10 as strong as yours. The Triumph Parade, as an unprecedented event in the history of the Federation, had naturally garnered a lot of media attention. If Lu Zui had been able to settle Li Yao cleanly in a few minutes, the media might not have noticed it. Even if they did, Lu Zui had his ways to cover or wipe out the news. However, he had been delayed for too long, and the situation was too big a mess. The reporters and photographers from almost 100 media outlets were crowding toward the center of chaos hurriedly. Those who could not make their way through all dashed to the skyscrapers on the street, trying to look for a high stance where they could observe the riot. The confrontation between the secret sword agents and the veterans was captured clearly by them. Of course, at this moment, the so-called confrontation was just a one-sided battle where the veterans were teaching the immature brats a lesson. On Hidden Star, looking at the situation down there, which had completely fallen into chaos, and the faces of the soldiers, students, workers, teachers, and merchants on the light beams, Lu Zui's eyes suddenly lost focus. He was gritting his teeth, confused, angry, and grasped by desperation. A bottomless hole seemed to have appeared on his face, absorbing all his facial organs and expressions. He extended his hands, shivering, as if he touched a piece of burning charcoal when he was trying to catch a non-existent straw. His hands shrank violently, but he had nowhere to put them. Eventually, he had to place them in front of his chest like the paws of a mouse. Open fire. Bombard him. Bombard him. Lu Zui mumbled. There was nothing but silence on board. All the crew members, all the Marines, and all the Patriots knew clearly that their cause had come to an end. Opening fire right now would lead to dire consequences and would not reverse their failure at all. Even if they were determined to open fire, where they should aim at? On the small square in front of the Parliament building, at least 10,000 rising dragon of the 9 stars flags and 10 times more flags of schools, troops and civil organizations were flying. All the flags were equally vivid and hot while they were fluttering in the wind. Li Yao was hiding below a certain flag, right in the middle of tens of thousands of ordinary people. Open fire? At whom? The patriots leaned against their chairs lethargically. Looking at Lu Zui in a daze, they did not have the strength to move anymore. On the street, Li Yao was protected by countless pairs of hands. More than 100 flags had covered both him and the hundreds of veterans nearby. Everybody was asking questions. You are Li Yao? Are you really Vulture Li Yao? You are not dead yet? What has happened? Why does the Secret Sword Bureau want you? What did you do? Li Yao did not know how he should answer. After a few minutes of breathing, he was gradually back to himself and regained the strength to talk. But he could still not think, not because he was feeble, but because his head was occupied by something more scorching and exciting. From all directions, the roars, sweat, passion, and fury of the tens of thousands of ordinary people congregated into tsunamis that were crushing his head and cleansing his soul. Such tsunamis made his eyes red and swollen, his nose sour and dry. Even if he opened his mouth, he could not say anything out but only let out the most primitive, barbaric roar. He had experienced the same feeling several times before on Iron Plateau in the Flying Star sector. The Iron Plateau natives called such a phenomenon resonation of the fighting will. Right now, Li Yao felt that his own soul was vibrating, melting, and rushing together with the souls of tens of thousands of ordinary people. The feeling was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the resonation of fighting will on Iron Plateau. During the intense vibration, his withered muscles were revived, his dried veins and nerves bulged again, and a tiny sprout grew out of his lackluster heart, showing the dawn of a whole new level. I was wrong. In the middle of burning waves of the red flags, Li Yao's brain was stretched to its limits. His soul was expanding non-stop in the intense resonation. As if an invisible barrier had collapsed all of a sudden, a new, vaster world was slowly unfolding in front of his eyes. In the new world, his soul was as calm, clear, and peaceful as a snowy plateau under the moonlight. The memories of every second after he returned to the Heaven's Origin sector were the snowflakes that were spraying in the cool, refreshing world. It was not until this moment that Li Yao realized what a huge mistake he had made. I thought that I was abandoned by the entire Federation and that nobody trusted me. I felt wronged. I was angry. I was depressed. I almost slid into the dark abyss. However, in retrospect, have I ever truly trusted my compatriots and all the citizens of the Federation? Before, I had countless opportunities to reveal my identity in public to win their support, but I didn't do it. Was it because I never truly trusted them from the bottom of my heart? I thought that they were just strengthless ordinary people who could not see through the scheme. Even if they did, they could not help me much and would only add to my trouble. That is why I brushed past them every single time. I chose to infiltrate in secret and fight on my own, trying to save the world by myself. Even when I was most desperate, all I could think of were merely cultivators such as Ding Lingdang and Professor Mo Xian. I never thought that I could count on them, the millions of ordinary people. I was wrong. I was really wrong. My compatriots, everyone who has been working and living carefully on this land, might not have strong fists, fast legs, and a high computation ability like the cultivators do. But they are certainly not objects waiting for their salvation. They have their feelings, their standpoints, and their thinking ability. More importantly, they have their own, fighting will. Cultivators, of course, are obliged to protect the ordinary people. But the ordinary people can protect the cultivators, too. Right now, am I not being protected, supported, and encouraged by them, by tens of thousands of ordinary people? No. Protect is too thin a word to describe the relationship between us. Nobody is protecting anybody. Cultivators and ordinary people are comrades who are fighting side by side. We are merely working in different posts through different approaches to protect our mutual home, family, and future. Voila! Every word that Li Yao roared out in his brain turned into soundless lightning, illuminating the new world. His eyes were brighter and brighter. He clenched his fists harder and harder. Every cell deep inside his flesh was echoing like bells being tolled. The deepest part of his soul was blossoming like a lotus. Li Yao smiled. After everything he had been through, he discovered that Lu Zui and the scheme of the Patriots' partnership were not worth mentioning at all when he looked back. The power of the so-called Patriots was based on the lies and the mistrust between him and everyone. When he did not trust his compatriots, and his compatriots did not know how to trust him, he felt like he was diving into a bottomless swamp on his own. He could not find a way out in the black maze. At that time, the Patriots' partnership appeared mysterious, ubiquitous, prophetic, and manipulative. However, when he learned to trust Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, Guo Chunfeng, and everybody else, the seemingly powerful Patriots' partnership was like a sand castle in the wind. No matter how high it was piled up, it would crumble when the wind was blowing. If he had realized the logic earlier, he might have been able to crack the scheme more straightforwardly. But thankfully, it was still not too late. Li Yao sensed that the snowflakes of his memories were falling into his soul before they were condensed into mysterious liquids that flowed slowly into his abdomen along his spine. Inside his abdomen, his core was shivering. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a yawn, like the first mumble of a baby after a prolonged sleep. Li Yao thought of something. He realized that after the last confrontation with the mental devil, and through all the tests that followed, his soul had been cleansed, and his belief had been firmed. He examined himself and even interrogated himself. Finally, in the resonation with the souls of tens of thousands of compatriots, he embraced the sprout of the nascent soul. It was perhaps not the real nascent soul stage yet, but it was enough to make him understand the differences between the nascent soul stage and the core formation stage. The difference between core formation stage and the nascent soul stage lay beyond the simple factors such as strength, speed, or computational ability. Most importantly, the nascent soul stage highlighted the unification of strength and consciousness. In the core formation stage, the body and the mind were separate. Maybe, after some fortuitous incidents, for example, accidentally getting marvelous medicines and techniques, one might be granted destructive brute strength if they were lucky enough, which could potentially upgrade them into the core formation stage. However, impressive as their brute strength might be, they did not know where their strength originated and how they should really apply it. Eventually, they would become the prisoners of their own strength and slaves of their natural instincts, living their whole life unaware. In the nascent soul stage, however, the strength and the consciousness would be highly combined. A cultivator would fully understand the source of their strength and its destination. They would really be able to carry out their own will and belief with their strength. In short, a cultivator could only see clearly what they were fighting for exactly after they advanced into the nascent soul stage. Below a ragged, blood-stained rising dragon of the 9 stars flag, Li Yao slowly opened his eyes. For a moment, millions of stars seemed to be shining inside his eyes, as if the fighting will of the tens of thousands of ordinary people had been concentrated in his eyes. The next moment, the millions of stars were all absorbed into his soul. Li Yao's eyes became pure black again. The only thing that remained was the dark golden brilliance in the deepest part of his pupils. Li Yao carried on shoulder the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag that had been scourged on countless battlefields. Surrounded by almost 100 veterans, he held his head high and glared at hidden star in the sky without disguising his new, burning aura at all. The spiritual shield around hidden star was rippling, as if it were under real attack. Lu Zui, you are doomed. Li Yao declared resolutely. His every word was hitting the spiritual shield of Hidden Star like a bomb. Hidden Star was shaking violently in midair, struggling in vain under the fury of the public. In order to raise the war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, you planned the assassination of the speaker in the Federal Square and killed more than 10,000 innocent victims. The undeniable evidence of your crimes is now in my hands. In order to destroy the evidence, you were trying to bombard me as well as so many compatriots here, when you knew clearly that tens of thousands of people had gathered in this place. Everything you did crossed the lines of not only the cultivators but also all human beings. Lu Zui, the evidence and the eyewitnesses are all here. What do you have to say for yourself? Lu Zui, director of the Secret Sword Bureau, I know you are in this very crystal worship. If you are innocent, just come on out and confront me in front of all our compatriots here. Li Yao's every word was delivered to the ears of the public clearly, making them understand everything that had happened quickly. Such a piece of appalling news naturally raised another round of whispers. They eyed the crystal worship in the sky with more confusion and anger. They did not know if Li Yao was telling the truth. But they did notice that Lu Zui never showed up. Li Yao was standing in public openly while Lu Zui was hiding himself in a worship. Naturally, the ordinary people made a judgment without any trouble. Surrounded by the veterans, the secret sword agents who were loyal to Lu Zui were so ashamed that they almost wished to turn into effluence so that they could flow into the sewer. On Hidden Star, Li Yao's words were sweeping across every cabin like hurricanes. The ears of every patriot were humming. All the patriots were lost for words, their faces pale. Lu Zui's hair was messy, his skin as yellow as dry wood. The speckles on his face were growing at a visible speed, but his vigor was jumping out of his body hurriedly like fleas. Right now, Li Yao was standing on the ground openly. He could easily lock onto Li Yao with the crystal railgun. But what was the point? Lu Zui struggled for a long time. Shivering, his hands extended to the light beam, retreated, extended, and retreated again. Finally, after a long sigh, he collapsed into his chair in depression. He sensed that 3 intimidating auras had arrived. They were 3 battle-type cultivators who were worshipped as war gods in the Federation. The 3 nascent soul stage cultivators had been invited by the Secret Sword Bureau to help the execution of Blood Devil Li Yao. They were not members of the Patriots' partnership. He had been lying to them the whole time. Was there any point now that they had arrived? Moreover, Lu Zui observed through the surveillance light beam that the air platforms on the Parliament building were all opened. Hundreds of representatives and experts flew out. All the representatives and experts had been informed earlier that a triumph parade would be held outside today, which could be rather noisy. Also, some of the officials responsible for the guardian work of the Parliament building were members of the Patriots Partnership, too. It was not difficult to adjust the soundproof rune arrays and the blockage rune arrays on the Parliament building to a higher level so that most of the waves from the outside world would be blocked. Therefore, the representatives inside did not notice the chaos outside in the beginning. However, the blockage had its limits, too. Right now, Li Yao was practically holding his solo concert outside. The representatives and experts inside were not deaf. How could they still sense none of it at this moment? It's over now. Lu Zui smiled bitterly. He looked toward the north, his eyes unfocused. It was the direction of the dark desolate domain on the Grand Desolate Plateau. At the very least, his scheme had completely failed on his side. Such a magnificent aura. A fellow cultivator is condensing the nascent soul. In the sky, the 3 battle-type cultivators were all shocked and they perceived that Li Yao's spiritual energy, which was mixed with will and belief, was spreading out like unstoppable tides. A new nascent soul stage cultivator was about to be born. There were less than 100 nascent soul stage cultivators in the entire Heaven's Origin sector. The birth of a new nascent soul stage cultivator was a significant improvement on the comprehensive capability of the Federation. It was something worth celebrating for all the cultivators. According to the Constitution of Cultivators, to increase the capability of the civilization of mankind, it was the responsibility of a cultivator to protect their fellow cultivators who were advancing into the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage from evilness at the critical moment. Every cultivator was obliged to improve the overall capability of the world of cultivators. Moreover, protecting an expert who was advancing into the nascent soul stage was a gesture of friendliness, too. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not mind having a few more nascent soul stage friends. Therefore, when the 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators sensed that a cultivator was condensing the nascent soul and that the few crystal warships in the sky seemed to be malicious, they immediately stopped in the middle without caring whether or not the crystal warships belonged to the Secret Sword Bureau. The sharp auras from the 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators immediately locked onto all the crystal warships of the Secret Sword Bureau, forcing Lu Zui to abandon his crazy last resort. However, the next second, all 3 battle-type cultivators were dazed. They all heard the crowd below them echoing the same name. Li Yao. Li Yao. Li Yao. Li Yao. The 3 nascent soul stage cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing exactly what was going on. Was it Li Yao who was condensing the nascent soul? They had all retrieved tremendous proof from the Secret Sword Bureau and were aware that Li Yao had been possessed by the Blood Devil. The guy had also chopped off an arm from Death Ray Yi Changkong. This time, they gathered together for the single purpose of executing the Blood Devil and preventing it from brutalizing more people. But they were utterly befuddled about the situation. Could the Blood Devil enter the nascent soul stage? What was going on exactly? Did Blood Devil Li Yao have a certain secret art that allowed him to bewilder tens of thousands of people? Or, was there another side to the story? All 3 nascent soul stage cultivators were in a dilemma. The hundreds of representatives and the leadership of the major sects who were floating in midair noticed the complicated situation in front of the Parliament building, too, which was as untamable as a flood. They were not as simple as the ordinary people, and they were thinking in the long term. Some of the representatives were even the members of the Patriots Partnership themselves. At this moment, their faces were all gloomy, and they were looked at each other, exchanging information and trying to find a loophole for the last struggle. The simmering public and the silent leadership were like 2 poles, one scorching and the other freezing. The situation was rather weird. Li Yao's head was clearer than ever. He grasped what was on their minds keenly. They are still not sure whether or not I am the Blood Devil. After all, it is too complicated an issue to be explained shortly. If it were a moment ago, when he hadn't seen through his heart, Li Yao might have burst into fury and felt wronged. But right now, he felt that he more or less understood the powerful big shots. Everything boiled down to his own actions. It was he who had gone separate ways with other people while returning to the Heaven's origin sector. He even left a letter for them, claiming that there was a giant blood devil lurking inside his body and that whatever he said was not to be believed. At that time, he had not figured out the truth about the blood devil yet, and he was not courageous enough to face the abyss in his heart. Or maybe, he did not trust everybody enough. Right now, everybody was doing exactly what he asked them to in his letter. Was there anything wrong? There were no bugs in his stomach, and they did not know what he had done in the blood demon sector. Even if they did, they would not know his motivation and his attitude at all. How could they be 100% sure that he was not possessed by the blood devil? More importantly, to some extent, he was indeed possessed by the blood devil. On his way to the blood demon sector, during the space jump, he had executed the previous blood stripe virus. But the pieces of the blood stripe virus, mixed with the dark side of his soul, turned into a mental devil. He, who was harassed by the mental devil, and Yen Shibei, who was manipulated by the blood stripe virus, were fundamentally different. But how could anyone else know that? Li Yao tried to walk in their shoes. If he were one of the big shots who could influence the future of the Federation, it would have been difficult for him to trust such a suspect of the Blood Devil under today's circumstances, too. Everything began because of me. Then, let me finish everything completely by myself today. Li Yao grinned. Today, he was going to execute the Blood Devil in front of everybody. My compatriots, my friends, please calm down and listen to me. There was an uncanny, intimidating aura in Li Yao's voice, which pacified the tens of thousands of seething people in several minutes. All the citizens, veterans, representatives, and cultivators held their breath and pricked their ears, looking at him full of expectation. I want to tell you two things. Firstly, the criminal who caused the tragedy in the Federal Square a few days ago has been found. I have tremendous evidence on my hands to prove that he is guilty. Secondly, to answer the friends who are curious where I have been in the past year since I wasn't dead, I was in the Blood Demon sector. I reached out to the leadership of the demon race. Now, I'm back with the declaration of surrender from the pantheon of demons. The demons have surrendered. We have won. A thunder seemed to have broken out in the sky. His two statements, especially the second one, raised a riot both among the ordinary people and among the cultivators. Even the calmest nascent soul stage cultivators were greatly shocked and nearly fell from the sky. The demons have surrendered? We've won the war? How is it possible? The war hasn't been fought yet, has it? Seeing that the crowd was about to seethe again, Li Yao roared again to control the situation. He shouted, I know that everybody has a lot of suspicions. All the evidence is in my hands, but the evidence can only be displayed through the powerful mainframe crystal processor. Therefore, I am going to enter Parliament with all the representatives and show them the evidence. I understand your enthusiasm, everybody, but there are too many people here, and it is too chaotic. If some ill-intended guys are still lurking in the crowd waiting to raise another riot, everybody's safety will be threatened. There are a lot of seniors around you. Many citizens came here with their kids, too. For the safety of the old and the young, please calm down and evacuate slowly in an orderly fashion. Exactly. The representatives and the experts in the sky felt that the situation was tricky, too. A crowd of so many excited citizens was like a powder keg that was put under the scorching sun. One spark was enough to detonate it. In that moment, a lot of experts flew toward the crowd and helped to maintain the order. They were also looking around warily, in case someone jumped out in desperation. Li Yao. In the crowd, the old artillerist Zhang Denao squeezed out. He was sweaty, and one of his eyes was swollen. His friends and him were supporting each other to walk forward, but his spirits were higher than ever as he shouted, "We'll go with you. We can prove that you saved us just now. You saved hundreds of people." Yes. Vulture Li Yao is a veteran, too. We will not let them wrong you as long as we are here. Li Yao smiled from the bottom of his heart. To this moment, he still did not know the uncle's name. However, if it were not for him, the future of the entire Federation might have been vastly different. On second thought, fate was truly an incredible thing. More than 10 years ago, when he took part in the college entrance examination, it was the veterans of Floating Spear City who had brought justice to him. Now, 10 years later, it was still the lovely veterans who stood up at the most critical moment and showed him the strength that was far more powerful than the spiritual energy. Thank you, Uncle. Li Yao bowed deeply to Zhang Denao and the other veterans. He said earnestly, "Thank you, everybody, for standing up and helping me. I appreciate your kindness. But please rest assured. There are hundreds of representatives here as well as the leadership of the major sections. Some of the representatives are veterans and ordinary people, too. Everything will be all right with so many eyewitnesses. I can tell that many uncles here are wounded. Take a rest aside and let the doctors treat you." Zhang Denao sniffed. They are not wounds at all. Years ago, when Zhang Deneo, I knew it was you who stirred all the trouble. A representative suddenly leapt down from the sky and hugged Zhang Deneo hard. Their bodies were equally dry and as wrinkled as the skin of an orange. The tattoos on their arms and chests were also equally intimidating. In the system of the Star Glory Federation, to ensure the benefits of the ordinary people, a certain proportion of the representatives could only be elected from the ordinary people. Some of the representatives were veterans themselves. After they retired from the army, they took part in politics and continued their service to the country. Just now, the noises outside had been blocked by rune arrays. They did not know what had happened at all outside. Now that they understood the situation, naturally, they all stood out and reassured the public. There's no need to worry, everybody. This is too important an issue that has attracted too much attention from the public. Everything will definitely be revealed very soon. We will not wrong any good man, and we will never let go of any scumbag who is shameless enough to attack innocent people. Countless pairs of sharp eyes were focused on Hidden Star, which was still docked in midair. Watched by 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators and almost 100 core formation stage cultivators, even a heavy warship of the Federation Army would not be able to get away, much less Hidden Star, which was designed for the city battles, and therefore did not boast a very high speed or thick armor. An hour passed. Almost 100 light beams were floating above the main hall of the Parliament building. Lights were blinking, and data was pouring. All the files that Li Yao had brought back from the Blood Demon sector and Elder Nether Springs memory pieces were displayed once and for all. The representatives and leadership of the world of cultivators held their breath and read with complicated expressions, sometimes embarrassed, sometimes frowning, and sometimes overjoyed. They were astonished at the thoroughness and cruelty of the Patriots' partnership scheme. They were also impressed by Li Yao, who resolved the fatal traps like a surgeon wielding a scalpel. Many representatives were embarrassed for the wrong decisions that they had made a few days ago. Of course, the members of the Patriots' partnership lurking among the representatives were definitely not willing to admit their failure so fast. Through clandestine channels, they reached out to each other, ready to launch a new counterattack. Li Yao was standing on the podium with Ding Lingdang, Wu Mian, Professor Mo Xian, and other friends. The evidence had almost all been displayed. Next, it was Li Yao's turn to answer everybody's questions. Go now. Tell them everything that you've done over the past few days and humiliate the big shots who were sitting in the Parliament building enjoying the air conditioner all day. Ding Lingdang bashed Li Yao's chest. Li Yao smiled and held Ding Lingdang's hand. Staring at her in the eyes, he said solemnly, "Of course, I will explain everything, but there might be a little accident later. I assure you that I'm definitely going to be fine. There's no need to fret. The only thing you need to do is trust me, all right?" Ding Lingdang was dazed, not exactly knowing what Li Yao meant. Lu Zui had been captured, and all the evidence had been presented. What accident could possibly happen? However, out of her trust for Li Yao, she nodded intuitively. Li Yao turned around and said to Wu Mian, "Yan, take care of your masteress." This was the first time that he had ever used the term masteress in front of his disciple. Even Ding Lingdang, who had always considered herself to be casual, still blushed. "Master, what are you going to do?" Wu Mian frowned and mumbled, "I feel that something is wrong. You must be planning a trick." "What trick?" Li Yao scratched his nose and grinned. "I am the most frank and forthright federal hero. Tricks are not my thing." Ding Lingdang. Wu Mian. "What I'm about to play is a game where they can do nothing when they know clearly that I'm cheating." Li Yao roared and flew into the air, as energetic as ever, stopping in front of the representatives, the experts, and the leadership of cultivators. The nascent soul stage cultivators and the core formation stage cultivators were all wearing complicated expressions. The members of the Patriots Partnership among the representatives almost could not wait to jump out and question him. But before they said anything, Li Yao shouted first, "There are a few words that I would like to share with you. The evidence that I displayed just now may be not enough to prove the sincerity of the demon race's surrender, but at the very least, it is enough to prove that Lu Zui, as the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, Shou Yuxuan, who is the deputy director of the Capital Medical College, and other suspects knew of the existence of Elder Nether Spring and the children of the Nether World a long time ago but kept them a secret. They even planned the operation to assassinate the speaker and cause the deaths of tens of thousands innocent people. But behind Lu Zui, there is still an enormous organization named the Patriots Partnership, which loathes to see the peace between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector and is determined to raise a war in whatever way possible. Right now, the expedition motion has been passed, and the Federal Army is running drills on the Grand Desolate Plateau. A great war will break out in no time. Therefore, I beg you to cancel the expedition motion, pause the war plan, and investigate the Patriots Partnership. Also, you can send a delegation to the Blood Demon sector and check the situation there with your own eyes so that we will have a channel of communication with the pantheon of demons." Li Yao paused for a moment. Sensing that several representatives were looking at him sharply, he spoke in advance before they questioned him. "I know that, despite all the evidence I've provided, a critical question remained unanswered yet, which is whether or not I'm possessed by the blood-striped virus. Many of the representatives and the fellow cultivators here must be wondering the same thing. Even if everything that I said is true, I cannot prove that I am not possessed by the blood-striped virus, can I? Maybe, the so-called blood devil is winning everybody's trust in preparation for a larger scheme. I'm well aware that it is very difficult to explain, but we are running out of time." Therefore, Li Yao smiled and opened his hands. Small, glittering pearls popped up from his cosmos ring one after another and danced around him merrily. Very soon, almost 100 colorful, refreshing pearls were circling him faster and faster until they almost formed a barrier. The 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators and 100-core formation stage cultivators were all greatly surprised. Not knowing what Li Yao was up to, they could only activate their spiritual shield and watch warily. Li Yao grinned. "In order to prove my innocence, over the past year, I went through a lot of trouble to collect the most rarely seen heavenly materials and earthly treasures and produced 108 mental devil annihilating thunderous pills. According to my design, the 108 mental devil annihilating thunderous pills, which were refined with the mysterious, sophisticated secret arts of the ancient times, can trigger mystic and incredible lightning that will take effect directly inside the brain and destroy all objects that do not belong to the body. If I cannot destroy the blood-striped virus even then, I will detonate my body and soul with all my cultivation and die together with it. Today, Vulture Li Yao will demonstrate my determination with my death, if that is the only way to convince you of everything that I've said." "What?" All the cultivators jumped to their feet. They did not expect Li Yao to be as strong-minded. Ding Lingdang frowned and was about to lunge forth when Wu Mayan clung to her thigh and dragged her back. Wu Mayan rolled his eyes and said in a weird expression, "Wait, Masteress, if you recall what Master said a moment ago." Ding Lingdang was dazed. She looked at Professor Mo Xian, who was next to her. As a spectral cultivator, the professor did not have a facial expression, but the crystal cameras on his face were glittering. There was no telling what was on his mind, but he was definitely more amused than panicked. "Don't you come close." The mental devil annihilating thunderous pills around Li Yao were revolving faster and faster. They released electric arcs that weaved into a golden, blinking net. The electric net ripped the air apart, generating a deep blue mist. Everything inside the mist became obscure. The only thing that could be heard was Li Yao's desperate roar. "The blood-striped virus is very sordid. It might dash out of my body and run into yours. Fellow cultivators, be careful not to be infected. Don't come close." sacrifice one for the happiness of many. A few nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators were planning to go forward and help Liao, but they did not dare move after hearing his words. They had no idea what the blood devil was exactly, much less how to resist it. Who could they turn to if they were accidentally infected? The mental devil annihilating thunderous pills were revolving at the highest speed. The spacious hall was filled with the sound of thunder. Covered by the deep blue mist, the spectators lost track of everything inside the array. Everybody could only hear two voices replacing each other, one of which belonged to Liao, and the other was extremely sharp, brutal, and cold. You will not escape from my body. I am going to die with you. Hiss. Let me go. Let me go. Ha. Ha ha ha. Let's die together and finish everything. You are crazy. Don't. Don't. Ah. Ah. As the two voices echoed, bright, overwhelming spiritual waves and mysterious, unpredictable cold winds were both surging inside the array, as if two strengths, one righteous and the other evil, were having a head-on clash. Gradually, the cold wind seemed to be eclipsing the spiritual waves. Everybody was astonished. They were wondering what they should do when Li Yao roared from the center of the array. Friends, compatriots, and fellow cultivator, farewell. Boom! The 108 mental devil annihilating thunderous pills activated the most dazzling electric arcs at the same time and collapsed toward the center, raising a brilliant ball. Deep inside the ball, a bloody shadow seemed to be struggling before it perished into nothingness after a scream. The ball died down, and the electric arcs were no more. The hall was peaceful again, but a blackened statue was floating in midair quietly and extending its arms toward them, as if he were still not willing to leave the world. Frozen for half a second, he fell down heavily. Li Yao. Ding Ling Dang pinched her leg hard and ran forward in tears. All the representatives and experts looked at each other in bewilderment, speechless. The few members of the Patriots Partnership among the representatives were dazed and infuriated, too. Before, they had drafted dozens of neat plans targeting Li Yao's identity as the Blood Devil. The debate and the investigation would linger for days if not months. He would not be able to explain himself. But they had not anticipated that Li Yao would play such a move. What was that supposed to mean? Such acting skills were too unnatural. They were not idiots. In the dead silence, Professor Mo Xian walked to the podium slowly. He did not look at Li Yao, who was stretching on the ground, catching his last breath at all, but turned his worried eyes to all the representatives and experts in the hall. Fellow cultivators. Professor Mo Xian was renowned in the first place, and everybody knew his legendary experience in the Flying Star sector. Therefore, there was no need for him to introduce himself. He sighed as if he were truly grieving and said solemnly, fellow cultivator Li Yao was willing to die together with the blood-stripe virus in order to destroy it. It was truly admirable. However, we don't know yet whether the blood-stripe virus has been purged or not. Now, there are two possibilities. Firstly, the blood-stripe virus has indeed been annihilated without leaving slightest trace. Secondly, the blood-stripe virus has not been removed but is still lurking inside Li Yao's body. After all, it is very difficult for us to confirm the result with our current technology. Oh, right. There's another possibility. The blood-stripe virus is contagious. Perhaps, in the fierce fight just now, the blood-stripe virus, seeing that it was no good, escaped out of Li Yao's body through the bloody mist and dashed into a certain someone's body. In other words, all the representatives, elders, leaders, and ministers, every one of you, except for spectral cultivators such as myself, could be a blood devil. Li Yao woke up slowly in the medication drugs, but he was not in a hurry to open his eyes. In the comfortable days, he perceived the brand new world slowly, like a butterfly that was about to break out of the cocoon or a sprout that was piercing out of the soil and smelling the warmth of sunlight. Li Yao knew that he was totally different from the past now and that he had embarked on a completely different path of cultivation. Qi Lu. Qi Lu. Qi Lu. Qi Lu. All the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the tank of medication drugs were absorbed by him instantly, repairing his broken organs crazily. His every cell was like a vigorous bud that would blossom soon. The dark green medication drugs a moment ago turned as clear as water. All the ingredients had been swallowed by him. Li Yao leapt out of the medication drugs, not raising the slightest wave. Before his feet landed on the floor, the remaining liquid on his skin had been vaporized into mist because of the high-frequency vibrations of his muscles. Surrounded by the mist, he looked rather elegant and mysterious. Grinning, Li Yao looked at his hands in great satisfaction. He clenched his fists and felt the strength flowing among his finger like invisible dragons. I'm finally back to myself. The wounds previously, especially those from Diwu Jian's 5 disintegrations of heavens and human, have mostly recovered. In another few days, the radiation will be utterly purged from my body. Sensing that his every vein and nerve was as smooth and stoppable as a railway line, Li Yao felt so great that he roared. It was a pure white, high-level ward, filled with the most advanced medical magical equipment. But Wu Mayan was the only one taking a nap aside. Sensing the quickly surging spiritual energy, the young Qi trainer was suddenly woken up. He jumped to his feet. "Master, you're awake. What's happened?" Li Yao glanced at the clock on the wall. 12 hours had passed since he executed the blood devil in Parliament. It was the quietest moment at night right now. Li Yao coughed. Rubbing his temples, he frowned. Has the blood-stripe virus been killed by me? Master. Wu Mayan blinked and pouted. You are going too far. I've followed you long enough, and this is not the first time that I've seen your performance as an actor. But even if you may not like to hear it, I still have to say that today's performance was your most unnatural and unconvincing one. Li Yao's face remained unchanged. Was it? Wu Mayan nodded. Yes, it was. Such foul acting skills did not even fool me. You didn't think that the shrewd representatives, elders, and leaders would be tricked, did you? With a chuckle, Li Yao put on his coat with Wu Mayan's help. Then he smiled. You must think about it from a different perspective. Yes, my performance at that time was truly tawdry. It is the greatest stain on my acting career. Even the 108 thunderous something pills were actually made by tearing down the beads of several bearings that I bought in a random hardware store. They indeed did not seem convincing enough to execute the blood-stripe virus. However, how can you prove that it was not yet another trick of the blood-stripe virus? Perhaps the blood-stripe virus wanted everybody to continue suspecting me while it took the chance to sneak into another victim's body. Wu Mayan was dumbfounded. Hesitating for a long time, he said, I have to prove that, too? Of course. Li Yao nodded solemnly. You also know that the blood-stripe virus comes and goes without a trace. Whoever gets infected can only curse their bad luck. I was infected uncannily years ago, too. You were there to witness it in person. Therefore, no matter how foul my performance was, as soon as I point the fact out, the most powerful representatives, experts, and leaders will have to be faced with the same problem. How could they prove that my foul performance was not the camouflage of a marvelous performance and that the real blood-stripe virus has not snuck away to their body? Let's take you for example. Suppose you are a representative in Parliament, how can you prove that you are not infected by the blood-stripe virus? Wu Mayan jumped up and scratched his head for a long time, only to come up with nothing. Li Yao laughed. You can't prove it. The representatives and leaders couldn't either, just like me. Wu Mayan raised his arms to surrender. Master, you are losing me. Silent, Li Yao smiled. Master. Wu Mayan glanced at him. Hesitating for a moment, he summoned his courage and asked, although it does make sense, I still want to know the truth. Has the blood-striped virus been eliminated by you, Master? Will it jump out and cause trouble again sometime in future? Does it really matter whether it is eliminated or not? Soft redness was flowing deep inside Li Yao's left eye, as if it could be completely melted with the blackness in the depths of his right eye. Pondering for a moment, he said slowly, it's true that the blood-striped virus seems bad and dangerous. Yan Shibei, years ago, even caused the doom of Iron Plateau after he was infected by the blood-striped virus. Therefore, after I knew I was infected, I panicked every day and considered it a great enemy. However, after the incident recently, it has occurred to me that Lu Zui, who was in no way infected by the blood-striped virus, almost caused the doom of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, just like Yan Shibei, didn't he? Tell me. Is there a fundamental difference between Yan Shibei, who contracted the blood-striped virus, and Lu Zui, who didn't? Wu Mayan was deep in thought. Li Yao smiled and continued. To this last second of his life, Yan Shibei still wouldn't accept that he was infected by the blood-striped virus. He swore to me that he was Yan Shibei and that it was he who had been pushing forward the plan the whole time. At that time, I was not convinced. I thought that the real Yan Shibei was already dead, same as you did. I thought that our enemy on Iron Plateau was merely the blood devil that was using Yan Shibei's body as its shell. But now, I've changed my opinion. Perhaps he wasn't lying, and he was indeed not manipulated by the blood-striped virus. Perhaps the so-called blood-striped virus is neither kind nor evil. It has always been us, our own heart, that can tell kindness from evilness. The blood-striped virus is a catalyst at best. The blood-striped virus did not manipulate Yan Shibei. Yan Shibei swallowed the blood-striped virus and used its strength to carry out his crazy will. Wu Mayan stammered, Master, you are saying, what I'm saying is, maybe, there is an abyss in everyone's heart and a blood devil lurking in the deepest part of the abyss. Anybody, including someone like Lu Zui, who is absolutely not infected by the blood-striped virus, might be accidentally swallowed by the abyss and fall into the control of their natural-born blood devil. If that's the case, does it really matter whether or not the blood-striped virus was purged by me? Wu Mayan gasped. Then, what should we do? Li Yao snapped his forehead and said, if you're worried, go and look for the abyss and blood devil in your heart. Slash it every once in a while after dinner or sleep. That will be enough. Isn't that the best sense of cultivation? Holding his forehead, Wu Mayan was deep in thought, or rather, he pretended that was thinking hard. Such ideas were not readily understandable for a young man less than 20 years old such as himself. Right then, the door of the ward was thrown open. Ding Ling Dang rushed in like a tornado and jumped into his arms. Li Yao felt that an erupting volcano had just been thrown to him. He felt happy, stunned, and a bit suffocated. Professor Mo Xian looked at them from aside with delight. Should I give you 10 minutes? The professor asked thoughtfully and hinted at Wu Mayan. That's unnecessary. Ding Ling Dang let go of Li Yao after pinching his chest hard. You've been through this, too, Professor. We've been apart for 10 years. What can we do in 10 minutes? Also, the room here is too small. Not suitable for us. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Li Yao coughed loudly. Rubbing his ribs which were nearly broken by Ding Ling Dang, he asked solemnly, Professor, I've slept for half a day. What happened outside? Professor Mo Xian smiled and brought 3 pieces of news. Firstly, after learning that the blood-striped virus was perhaps fleeing in the Parliament building and might even have infected a random representative, expert, or leader, the federal government immediately took action with the cooperation of the cultivators. In only a few hours, the best doctors, meditation healers, and refiners had worked out a standard procedure to identify the blood devil. The correction rate of the identification was 100%. All the representatives and experts who had been present, including Li Yao himself, passed the test. None of them were infected by the blood stripe virus. All of them agreed unanimously that the blood stripe virus had been completely purged by Li Yao and would cause no further trouble. It was truly a relief for everybody. Did they? Li Yao frowned. Is the identification procedure reliable or not? Is there any error? For safety reasons, we might as well quarantine all the representatives, leaders, and myself and observe the suspects for 10 years. Isn't that better? Rest assured. It is absolutely reliable. Professor Mo Xian replied solemnly. The identification procedure was approved by all the representatives, leaders, and specialists. It means that the authorities of the Heaven's Origin sector have guaranteed that anyone who passes the test is absolutely not infected by the blood stripe virus. That's good. Li Yao was finally relieved. He asked again, then, if I run into any trouble in the future, nobody will accuse me of being the blood devil again, right? Definitely not. Professor Mo Xian answered quickly. Everybody in Parliament today could have been infected by the blood stripe virus. If anybody suspects you, they will be suspecting everybody in the Parliament building, won't they? Therefore, after you executed the blood devil and fell into a coma, all the representatives, experts, and leaders agreed that the infection of the blood stripe virus should be concluded now. Whoever dares to accuse other people of being infected by the blood stripe virus will be a scoundrel fanning the flames and destroying the stability and harmony of the Federation. Such people can only be spies sent by the Imperium of true human beings. The greatest burden on Li Yao's heart was relieved. He felt much better and asked with a smile, "What about Lu Zui?" That's the second great piece of news. Lu Zui is now under arrest. The expedition motion has been paused, too. Lu Zui's lies were full of holes when faced with the files and evidences brought by Li Yao, especially Elder Netherspring's memories. When the footage that recorded him ordering the shooting of the crystal railgun on Hidden Star at thousands of civilians was sent to Parliament, all the representatives and experts were greatly shocked. Because of their unique battlefield, the actions of the Secret Sword Bureau did not require permissions under most circumstances. They were even allowed to bring the disciples of a sect in for investigation without contacting the leader of the sect, provided that they submitted evidence later. But it did not mean that the Secret Sword Bureau was free to open fire on ordinary people. Even if the first attack from Hidden Star was an honest mistake, the second one was definitely intentional. The incident was in violation of the boundary of the Federation and the Cultivators. Right now, Lu Zui had officially been arrested and was now giving up other accomplices of the Patriots Partnership. The expedition motion had been aborted in the emergency, too. The message had been sent to the Grand Desolate Plateau at the highest speed. The troops that were stationed in the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau, planning to march into the Dark Desolate Domain, had all been ordered to retreat to their respective defense area. Those having drills in the Dark Desolate Domain would change the arrangement of the drills and finish them as quickly as possible so that they could return to their bases and stand by. Also, in response to the instrument of surrender of the Pantheon of Demons brought back by Li Yao, the Parliament decided to send a delegation to the Blood Demon sector to investigate the situation of the world and to reach out to the Pantheon of Demons. More importantly, they were going to pick up the remaining soldiers of a troop, the survivors of the Flying Tigers Legion led by Han Tuhu. The soldiers of the Heaven's Origin sector had to be brought back home. I'm planning to join the delegation and go to the Blood Demon sector. Ding Lingdang rubbed her fists and said, I discussed looking for you in the Blood Demon sector with Wu Mayan before. But now, you've returned by yourself. Still, I want to see what the Blood Demon sector looks like with my own eyes. Also, your third disciple Jean Xinyue seems to be an interesting girl. I should bond with her, shouldn't I? Li Yao was sweating hard. What do you want? Ding Lingdang smiled but said nothing. Behind her, Wu Mian put on a miserable expression. It was clearly not a delightful experience to bond with Ding Lingdang. Professor Mo Xian smiled. All right. Save your private talk for at home. I have the third great piece of news. The third piece of news was a pleasant surprise. Jiang Hailu, the Speaker of the Parliament, had woken up. He was an admin-type cultivator and did not boast much combat ability. He had nearly been broken apart by the crystal bomb that Lu Zui had carefully prepared. His brain had been in a deep coma because of the severe blast. Before, Speaker Jiang was having a conservative treatment in a secret hospital not far away from the Parliament building. Even the most brilliant meditation healers did not have good solutions to wake up his dormant soul. However, in the afternoon yesterday, when everybody was shouting and singing the national anthem of the Federation on every street and alley near the Parliament building, Speaker Jiang's brain had miraculously reacted. Perhaps, when Li Yao's soul collided with the souls of tens of thousands of citizens, the overwhelming resonation touched Speaker Jiang's soul, which was struggling in oblivion. He had been reminded of his identity, his responsibility, and his destiny. Speaker Jiang woke up when you were executing the blood stripe virus in Parliament, Professor Mo Xian said. He dedicated himself to work the moment he woke up. The settlement of the blood stripe virus incident and the pause of the expedition motion couldn't have been passed quickly without his insistence. Excellent. Li Yao was overjoyed. Jiang Hailu was a leader with a calm, clear head, who would not be affected by the public fervor and his own emotions. He would certainly be able to make sure that the Federation made the right choice. Speaker Jiang just woke up after all. His soul is still very weak. After working for 6 hours, he went back into the deep sleep state to treat himself again, Professor Mo Xian said. However, before he went to sleep, he met me and asked me to bring a few words to you, which were exactly I meant to say to you, welcome home. Welcome home, Master. Wu Mian shouted, too. Welcome home, my hero. Ding Lingdang hugged Li Yao again and nibbled on his face. Li Yao finally could not stop his tears from flowing out of his eyes anymore. He was finally home. At that moment, he was truly back home with his family and friends. Homecoming was 10 times more exhilarating than condensing the nascent soul. Li Yao's spiritual energy and soul were surging out beyond his control, and his brain was illuminated by the most dazzling brilliance. You are so strong right now. Ding Lingdang sensed Li Yao's changes immediately. She jabbed his chest and exclaimed, what level are you in right now? You haven't advanced into the nascent soul stage yet, have you? The question made Wu Mian and Professor Mo Xian prick their ears, too. A nascent soul stage cultivator less than 40 years old? That would be a monster in either the Heaven's Origin sector or the Flying Star sector and even in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. I don't know how I should put it. Li Yao scratched his bottom and perceived the bump at the bottom of his spine. After hesitating for a long time, he said, the nascent soul seems to have been condensed, but I'm still some distance away from the real, nascent soul stage. I feel like, metaphorically speaking, my body is a pregnant woman right now. The baby in my body has grown mature, but it is still in the womb and hasn't been born yet. Ding Lingdang was confused. She thought for a long time and said, is it possible? I've never heard of such experiences from other nascent soul stage cultivators. Li Yao rubbed his stomach and observed, this is what I thought. For most of the cultivators who are about to enter the nascent soul stage from the peak of the core formation stage, they are at least 100 years old. Their life experience, outlook, and worldview are all very stable. It's like a grown-up woman giving birth to a baby. Everything will be very smooth when the time comes. But my situation is vastly different. I am too young after all. My strength may be enough, but I'm too short of life experience. My worldview is not mature and steady enough either, considering how I often overrule my past opinions. It's still too early for me to condense the nascent soul right now, like a teenage girl who conceived by accident. Her body is not prepared yet. When the critical moment comes, she might go through dystocia. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Although Li Yao's theory was rather unorthodox, it did make some sense on second thought. What do we do now? Ding Lingdang asked anxiously. Is it dangerous if the baby cannot be born after a long time? I know a lot of experts whose capability plunged after they failed to advance into the nascent soul stage. It was not a nascent soul that they formed but an aggressive soul, broken soul, or fiendish soul, which would plague them for the rest of their lives. Li Yao scratched his bottom again. Hearing Ding Lingdang's words, he felt that his spine was swelling in pain and that the nascent soul that he had condensed was not peaceful as it appeared to be. Thinking hard for a long time, Li Yao suddenly beamed with joy and said, I reflected on the situations before, and I wonder if this is this key point. I have dual talents in fighting and refining, but I'm more focused on fighting. Before, I made all the improvements of the major levels during fierce battles. Sometimes, I never had a breakthrough unless I was beaten until I was heavy wounded, catching my last breath. For example, on Iron Plateau, I didn't perceive the mysterious, superlative height of the building foundation stage until Yan Shibei almost killed me. But this time, my opponent was Lu Zui. He is sordid and shameless, but he is not a warrior. In the end, I only just condensed my nascent soul with the resonation of souls of the public, when he raised hands and surrendered. I didn't even move my fingers. How could I advance into the real nascent soul stage? Ding Lingdang was enlightened. I got it now. You are saying that, to advance into the nascent soul stage, you need a great fighter to beat you up brutally to the point that you cannot feed yourself. Li Yao nodded. That is not how I would put it, but that's the idea. That's so easy. Come on. Shall we do it here or outside? Ding Lingdang rolled up her sleeves and spat into her palms, eager to try. I'm best at beating up other people, and I like beating you best. Come on. Let me savage you brutally. Wu Mian clenched his fists and waved them, declaring solemnly, although my limbs are thin, if you think that I can be of any help, master, I definitely will not hesitate to beat you up. How exciting it would be to beat his master up. Li Yao coughed and shook his head. It's not simple as that. Not just you, even other nascent soul stage cultivators won't be helpful either. It's not about your strength but because I know that you do not really mean to kill me. How can the full potential of the nascent soul stage be triggered without a real life and death battle? The only result will be that I am beaten up by you while gaining nothing. It will not be helpful for the improvement of my level at all. Ding Lingdang and Wu Mian looked at each other in bewilderment and realized that it did make sense. It was like the battles in the Grand Illusionary Land and those in the real world, they were completely different. No real warriors could ever be trained in a virtual reality system. Then what do we do? Ding Lingdang frowned. It would be a time bomb if the issue was not addressed. We do nothing. Li Yao scratched his head. Everybody's path and opportunity to enter the nascent soul stage was different. Other nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to offer much guidance to him. It all counted on himself. Right now, he did not have good solutions, but he knew that he must not rush into anything. The nascent soul was the purest crystallization of a cultivator's will, experience, and strength. If irrelevant thoughts were mixed into it, his future training would be seriously affected. Who knew whether or not Lu Zui had walked on the wrong path to this day because he had some extreme thoughts when he condensed the nascent soul. Thinking about Lu Zui, Li Yao was suddenly ill at ease for some reason. After the improvement of his level, his senses were even sharper than before. He could vaguely foresee something before it happened. Where is Lu Zui right now? I'd like to meet him. A lot of questions about the whole scheme remained unanswered. Li Yao was quite interested in talking to the leader of the Patriots Partnership. Lu Zui is now temporarily locked in the underground fortress in Parliament, Professor Mo Xian said. Due to the recent events, the Secret Sword Bureau is now a mess. Parliament has passed Speaker Zhang's proposal that Supervisor Guo of the 1st Division of the Secret Sword Bureau be the acting director of the Secret Sword Bureau. Also, he was asked to establish a special investigation group to interrogate Lu Zui and find out the scheme of the Patriots Partnership. Li Yao beamed with joy and almost exclaimed, "Supervisor Guo is still alive?" Li Yao was very clear that, although it was himself and the veterans who had caused great trouble and revealed Lu Zui's real face in the end, the key to his endeavor had always been Guo Chunfeng. If Guo Chunfeng had not taken action in advance and protected Professor Mo Xian and Ding Lingdang under the name of the arrest, they would have been taken away by the Patriots Partnership. Later, it was also Guo Chunfeng who had reached out to him. The two of them had been able to exchange tremendous information and set up their trap that even fooled the cunning Lu Zui. It was still Guo Chunfeng who had informed him of the basic structure and defense system of the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau and guided him to sneak in. Otherwise, how could Li Yao have broken through the defense network of the largest intelligence agency of the Federation in only a few hours, considering that he was a human being after all? Without Guo Chunfeng, it would not have been impossible for him to communication with Professor Mo Xian and retrieve the evidence of paramount importance from the jade crystal disc. At the last moment, Guo Chunfeng even sacrificed himself resolutely and boarded Hidden Star, where he stalled his boss, Lu Zui, earning the previous half-hour for them. Without the half-hour, they definitely would not have been able to reach the central district, where the Parliament building was located. The Patriots Partnership would have stopped them halfway. At that time, Li Yao had still been under the adverse effects of the 5 disintegrations of heavens and human. His capability had plunged, and he was certainly no match for the assassins of the Patriots Partnership. Therefore, even though everybody considered him a great hero who saved the day at the most critical moment, Li Yao believed that Guo Chunfeng was the most important person for the war. Guo Chunfeng was definitely the well-deserved greatest contributor. "Where is Supervisor Guo?" Li Yao asked excitedly. "I would like to meet him." Professor Mo Xian's crystal cameras glittered. He smiled. "As it happens, Supervisor Guo wants to meet you, too. He also asked whether or not you are willing to join the investigation group to look into the Patriots Partnership. He seems to have run into some trouble and would like to study it with you." Li Yao nodded quickly. Of course. Below the Parliament building was an underground fortress designed to resist the beast tide outbreak. The entire fortress consumed more than 5 million tons of super alloys. There was a sentry post every few steps. The attack and defense rune arrays were all of the highest level. Deep inside the underground fortress, Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng hugged each other warmly. "Fellow cultivator Guo. Fellow cultivator Li." Fellow cultivator could mean a lot or nothing. When two cultivators who had not seen each other before met, they could address each other by fellow cultivator for politeness. However, for Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng, the meaning of fellow cultivator was much deeper, intense and unchangeable. Even when there was still a misunderstanding between them and Li Yao regarded Guo Chunfeng as abyss, he had admired the keenness and resolution of the demon hunter. Many times, the traps and the false identities that Li Yao had made after all the trouble were seen through by Guo Chunfeng immediately. He had nearly been caught quite a number of times. Such a worthy opponent truly deserved his appreciation. Guo Chunfeng was a friend, not a foe. It was really the biggest surprise in the war. "Brother Guo, how did you escape from Lu Zui?" Li Yao used a more intimate form of address. He eyed Guo Chunfeng up and down and discovered, although the guy appeared feeble, there was nothing serious about him. He took a long breath in relief but was caught in confusion. At that time, Guo Chunfeng had gone to buy more time for him at the cost of his own life. He had been determined to sacrifice himself. How did Lu Zui allow him to survive? Guo Chunfeng smiled and replied casually, "It's simple. After I delayed Lu Zui for half an hour according to our deal, Lu Zui indeed realized what was going on and burst into fury. At that time, I was surrounded by Lu Zui and 4 tough warriors, who were all infuriated and had made up their minds to kill me. When I was about to die, at the critical moment, what did you do?" Li Yao held his breath, sweating. "I cried and kneeled on the ground," Guo Chunfeng said solemnly. "I begged Lu Zui to be lenient and spare my worthless life." Li Yao was dumbfounded. "Huh?" "I kneeled on the ground and crawled over like a dog. Clinging to Lu Zui's thigh, I cried to Lu Zui. I told him that, for his information, everything that had happened had happened. I'd already delayed him long enough. Killing me wouldn't help him, right? Moreover, although I was heavily wounded, I still had a bit of strength to counterattack. When a rabbit is angry, it can bite, too. If they were determined to kill me, it would cost them another several minutes as well as the physical strength and ammunition of the great heroes of the Patriots Partnership, which would certainly not be very good, right? Brother Guo, you must be kidding, right?" Li Yao stammered. "I am not. It was exactly what happened." Guo Chunfeng opened his hands and said casually, "I kneeled, I begged, and I cried. Touching my chest, I told Lu Zui that I knew I was wrong and that I was willing to correct my wrongdoing and join the Patriots Partnership. I still had a lot of secret resources at my disposal, and I could contribute all of them to his organization and help him to complete his patriotic plan. As long as he could give us another opportunity and spare my worthless life, I was willing to do anything." Li Yao was astounded. "And Lu Zui believed it?" Guo Chunfeng shook his head. "Of course he didn't, but I said something else. Director, you claim that you are not swallowed by hatred and that everything you did was out of rationality for the future of the Federation. That is the belief of the Patriots. Then, it will be wrong for you to kill me. I am already kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Killing me at such a moment is utterly meaningless. It's just a way to vent your anger. Killing me will prove that the Patriots, including Lu Zui, cannot control their hatred and fury. Then, the ideology and the belief you persist with will be pure garbage. How will you be able to maintain your current level? The 4 core formation stage cultivators will be chasing after you later. If their belief wavers after they kill me, how can they fight the battle next?" Just like that, I cried and rolled on the ground. Even Lu Zui was shocked. Then, the news that you'd been found came over. That was how I luckily survived. Li Yao was rendered speechless for a long time. Guo Chunfeng patted his shoulder. "Young brother, are you very disappointed?" "Not exactly." Li Yao tried to adjust his facial muscles. "I'm just a bit surprised. Brother Guo doesn't seem like someone who is scared of death." "I was not scared of death." Guo Chunfeng's eyes pierced through the underground and landed somewhere far, far away. "However, I was scared that I wouldn't see my wife and my daughter again. Very scared. Now that I've earned enough time and fulfilled my responsibility as a cultivator to my country and my compatriots, should I fulfill my responsibility for my wife and my daughter next? Young brother, when you are my age and have your own wife and children, you will understand me. On the ground that my principles are not violated, as long as there is a slim chance that I can reunite with my family, not just kneeling down and begging for mercy, I guarantee that I will lick the bottom of Lu Zui's shoes if he asks me to." Li Yao was dazed for a long time, but then he suddenly smiled. Perhaps it was not an answer that he expected, but at the very least, Guo Chunfeng was still alive. He could still go back home on his own feet and meet his wife and daughter. His wife and daughter needed to neither attend to his funeral or cry on the countless cold nights in the future. Could there have been a better outcome? "Brother Guo, if I ever have the chance, would love to visit your home and see what the place that attracts you so much really looks like. Li Yao said sincerely. Ha ha ha. It's just a regular house. Guo Chunfeng laughed in delight. My daughter will be exultant if you are there, the legendary ultra-level federal hero, Vulture Li Yao. She won't be able to fall asleep again for the next 3 days. Brother Guo, we both know that it is not true. Li Yao was more or less embarrassed. You are the greatest contributor in the battle. If we're talking about heroes, you are certainly the real hero here. Alright. Guo Chunfeng changed the topic. If we don't stop, we'll spend the next 3 days adulating each other. Let's talk later at my place when this thing is over. Now, let's watch the footage of Lu Zue's interrogation. I feel that something is wrong, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Take a look at it. No problem. Li Yao walked to the analysis center next to the interrogation room, where hundreds of light beams were displaying the picture of Lu Zue being interrogated ever since he was captured. Almost all of the interrogation was a one-on-one competition between Guo Chunfeng and Lu Zue. Even the tiniest muscle reactions when Lu Zue was speaking were monitored and analyzed carefully. In the picture, Guo Chunfeng said calmly, "Director, your scheme has been exposed. It is a doomed cause now. If you do not give up, the interests of the Federation will be harmed, and more blood will be shed for nothing. If you are a real patriot as you claim to be, just confess everything now for the Federation and for everything you want to protect." After a long silence, Lu Zui replied in a bitter smile, "If you win, you are a king, but if you fail, you are a rebel." He began his confession. His speed was low, but his words were very clear. The information was unambiguous, too. In a few hours, he gave up dozens of secret bases of the Patriots Partnership and a complicated connection network as well as several production centers of the demon god virus in the East Ocean and the southern rainforest. According to the information, the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators in the capital city took action immediately and marched to the places all over the country, trying to demolish the Patriots Partnership before they reacted. Up to now, the dents of the Patriots Partnership in the capital city and the few cities nearby had been discovered. Hundreds of Patriots, as well as tremendous files and even virus samples, had been captured. Generally speaking, Lu Zui was quite cooperative, with barely any resistance. However, after watching the interrogation videos, Li Yao frowned as hard as Guo Chunfeng did. Chapter 1134 There's only one truth. Lu Zui was like a gambler who had wagered all his belongings only to lose everything. All his emotions other than frustration and desperation had flowed out of his body. The only thing that was left was an empty shell that was answering Guo Chunfeng's questions mechanically. However, behind the frustration and desperation, Li Yao vaguely sensed a hint tranquility. Not the tranquility of gloom and giving up everything, but the tranquility of waiting before the arrival of a storm. Something is wrong. Lu Zui is too peaceful, desperate, and frustrated. He is a nascent soul stage cultivator. His belief should be unwavering. Would he give up so easily? He just suffered a brutal failure. In his eyes, the Federation should be hopeless now. However, faced with such an outcome, he didn't even struggle but simply confessed everything at the earliest opportunity. Is he watching the Patriots Partnership get demolished just like that? Looking at Guo Chunfeng, Li Yao said, "I want to meet him." When the two of them stepped into the prison cell, Lu Zui, locked up in barriers, was sitting cross-legged in a corner. He was absent-minded while staring at a dim light on the ceiling. Several bugs crashed into the light, producing cracking noises, but they never retreated. Lu Zui was completely focused on the few bugs. He did not even bother to greet Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng. Now, time was on Lu Zui's side again because Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng could not afford to wait. Guo Chunfeng could not help but ask, "Director, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at the future." Lu Zui's voice was both deep and slow, as if it was floating up from the depths of a swamp, with mud dripping from his every word. The future 100 years from now. In the decades to come, after the demon race surrenders and mankind secures a glorious victory, the capability of the Federation soars quickly. Everybody dwells in the illusions of peace and prosperity, unable to free themselves. Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng, the two cultivators who have facilitated everything, become the great heroes for the public. When the demons just surrender, they conceal their aggressiveness and pretend to be innocent lambs and hard-working horses. They sneak into the Federation in the most humble and docile position, shouldering the most arduous and dirty work. With the joint efforts, the Federation is flourishing. Everything seems to be developing to the perfect direction. However, good days don't last long. Gradually, the population of the demon race grows larger. With their advantage in survival abilities, the demons spread out to all the resource planets in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, and even the larger world. Human beings, in comparison, have a hard time immigrating into the Blood Demon sector because of their weak bodies. As a result, there are more and more demons, and they are occupying more and more worlds. Over time, they seize the critical posts in the new Federation. The war in the past is slowly forgotten as the two parties are more and more integrated. The activities of demons demanding their rights are gaining popularity. To stabilize the Federation and to resist the Imperium, the demon race, as the disadvantaged people, gets all kinds of privileges from the police makers. The rules, ethics, and even laws that have passed on for thousands of years are smashed into pieces because they are biased. Even the word demon will become a taboo because it is not politically correct. Maybe demons by then will no longer be called demons. They will be the physically extraordinary or the federal citizens of blood demon descent. Even so, the demons are still not satisfied. They are still pushing forward in every aspect. They replace our rules with their rules, they contaminate our culture with their culture, and they twist our history with their history. The heroes who sacrifice themselves on the battlefields to resist demons are no longer regarded as real heroes, and the dramas and movies with expert demons as protagonists will be aired blatantly. In the end, every human kid loses wariness of the demon race and forgets the hundreds of years of struggle of their ancestors. They are even ashamed of their natural-born suspicion. The changes will not happen in an instant but take place slowly and surely over the span of decades under the banner of love, peace, and integration. Nobody will realize that it is another invasion. The idiotic public will only be brainwashed by the media and the consortiums. The shrewd politicians, however, think that they can take advantage of the strength. Only the few people who are sober can see through the danger behind everything, but their voice is too low. Even if they say anything, they will be accused of being the remnants of the Patriots' partnership and be despised for sabotaging the integration. Eventually, when the stinky demons occupy our streets, steal our jobs, take away our women, and tarnish our flag, some of them will wake up in regrets. But it will be too late. The country will be like a patient whose cancer has proliferated to the entire body. There's no way to reverse the illness at all. Maybe, at that time, the patient will regret not following the doctor's advice in the beginning and cutting off all the cancerous organs with the sharp scalpel, no matter how important the organs appeared to be. This is everything I've seen, Supervisor Gua. No, that's not right. I should call you Director Gua. The new director of the Secret Sword Bureau, are you interested in watching it together with me? Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng looked at each other and both felt tricky. Guo Chunfeng sighed. Director, do you know who he is? Of course, Lu Zui replied casually without even looking at Li Yao. A retard who thinks he is smart. A moron who thinks that he is not corrupted by the blood devil when he fell victim to the evilness a long time ago. Director. Guo Chunfeng raised his voice. With everything coming to this point, do you still not regret what you did at all? Li Yao saved the Federation time and time again. He is a well-deserved federal hero, but in order to achieve your goals, you vilified him in such shameless ways and even involved Ding Ling Deng, Professor Mo Xian, and so many other people. I didn't vilify him, Lu Zui said calmly. The accomplishments in the past cannot make up for the wrongdoing today. At this moment, I still maintain my opinion that the Real Li Yao died in the blood demon sector and that the one who is alive is but a devil residing in Li Yao's shell. The devil is going to ruin the Federation eventually. I tried to stop the devil, but it is too cunning, too strong, and too good at taking advantage of the weakness of humanity. Therefore, I failed in the end. Do I feel bad? Of course. But do I regret? Hee hee. I'm not sorry for what I did. I don't regret. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and confronted Lu Zui for the first time. You don't regret, and yet you confessed the nests of the Patriots Partnership. The organization is now falling apart, and the Patriots are being captured. Why? As I said, when you take a gamble, you must brace for failure, Lu Zui replied lazily. I didn't kill Guo Chunfeng on Hidden Star because our organization was doing everything not for personal grudges but for justice and the future of the Federation. Killing Guo Chunfeng would only have made me feel better, but the country would have lost an excellent director of the Secret Sword Bureau, which was against my belief. So, I didn't do it. By the same logic, now that we've failed with no possibility of a comeback, is there any necessity to struggle in vain and waste the Federation's resources? Now that I've failed, I might as well admit my failure quickly. Consider it the last bit of dignity I save for myself. Li Yao scratched his head. He was not an interrogation expert. Lu Zui's theory sounded rather self-consistent without many loopholes, but why was he feeling more and more puzzled? You are not admitting your failure. Li Yao suddenly bulged his eyes and stared at Lu Zui. You still have possibility of a comeback. Everything you are doing right now is the same as what Guo Chunfeng did on Hidden Star. You are buying time, for someone else. Lu Zui's eyes were hollow, devoid of any feelings. He smiled and continued studying the moths that were darting toward the light. No. 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 Li Yao thought so hard that he felt that his brain was exploding. He retrieved the locations of the nests of the Patriots Partnership that Lu Zui had confessed again. Finally, he found the source of his uneasiness. Lu Zui, in the past 12 hours, you've confessed 37 nests, but 31 of them are located in the south of the Federation or in the East Ocean. The few most important bases of the demon god virus, which are protected by the experts, are even at the southmost part of the country. What is the meaning of that? Does regional discrimination prevail in the Patriots Partnership and you only recruit Southerners? Lu Zui simply closed his eyes in silence, but he gradually put on a scornful smile. Guo Chunfeng was a top-tier interrogation expert. He had not been able to see the truth because he was too involved. Now that Li Yao had reminded him, he immediately realized what was going on. Are you suggesting that he is distracting us? The 37 nests he confessed are all of paramount importance. The toughest members of the Patriots Partnership are gathered there. To demolish those nests and to capture all the members, not only are the local cultivators on the move, the experts in the north and the central part of the Federation are also marching toward the south on crystal warships. Right now, most of the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stages in the Federation are concentrated in the rainforest in the south and on the ocean to deal with the Patriots Partnership. It is impossible to get them back soon. Li Yao, you are not suggesting that there is someone behind Lu Zui, who is another leader of the Patriots Partnership on par with him, if not in a higher position, are you? Everything that Lu Zui has been doing is exactly like what I did for you. He is buying time for the guy so that the guy will be able to activate the backup plan. With a solemn, Li Yao nodded. Don't you find it odd, Brother Guo? Now that I think of it, to set me up, Lu Zui made use of a lot of connections and resources in the military, the circle of politicians, and the world of cultivators. Isn't it too much for the identity of the director of the Secret Sword Bureau? Also, our victory this time has come too easily, hasn't it? The Patriots partnership has planned carefully for such a long time, taking all the factors into consideration. Have they not prepared a plan B as their desperate resort when their primary plan fails? Are they going to be suppressed just like that? Guo Chunfeng was having goosebumps all over his body. He bulged his eyes. Another leader of the Patriots partnership? Who are you suspecting? Tearing off all the disguises, there can only be one truth. Li Yao pressed his temples. The deep brilliance in his eyes was unbelievably sharp and mysterious while Li Yao said, one word after another, Jiang Hailu, the Speaker of Parliament. Guo Chunfeng suddenly shivered. Young brother, why did you say that? Lu Zui, who was crouching in the corner with eyes closed like a monk, suddenly widened his eyes, with disbelief beaming out. Very simple. My experience. Li Yao sneered. I have traveled in the Sea of Stars for more than 10 years. After bloody battles, large and small, and mysterious schemes, I have concluded an incontrovertible law of nature, which is, wherever I go, as long as I'm involved in a scheme, the one behind it is always the local leading person of the righteous forces, one that always seems frank and outspoken. When I went to Iron Plateau, I was involved in the assassination of a chief and the internal strife of the 6 tribes. The one behind the curtain was Yen Shibei, the previous leading person of Iron Plateau. When I went to Heavenly Saint City, I was involved in the schemes of Iron Plateau and the coup of the Second Imperium. Eventually, it was Xiao Xuanzi, the leading person of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the strongest expert of the Flying Star sector. When I was in the Blood Demon sector, from the perspective of the demon race, the hiatus of the Red Tide plan and the destruction of the Eye of Blood Demon was sort of a scheme, too, and it was planned by the leading person, Jin Tui, the nominal commander-in-chief of the demon army. Now, I'm already back in the Heaven's Origin sector, and I'm involved in the incident of the Patriots partnership again. Isn't it obvious who is behind the curtain? It's certainly the leading person of the Star Glory Federation, the speaker, Jiang Hailu. Guo Chunfeng. Lu Zui. Guo Chunfeng wiped off his sweat. Young brother, you do have a marvelous way of thinking. However, do you have any valid proof? Of course, I don't suspect anybody randomly. Li Yao replied confidently. First of all, since the guy is capable of making Lu Zui sacrifice for him willingly, he must be on par with Lu Zui in position, if not higher. In the entire Federation, few are qualified, but the speaker is an exception. Secondly, don't you think that Speaker Jiang woke up too uncannily, Brother Guo? It was exactly the moment when Lu Zui was revealed, and everything was settled. As a result, it was only natural for him to clean up the mess that Lu Zui left for him. Also, Speaker Jiang's political career began from the Grand Desolate Plateau, but the city that he operated for more than 10 years was demolished in the Beast Tide. Therefore, Speaker Jiang hates the demon's guts, and he certainly has a motive to join the Patriots partnership. In conclusion, the assassination of the speaker was a show directed and starred by Jiang Hailu himself. He cleared all suspicion in such a way. It would be best if Lu Zui's plan went well. But if it didn't, he could still jump out and proceed with the backup plan. Now, Lu Zui has thrown out a batch of nests of the Patriots partnership, which distracted most of the experts in the Federation to the south and the East Ocean. The forces near the capital city are weaker than ever. All the representatives and experts are suspecting whether or not someone else is a remnant of the Patriots partnership. It is a mess. At this point, if Jiang Hailu has an unexpected force under his control, he will be able to do whatever he wants. As expected of the speaker. What a well-played game. He can't possibly fail either way. Guo Chunfeng nodded quickly. Very reasonable. Very reasonable. You are truly. Wait. There's a minor problem. Suppose Speaker Jiang is truly another leader of the Patriots Partnership, why would he go through the unnecessary trouble? If he and Lu Zui were the leaders of the Patriots Partnership, since Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao has always been a simple-minded hawk, they would have been able to wage a war 3 months ago when the capital city suffered a beast tide. Why the fuss? At that time, most of the representatives voted for the war. It was because of the insistence of the minority, including Speaker Jiang, and the endorsement of the allies from the Flying Star sector that the two parties were at an impasse. Eventually, Lu Zui was forced to set a trap and assassinate the speaker. Well, the question, Li Yao smiled and blinked, his face rigid, is a good one. How could I have neglected such a loophole? Guo Chunfeng. Lu Zui. Wait. Li Yao's nose flapped, as if he smelt something unusual from the air. His eyes shone as he asked suddenly, Brother Guo, you mentioned a name just now. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao. Right. 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 I finally know why I always felt that something was off now. Before I returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, Jin Tui told me that there were 3 key people for the peace negotiation, namely Speaker Jiang Hailu, Director Lu Zui, and Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao. But during the incident, after Lu Zui and Jiang Hailu both played their roles, Lu Zui being the villain, and the speaker being blown up the moment he showed up, which was not his fault, where was Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao? The capital city was a total mess a while back. Why did the seasoned general not come here and calm everybody down? He didn't seem to exist at all, did he? Guo Chunfeng thought for a moment and said, the entire Federation was anxious after the speaker was assassinated. The Federal Army was seething, too. To stabilize the military, the Iron Commander flew to the Grand Desolate Plateau in person that night to supervise the large-scale joint drill with the code name Furious Fist. Li Yao squinted. The speaker was assassinated during the day, and the Iron Commander went to the Grand Desolate and planned a drill at night? That was quite efficient. Not exactly. Guo Chunfeng explained, the Furious Fist drill was planned 3 months ago after the incident in the capital city. 4 Crystal Suit Legions and more than 20 General Legions were involved. For the drill, several war bases have been established on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Real soldiers and real bullets were used in the drill. The scenario of the drill was that, after a large-scale war broke out, the Federal Army would march through the dark desolate domain into the 9 voids in the Blood Demon sector, where they would establish a base and a beachhead for the follow-up troops. Therefore, the drill had long been prepared. It was only activated several days earlier because of the attack on the speaker. Li Yao swallowed and felt that his throat was burning. 4 Crystal Suit Legions plus 20 General Legions? Real soldiers with real bullets? Supervised by Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao in person? It means that the drill can be transformed into a real attack at any minute, right? Not likely. Guo Chunfeng shook his head. Although the drill is highly simulative, the ammunition and supplies that they bring will not be as many as in a real war. More importantly, the logistics department and the follow-up troops are not prepared at all. Even if so many legions march into the Blood Demon sector, they don't stand any chance of winning without reinforcements. Is it possible that there are no reinforcements? Li Yao looked at Guo Chunfeng gloomily. Suppose the simple-minded Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao really leads 20 legions into the Blood Demon sector without caring about anything, will we simply wait and watch them to be killed? Guo Chunfeng shuddered and sweated hard. Zhou Hengdao is truly a big shot in the military who enjoys unparalleled prestige, but the Federal Army is not his personal troop. It is the country that the soldiers pledge loyalty to but not a certain individual. All the soldiers know that it is a drill. How can Zhou Hengdao command all the legions to march into the Blood Demon sector? Won't that be a mutiny? Li Yao scratched his head hard. It does make sense, but I still feel that something is wrong. Right. You mentioned that it is a joint drill. Who's joining the drill? Burning Prairie, the best warship of the 3 sectors. One of the purposes of the Furious Fist drill is to hone the teamwork between the warship of the Flying Star sector and the Army of the Heavens Origin sector, as well as to integrate the 200,000 Grand Illusionary soldiers into the Federal Army. Also, most of the Marines on Burning Prairie are rookies as well, and the performance of Burning Prairie is not very steady itself. Both the crew and the warship have to be polished in a live drill. Burning Prairie used to be Heavenly Phantom, a crystal warship co-produced by the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the Star Fighters Alliance, only to be taken over by Xiao Xuanzi, the leader of the immortal cultivators. Heavenly Phantom was Xiao Xuanzi's biggest reliance in the insurgency. Naturally, he spared no efforts infiltrating Heavenly Phantom. When the insurgency broke out, most of the Marines on Heavenly Phantom had been immortal cultivators. The critical posts were almost exclusively controlled by them. More importantly, the Star Brain, which was the mainframe crystal processor of Heavenly Phantom, had been under the control of the Star Child from the Imperium of True Human Beings. Therefore, after the insurgency was suppressed, the Heavenly Phantom left to the Flying Star sector had been a mess. The mainframe crystal processor had been completely ruined, and most of the Marines had been arrested and trialed. It was truly a sorry scene. Heavenly Phantom was not recovered, repainted, and renamed as Burning Prairie until several years later. However, it was much easier to repair a warship than to raise Marines. It was also significantly more difficult to get a mainframe crystal processor that could replace the Star Child. To resist the Imperium of True Human Beings invasion 100 years later, the hundreds of sects of the Flying Star sector united and established a new armed force named Burning Prairie Fleet, prepared to bring up a batch of best warriors from scratch. Burning Prairie, as the first-generation flagship of the fleet, was naturally responsible for the education of the new soldiers. Right now, half of the Marines on Burning Prairie were veterans recruited from various space zones of the Flying Star sector. They were experienced, but their cooperation was not yet flawless. The other half of the Marines were the Boy Scouts of Burning Prairie, who would grow up together with the super warship in the decades to come. To match the computational ability of the Star Child, the mainframe crystal processors from the Star Ocean Imperium were moved out of the Star Prior's house below the ground of Spider Den and made into a supercomputation array with more than 10 state-of-the-art crystal processors produced in the Flying Star sector. Although the specifications were as good as the Star Brain, the stability was still a serious problem, and faults were occurring every now and then. Therefore, Burning Prairie today did not have as a high combat ability as when Xiao Xuanzi was alive, especially in terms of stability and manipulability. In light of that, the citizens of the Flying Star sector delivered Burning Prairie to the Heavens Origin sector, hoping that it could be polished and regain its top combat ability as soon as possible. Brother Gua, I have a feeling. Li Yao squatted slowly and scratched his hair hard. Staring at the expressionless Lu Zui in the corner, he mumbled, putting such a super warship, which is not stable enough and has half a crew of rookies, next to the veterans like Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, who have been fighting bloody battles for 200 years. Is like putting an ignorant, newborn tiger and a scarred, cunning wolf together. The former is definitely going to be tricked by the latter. Guo Chuanfeng's sweat congregated into 2 pools below his feet, and he seemed to lose several pounds all of a sudden. He tapped on his portable crystal processor quickly, projecting more than 10 light beams. Take a look, young brother. After the expedition motion was paused, the speaker issued an ultimate order, as the Supreme Commander of the Federal Army, ordering all troops on the Grand Desolate Plateau to quit the preparation for war and stand by in their respective garrisons. The troops from the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau to the Giant Blade Pass are now being summoned. Those participating in the drill from the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau to the Dark Desolate Domain will finish the drill and return to the bases soon. How are you certain that the military will follow the ultimate order? Li Yao asked. The ultimate order is directly sent to Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao and the commanders of every legion, Guo Chunfeng explained. The Iron Commander expressed his shock and replied that Duan Muming, the commander of the Dragon Horse Legion, who is also a child of the Nether World, was already arrested. The commanders of the legions all indicated that they would obey the order and not attack easily. Powerful as the Patriots' partnership might be, and high as Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's prestige is, they are not enough to make dozens of commanders disobey the ultimate order at the same time. Li Yao thought quickly and asked, how does the inland communicate with the Grand Desolate Plateau nowadays? As I recall, the spiritual nexus on the Grand Desolate Plateau has never been steady, has it? After the burn everything to the ground strategy was implemented, there are barely any towns on the Grand Desolate Plateau now. The only establishments left are military camps. How do you ensure the connection of the spiritual nexus? The communication between the inland and the Grand Desolate Plateau had always been a headache for the Federation. The spiritual nexus counted on the spiritual waves that were released by the spiritual towers, a type of special magical equipment. The Grand Desolate Plateau had been given such a name because it was both grand and desolate. On such a vast, unpopulated desert, it would consume astronomical resources to set up enough spiritual towers to build a network and maintain their daily operation. To make matters worse, the Grand Desolate Plateau was also plagued by disasters, such as tornadoes, thunderstorms, earthquakes, and beast tides. Any disaster might cause serious damage to the spiritual towers. Therefore, the spiritual nexus on the Grand Desolate Plateau was intermittent and unstable. Ever since the Federal Army implemented the burn everything to the ground strategy, deciding to trade space for time, the Grand Desolate Plateau had essentially been abandoned, and the coalition army of demons had galloped on it without any obstacles. The first things that the coalition army of demons destroyed were, of course, the spiritual towers, which were the most important nodes of communication. Now, although the coalition army of demons had retreated to the Blood Demon sector, the spiritual towers on the Grand Desolate Plateau had mostly been ruined and would not be reconstructed so easily. In the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau, at the Dark Desolate Domain, which was the point of impact for the two worlds and boasted the most chaotic magnetic field, the situation was even worse. Due to the tremendous spiritual waves that the spiritual towers released, they were like natural lightning conductors and always tended to attract all kinds of violent spiritual energy. Few spiritual towers were able to survive 1 month in the Dark Desolate Domain. Therefore, the further one went north, the more difficult it would be to communicate. The Dark Desolate Domain was often off the network all year round. Once upon a time, Li Yao had been trapped in the thunderous Sound Mountain in the Dark Desolate Domain. It was exactly because of the absence of signals that he had needed to travel on his own for 10 days and 10 nights before he finally fled from the hunting squad of the Silver Blood Demons. For the joint drill, and to march into the depths of the Blood Demon sector later, the Federal Army has developed a batch of highly powerful, super-large spiritual towers on their own, Guo Chunfeng said. Such spiritual towers have been established on the Dark Desolate Domain and the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau as communication bases. Now, 16 communication bases are working and responsible to relay messages. It means that, controlling the 16 bases will be grabbing the throat of communication between the capital city and the front line, and whoever controls the bases can block all messages sent to the troops performing the drill or fake the replies of all the commanders of said troops, right? Li Yao asked. Guo Chunfeng pondered for a moment and said, it is very difficult even in theory. All the commanders of the legions in the drill have their unique identification code. Other than them, the only one who knows it is Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, right? Li Yao's voice was cold. Guo Chunfeng was silent for a long time. He shook his head slowly. I don't believe that Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao is a schemer. It's not about his attitude but about his character. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao is most famous for his valiance and straightforwardness in the Federal Army. He is definitely not sophisticated enough to prepare such a delicate trap. Don't say that he has pretended to be simple-minded for 100 years to realize his ambitions. It must be noted that, until 1 year ago, he couldn't have foreseen that the imperium of true human beings would arrive at all, or that a truce between mankind and the demon race would be struck. Was it necessary for him to hide his real personality for more than 100 years? The Iron Commander doesn't have to be a schemer. Li Yao nodded at the corner of the prison with his chin. Because there is already a super schemer in the Patriots partnership. Lu Zui is responsible for planning, and Iron Commander is in charge of the implementation and the desperate resort when the scheme is unveiled. For the two of them, one is good at thinking, and the other is good at fighting. They have their own disadvantages and advantages. Together, they are the two cores of the Patriots partnership and the real guys behind the curtain. Guo Chunfeng's face was even more awful than before. An hour ago, about the time you woke up, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao just sent back a message from the dark desolate domain, claiming that the troops in the drill were engaged in a rarely seen super thunderstorm. 3 communication bases were destroyed, and most of the spiritual waves were jammed. He said, they wouldn't be able to reach out to the inland for a long time. He asked us not to be anxious. The bases would be repaired soon. He would be sending signalmen to contact the rear in the meantime. Guo Chunfeng could not talk any more. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes at the same time. If what you said is truth, we are now in a bad situation. Guo Chunfeng gnashed his teeth. Right now, no towns or sects are left on the Grand Desolate Plateau. The cultivators scattered on the Grand Desolate Plateau almost all belong to the military. We don't know which of them work for Zhou Hengdao and which ones don't at all. All the elite forces inland have been dispatched to the South and the East Ocean. It will take some time for them to return even if they are summoned immediately. The communication with the troops in the dark desolate domain might be under the manipulation of Zhou Hengdao. Because of the super thunderstorm, we cannot even reach out to Burning Prairie. Our message cannot be sent at all. It is very possible that the thunderstorm is the work of the weather troop under Zhou Hengdao's command, which will last however long he wants it to last. Even if we send someone over right now, it will still take at least 2 to 3 days before they reach the troops, that is if the Iron Commander is not blocking them. 2 to 3 days is enough for the Iron Commander to do a lot of things. Both of them trembled. They eyed Lu Zui as if he were a viper that had become all the more dangerous in its dying struggle. Guo Chunfeng could not help but bellow, What are you up to exactly? He. Lu Zui turned his face to them again. Cold brilliance was focused in his eyes again as he said casually, Everything is just your speculation without any proof. I will not acknowledge anything. If you are capable enough, why don't you ask Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao on the Grand Desolate Plateau? However, as a mind game, I would like to infer what will happen next for you, assuming that what you said is true. Lu Zui stood straight and stretched out his arms. He had freed himself from the craziness, desperation, and frustration yesterday and regained the calmness, nonchalance, and resolution of the old days. His level did not plunge. Instead, he was even more unwavering than before. Walking to Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng, he smiled. The smile made Li Yao's and Guo Chunfeng's pupils contract violently. First of all, as you said, the elite forces in the world of cultivators have been dispatched to the South and the East Ocean, with no way of coming back in 1 to 2 days. The messages from the Grand Desolate Plateau have been blocked, too. It is impossible to contact the troops via the spiritual nexus. The only solution is to send someone with an ultimate order to catch up to the troops in the dark desolate domain, but how many days will it take? Before that, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao might have found a suitable excuse to march into the Blood Demon sector. He doesn't need too many troops. He doesn't need 4 Crystal Suit Legions and 20 General Legions. All he need is 1 or 2 legions that obey his order. For whatever reason the 1 to 2 legions march into the Blood Demon sector, what will the follow-up troops do when they are engaged with the coalition army of demons? Will they wait and watch their brother troops get surrounded and annihilated by the enemy? No, they won't. Not a single federal soldier will sit and watch their brothers get butchered by demons. The follow-up troops will have no choice but to reinforce them. Even Burning Prairie will march into the Blood Demon sector to rescue the compatriots who are trapped. Alright, after the 4 Crystal Suits legions, the 20 General legions, and the strongest warship of the 3 sectors all enter the Blood Demon sector, what will the Federal Army in the rear do? It must be noted that the troops in the drill don't have many supplies. Without the support from the back, they will certainly be wiped out after they run out of ammunition and food. Therefore, the rear has no options except to reinforce them. Hee hee. It's like a giant that is mired in a swamp. Perhaps only one of his legs is trapped in the beginning. But the more he struggles, the more he is swallowed, until he is completely drowned in the end. My dear misters in the capital city, what can you do after you know all this, even if you are well aware that it is a scheme of the Patriots' partnership? The war has begun. Tens of thousands of soldiers have been killed. On the Blood Demon sector's side, many villages and towns might have already been demolished by us, with even more casualties. By then, can you still bring about a ceasefire and shamelessly offer condolences, claiming that everything is just a misunderstanding? Believe me. Even the calmest, most prudent speaker Jiang Hailu won't make a second choice under such circumstances. He can only curse loudly in his heart but cover up the truth with a seemingly honorable reason, finishing the rest of the world war. Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng breathed heavily, utterly shocked by the dreadful future. Lu Zui's smile was becoming more and more brilliant. He suddenly thought of something and patted his head. Right. There are still the reactions of the Blood Demon sector. The demons of the Blood Demon sector never wanted peace in the first place. They only conceded because of the heavy casualties they suffered, their internal strife recently, and Jean Tui's insistence. Jean Tui was so impatient because he is a patient of the terminal disease, cerebral sclerosis. He wanted to reach a truce before his brain completely collapsed. However, if dozens of towns of the Blood Demon sector are demolished by the Federal Army, will the demons still believe in Jean Tui's *T and his so-called peace? It's impossible. Once the Federal Army attacks the Blood Demon sector on a large scale, Jean Tui's peace plan will be sabotaged. Not a single demon emperor will ever listen to Jean Tui's command. Jean Tui and Jean Xinyue will be ripped apart by the angry demons as the greatest traitors in the history of the Blood Demon sector. Under such circumstances, even if some of the demons in the Blood Demon sector still long for peace, they will still choose to fight because they don't know whether or not the Heaven's Origin sector really wants peace. By the same logic, even if some of the fools in the Heaven's Origin sector seek peace, how can they know the real attitude of the Blood Demon sector? Hee hee. Li Yao, you brought the chain of suspicion and the dark forest theory from the Flying Star sector. Right now, we are faced with the most classic chain of suspicion and dark forest, aren't we? Li Yao was so angry that he clenched his fists, his fingertips pushing hard into his palm. Lu Zui smiled. With weird brilliance beaming out of his face, he extended his hawk nose over with an enticing voice. You have felt the strength of fury. It is magnificent, isn't it? Don't suppress it. Just let it out. Kill me. Come on. Kill me. Staring at his nose for a long time, Li Yao took a deep breath and loosened his hands one joint after another. Lu Zui, you've been possessed. You took advantage of the hatred and anger of your compatriots at first and the comradeship between the soldiers of the Federal Army later. To achieve your goals, you are stomping on the most precious feelings. I admitted nothing, Lu Zui replied casually. I can only say that, even if the Patriots' partnership does have such a backup plan, we would never plan to use it in the beginning. Such a desperate attempt involves too many unexpected factors. At the very least, the first echelon of the troops to march into the Blood Demon sector is basically committing suicide, which is a huge loss for the Federation. Believe me. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I would never want to see such a backup plan be implemented. We could have arranged everything more carefully and thoroughly. When the demon god virus is more mature, and when the army and the cultivators are all ready, we could have pushed forward openly and swept away all our foes. With the tiniest price, the Blood Demon sector would have been conquered. Now, the blood of more innocent people will be shed on the land of the Blood Demon sector for nothing, all because of the cleverness of you and Guo Chunfeng. Li Yao grabbed his neck and spurted saliva onto his face. Listen up, scumbag. Not a drop of blood that shouldn't be shed will be shed for nothing. Your plan will not work out. I will definitely stop Zhou Hengdao. Even if he jumps to the sky, I will still snatch his leg and drag him down. Lu Zui was picked up by Li Yao, but he did not struggle at all. Shaking like a puppet whose string was cut off, he was as calm as ever and continued smiling. Then, you'd better hurry. If there is really such a desperate plan, Zhou Hengdao must have taken action already. You don't have much time, Li Yao. Good luck. Li Yao sniffed and threw him to the side. Then, he turned around. Brother Guo, we have to wake up the speaker now. I have to bring the ultimate order to the Grand Desolate Plateau and call back the troops. Guo Chunfeng hesitated. Your crystal suit hasn't been repaired, and your wounds are not entirely healed yet. We have to gather more experts. There's no time. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Zhou Hengdao will march into the Blood Demon sector at any moment. I'll go first and try to stall them. You can follow up later. You don't need to say anything. I'm the best candidate. Many people on Burning Prairie know me. Luo Xingzi, the leader of the cultivators from the Flying Star sector, is an old friend of mine. Only I can stop them. In the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau, at the edge of the Dark Desolate Domain, a rarely seen super thunderstorm was sweeping across the entire place. The sky was a battlefield of lightning, and the earth became a kingdom of swamps. The black rainwater contaminated the sky and the earth like ink. When the lightning struck, one could see that there was a pale white valley around, but when the lightning was gone, all they could see was the absolutely darkness in which even their own fingers were obscure. Boom! Crack! Walla! Hew! 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 The sounds of wind, rain and thunder seemed to suggest that 10,000 ferocious beasts were fighting in the air fiercely, with no winners or losers. At the end of the valley was a small communication base made of 12 spiritual towers. Several signalmen, with anti-water rune arrays unfolded around them, were busy repairing the spiritual towers that had been broken by the lightning in the pouring rain. Pa! 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 Sparks were dancing everywhere. The spiritual waves were very chaotic. Some deep blue electric arcs even flowed out and circled the signalmen like sordid vipers. Thankfully, the signalmen were all wearing thick insulative clothes and were not scared of the electricity. 3 signalmen worked hard for a long time, sweating. Finally, after a cluster of brilliant sparks burst out, the circuits of the spiritual towers were all repaired. Glamorous brilliance emanated from the spiritual towers in the darkness, illuminating the deep valley. Excellent. We can receive messages from the rear now. The 3 signalmen were all overjoyed. However, with the momentary brilliance when the spiritual towers connected, they vaguely saw that several fully armed heavy shuttles were flying toward them in silence under the cover of the black rain. In the lightning, the badge of the Federal Army in front of the shuttles seemed rather creepy. Before the 3 signalmen realized what was going on, another 5 signalmen who were responsible for guarding the spiritual towers crawled out quickly from the half-underground fort nearby. Their cries struck the sky together with the lightning. Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! The three signalmen had no idea what was going on, but their daily harsh training allowed them to react intuitionally. They jumped down from the spiritual towers and picked up their storm bolters. Leaning against the spiritual towers, the 8 signalmen established a defense formation. They breathed hastily in the pouring rain. On their opposite side, 12 Federal soldiers in mystic skeleton battlesuits flew out of the armed shuttle and surrounded them in midair. The machine guns in their hands, which were at least 3 times larger than the storm bolters in the signalmen's hands in terms of caliber, were pointed at their critical parts. Storm bolters versus machine guns. Federal soldiers versus Federal soldiers. Walla! 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 Streaks of lightning burst out one after another, illuminating the 20 soldiers in the dark night who appeared to be made of iron. This is a military area. Nobody is to come close without a password. What's the password? The commander of the signalmen shouted, only to get a mouthful of rainwater. This is the number 1 special force of the Dragon Horse Legion. With the written order of Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, we are here to take over the 2233 communication base. Follow our instructions and change your defense area immediately. Step back. Step back. The commander was not moved and continued pointing at the newcomers with his storm bolters. This is the number 55 Legion of the number 24 Regiment. We are not under the command of the Dragon Horse Legion. Our mission is to defend the 2233 communication base until the last moment. We need the order of our direct official to retreat. Please clarify your order, or we will open fire. A young signalman was rather anxious because of the intense atmosphere against his comrades. He managed to clutch his weapon and asked a veteran near him in a low voice, "What's happening?" "I don't know. The commander just received a few messages from the rear." Then, he went crazy. Under the lightning, the veteran's face was pale, too, but his hands that were holding the weapon did not shake at all. This is bad. F***CK. This is bad. I repeat. The situation is urgent. Follow our instructions and retreat immediately. The 12 soldiers who were wearing crystal suits were becoming more and more aggressive. Their auras were bouncing like flames despite the pouring rain. Those who disobey the order of the Iron Commander shall be executed immediately. I don't know the Iron Commander. All I know is the password. Password. Password, the commander roared and loaded his weapon. The noise triggered a chain reaction. Clicking noises were echoing non-stop in the darkness. The endless fury in the soldier's hands was about to be unleashed. "Sergeant, do not put up a futile resistance." The voice from the mystic skeleton battlesuit was no longer cold. It was anxious, even mixed with a hint if begging. "There are only 8 of you without crystal suits. You are definitely no match for us. You won't even cause any damage to us. Drop your weapons. For your brothers, drop your weapon." "No." The sergeant raised his weapon, his eyes as bright as those of a ferocious animal. "We are Federal soldiers. We will not surrender until we die. Drop your weapon. Back off. Back off. We will shoot if you don't. Those who hinder military operations shall be executed. Those who barge into the forbidden area shall be executed. Don't be silly. We don't want to open fire to brothers. Then back off now. Back off." In the pouring rain, the 20 soldiers were roaring, screaming, and showing their sharp paws and teeth like 20 beasts. "There's no time. Prepare the anesthetic ammo and finish the quickly." The soldier in the mystic skeleton battlesuit spoke to his companions quickly. However, before he concluded his sentence, boom! Crack! A clap of thunder suddenly burst out right above their heads. The rookie who was most anxious among the signalmen suddenly pulled his trigger because of the shock. A bullet rushed out and hit the breastplate of a mystic skeleton battlesuit precisely. The glittering firewall burnt everybody's eyes instantly. Duh. 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 Boom. 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 There was no telling who opened fire in the next, but both squads were enveloped in fire and bullets the following second. Chapter 1138 Accidental Fall. 10 minutes later, the bodies of 7 signalmen were lying on the muddy ground in the rain. The soldier who shot first because of nervousness had a shockingly huge hole in his abdomen. His life was maintained by the medication drugs, but the brightness in his eyes was dimming. It was the only outcome when 8 unprepared signalmen were engaged in a head-on clash with 12 fully armed, well-trained exos. The exos who opened fire at them ferociously a moment ago, however, were standing far away quietly at a loss like misbehaving children. One of the medics was kneeling next to the soldier and opened the anti-water rune array, creating a dry space for him, while he performed the futile treatment on him with a pale face. Suddenly, the few elite warriors were picked up along with their crystal suits and thrown afar. Several other exos were kicked right in the chest when they just turned around, only to be blown more than 100 meters away with their gear that weighed several tons, smashing the hard rocks into pieces. In the middle of the lightning and thunder, a shadow knocked down all 12 exos like a gale before kneeling on the ground and holding the dying soldier in his arms in the mud on that dark night. Sparks were bursting out of one of his eyes, but his other eye was filled with tears, which mixed with sweat and rainwater and flowed to the soldier's face in a dirty current. The soldier's brain was lacking oxygen because the loss of blood. In his dying moment, he had already forgotten the details of the battle just now, but he vaguely recognized the one who was holding him. Iron. Iron Commander, the soldier mumbled in a feeble voice. His pupils were enlarged all of a sudden, with disbelief popping up on his face. In the pouring rain, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao kneeled down in the mud and blocked the rainwater for the soldier with his magnificent body. Dirty tears were uncontrollably flowing down his face like raging dragons. He looked at the soldier as if he were watching his favorite grandson dying slowly in his arms. "It's all right, son. I'm here," Zhou Hengdao mumbled to the soldier, sobbing. Intense brilliance suddenly beamed out of the soldier's dimming eyes. He turned his head from Zhou Hengdao's shoulder to the night sky that was as dark as ink. Smiling, he said, "It's really you, Iron Commander. The enemy was coming, I know. It's all right. The enemy has been beaten back." Zhou Hengdao tried to hold back his tears. "You are all very brave. Every one of you is the best soldier of the Federation. You have fulfilled your responsibility and persisted to the last moment. Now, reinforcements have arrived. Mission accomplished. Take a good rest now. You will be home very soon." Home, at the cold, rainy night, the soldier seemed to be remembering the hot dumplings in his warm home, the laughter of his parents and siblings, and so much more. Indescribable brilliance beamed out of his face, but his eyes were frozen to the moment forever. The soldier's hand slid down from Zhou Hengdao's arms. Like a rusted statue, Zhou Hengdao kneeled in the mud for a long time before he covered the soldier's eyes with his iron hands. Because of his shaking hands, he tried 3 times before he finished the simple task. Then, he took off his military uniform that was sewed with golden stripes and laid it on the ground as cerecloth. He placed the soldier's body on it carefully. With the rain hammering his iron body, Zhou Hengdao rose up one joint after another and glanced around with his eyes that were as cold as ice. The soldiers in crystal suits who made eye contact with him felt that they were hit by lightning. They all took a few steps back with the urge to vomit blood. "Who asked you to kill anyone? Did I not inform you that all federal soldiers are brothers whom you should absolutely not attack for real?" Zhou Hengdao waved his hand. One of the exos, who was wearing a heavy version mystic skeleton battlesuit with a total weight of almost 20 tons, was drawn toward him easily until they were 3 meters away. He was locked onto and lifted into the air by his throat by Zhou Hengdao's spiritual energy. The burly warrior who was as strong as a tower could not even struggle. He writhed in pain in midair while uttering meaningless syllables. Zhou Hengdao looked at him coldly, showing no intention of letting him go. Iron Commander, it was an accident. Another warrior was greatly shocked and shouted, "We were preparing the anesthetic ammo. They shot first. All the brothers can prove that they shot first." Zhou Hengdao narrowed his eyes. The redness in the crystal camera on his face slowly dimmed. It was not until 1 minute later that he snapped his finger and blew away the warrior in midair brutally. Boom! The burly warrior smashed into the mud and curled up like a prawn, struggling to catch his breath. "Everybody here, you and them, is the most excellent soldier of the Federation. You should die in the Blood Demon sector in the battles against the demons, not under the guns of each other," Zhou Hengdao declared. "I do not want such a thing to happen again. The Federal Army should not attack each other no matter what." "I understand." The burly warrior whose throat had been grabbed by Zhou Hengdao for a long time finally caught his breath. He coughed and explained in pain, "This is the last communication base. Now, from the dark desolate domain to the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau, the 52 communication bases, including the 16 main ones, are all under our control. Other than the accident here, the missions everywhere else went very well, with 0 casualties." "Very good." Zhou Hengdao nodded. "What about the signalmen?" "They were treated in the same way. Locked up in barriers and given enough food and water," the burly warrior replied. "The barriers will be automatically deactivated in 5 days. They will definitely be safe and sound." "All right." Zhou Hengdao took a deep breath in relief. He wiped the rainwater off his face, somewhat helplessly, and stared at the bodies on the ground. "Keep the bodies of our comrades here carefully for now. Find a place and establish defense rune arrays. Do not let them rot in the rainwater or be gnawed by pests. Also, put a jade chip next to their bodies. Record thoroughly the process of their death. Point out that they held on to their posts and sacrificed themselves to resist us. I will sign the record. If our cause succeeds, we will find their bodies, destroy the jade chip, and hold a grand funeral for them as war heroes. Their family will have the corresponding compensation. If our cause fails, it will be the government who finds their bodies. They will still be great heroes who stood up against the Patriots' partnership. Everybody will remember their names. Their family will benefit from them, too. Do you understand now?" "We do." In the darkness, the 12 exos stood at attention at the same time and saluted the comrades who had been killed by them in the most solemn way. After a moment of silence, Zhou Hengdao said, "All right, prepare to act. It is too much of a burden to create such a super thunderstorm to block all the spiritual energy connection. The Thunder Weather Troop will not be able to persist for long. We have to seize every second and finish our operation before anyone realizes what is going on. Let's check the time. It's 3:12 and 35 seconds AM at the moment. The fog plan will be officially activated at 3:15. At 3:15, deep inside the dark desolate domain, at the end of the thunderous sound mountain, a highly confidential weather troop slowly opened the waterproof cloth in the valley, revealing a weather rune array almost 100 meters in diameter. 9 cultivators who were adept at communicating with nature were sitting at the 9 nodes in the rune array. Sitting cross-legged, they mumbled spells, surrounded by electric arcs and mystic rays. Blood was leaking out of their mouths, noses, ears, and eyes while their vitality flowed into the rune array non-stop, making all the crystals that were embedded at the intersections of the spiritual stripes on the rune array glitter. When all 9 cultivators were exhausted and about to fall down, a round magnetic field was generated above the rune array. The 808 crystals embedded in the rune array broke apart at the same time. An invisible mystic ray soared to the sky like a pillar leading to the heavens, only to explode amid the clouds, attracting all the furious spiritual energy thousands of kilometers around like a huge magnet. Boom! Crack! Voila! The dark desolate domain was like a pot of seething oil that was added with a block of ice. The intensity of the thunderstorm was immediately multiplied, and the spiritual energy was more chaotic than ever. A deep, obscure fog was spreading out in the rainwater, expanding and consuming everything. At 3:15 a.m., the thunderstorm died down a little bit, but the fog was even heavier than before. The entire dark desolate domain seemed to be enshrouded in smoke, blurry and unpredictable. At the center of the dark desolate domain, where the fog was densest, as 3 rune arrays were detonated abruptly, a long, narrow gap appeared in midair out of nowhere. Demonic energy was flowing out of the gap with all kinds of weird phenomena. It turned out to be a wormhole leading to the blood demon sector. At 6:19 a.m., a soldier in a broken crystal suit and soaked in blood staggered to the defense area of another legion. He fell to the ground before he reached the sentinels. His crystal suit was covered in scars of the demon beast's venom, and the right side of his breastplate had been pierced through by a tusk brutally. At 6:33 a.m., every legion participating in the Furious Fist drill, including Burning Prairie, was informed of a piece of shocking news. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, when the thunderstorm was most intense, a natural wormhole leading to the blood demon sector was generated due to the collision of the magnetic fields deep inside the dark desolate domain. In the dark desolate domain, the appearance and disappearance of wormholes were the most common natural phenomena. In most cases, the beast tides from the blood demon sector flooded into the heaven's origin sector through the natural wormholes, too. However, when the wormhole was generated, a rapid response troop happened to be marching nearby. Perhaps because the thunderstorm was too heavy, or maybe because the fog was too dense, the rapid response troop ended up entering the wormhole by accident and was teleported to the blood demon sector. They were under attack in the blood demon sector. When they planned to retreat, the wormhole already disappeared. As a result, only one of the soldiers managed to escape back and tell everybody the news. The remaining 3,113 federal soldiers were still trapped in the blood demon sector. In the dark desolate domain, on the other side of the thunderous Sound Mountain, the super warship Burning Prairie was struggling in the thunderstorm. The clouds and thunders were not terrifying, but the turbulence of spiritual energy and the space gaps that occasionally appeared among it were like the fatal reefs in the shallow sea that Burning Prairie must avoid carefully. If the warship crashed into a space gap by accident and part of it was teleported to the other world, it would be the most horrible disaster. Drowned in the endless night, Burning Prairie, which was dozens of kilometers long, was still nothing more than a canoe in the surging tides, unable to move fully at its own will. The lightning was hitting the spiritual shields and raising dazzling brilliance. It was partly because of the crew members' lack of experience and teamwork and partly because the mainframe crystal processor was jumbled recently and not stabilized yet. But more importantly, Burning Prairie had never been a ground warship designed for the high-gravity environment within the atmosphere. In the Flying Star sector, other than Iron Plateau and Spider Den, everybody lived in the starships and world fragments. Heavenly Saint City, the largest city in the Flying Star sector, was almost a metropolis made of countless star fortresses. In the universe, gravity was not a problem. The only thing that needed to be considered was how to generate gravity stably from inside but not how to resist it. Burning Prairie was produced in outer space. It was a classical starship that was adapted to the environment of zero gravity and high radiation. The strong attraction of the heaven's origin planet and the complicated environment in the dark desolate domain were unseen before for Burning Prairie. However, since a lot of resource planets would have to be developed on a large scale in the competition against the Imperium of true human beings and many battles might be fought in the orbits of the major planets where the warships would be under the influence of gravity and weather, Burning Prairie, as the first-generation flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet, was determined to make up for the shortcoming and educate the crew members to fight in high-gravity environments. Therefore, the Flying Star Sector had sent Burning Prairie to the Heaven's Origin Sector and even deployed it in such a complicated environment as the Dark Desolate Domain for practical training. Such training was quite a challenge for the crew members of Burning Prairie. The warship that was as enormous as a mountain was fluctuating up and down in the thunderstorm. But it was quite a different view inside the warship. Since Burning Prairie was a warship designed to cross the universe, most of the crew members would spend their entire life on it. Inevitably, they would have to consider getting married and having children on the warship. The Flying Star Sector was even planning to produce more super-large starships that could both support life and battles, with Burning Prairie as a sample. Such starships were not just meant to resist the imperium of true human beings. More importantly, should the resistance fail and the imperium of true human beings occupied or even destroyed the Flying Star Sector, the Heaven's Origin Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector, those superlarge starships would be able to carry as many people as possible and flee deeper into the universe, turning into another starship civilization, a bigger, nomadic Flying Star Sector. Everybody was saving the future based on their own experience from their own perspective in their own way. The Flying Star Sector had always been a starship civilization. It was not strange that they came up with such a backup plan. Therefore, the middle part and the rear part of Burning Prairie was an enormous living area, where all kinds of facilities, including schools, hospitals, hotels, restaurants, and entertainment places, had been established. It was an out-and-out independent town. Other than the crew members and the Boy Scouts of the Burning Prairie Fleet, 5,000 ordinary people had also boarded on Burning Prairie and arrived in the Heaven's Origin Sector. They were mostly the families of the crew members, volunteers, and sociologists. If possible, more natives of the Heaven's Origin Sector would be invited to live on Burning Prairie to run the social experiment of starship refugees in order to create a more comfortable living environment. After reaching the Heaven's Origin Sector, a lot of local entertainment facilities were moved to Burning Prairie, many of which were bizarre and new to the visitors from the Flying Star Sector. Therefore, the crew members after work and the Boy Scouts on holiday all liked to enjoy themselves in the living area. Despite the thunderstorm outside, the living area was still peaceful under the control of the stabilization rune arrays. In the living area, in an alley that was full of tubes and steam, more than 10 teenagers were shouting even more passionately than the thunder outside. 6. 6. 6. 6. A transparent bubble was floating in midair, in which 20 dice, 10 black and 10 white, were flying, rolling, and crashing. Every once in a while, several dice would be blown away. 2 young men wearing the uniform of the Boy Scouts stood next to the dice. One of them was tall and strong. His arms were as thick as others' thighs, and his thighs were as thick as other people's waists. He looked ferocious and intimidating. The other guy, however, was as slim as a skeleton. His hair was dry and yellow, his eyes were bloated, and he seemed to be dying of starvation. He was like a depilate mouse. The two of them were like a troll versus a gremlin. They both bulged their eyes and stared at the bubble. One of them was rubbing his temples, and the other was twisting fingers and making seals quickly. The dice in the bubble, under their manipulation, were fighting like 20 soldiers. "Give up," the muscular teenager shouted. Another several white dice were blown away, but the bubble suddenly exploded. The remaining dice all fell to a tray below. All the bystanders craned their heads and observed. The black dice, which belonged to the muscular teenager, had 8 left, while the white dice, which belonged to the slender one, had only 3. In terms of numbers, the muscular teenager had fixed 6s. He was a winner either way. Ha ha ha. The muscular teenager burst into laughter and rubbed the slender guy's head hard. "Where does this one come from? You talked big, but your skills in the 10 square victory are too bad. A losing streak of 3. Come on. Do you still have any money? Do you want to come back? 10 Square Victory had been a popular gamble game among the space pirates on Spider Den in the Flying Star sector. Both participants of the game would control 10 special dice and attack each other in midair. The dice that were blown out of the bubble were considered dead. When the time was up, the bubble would break, and the dice would fall. The numbers on the remaining dice would decide the final winner. It was a game where skill really mattered, not just luck. For the beginners who just touched spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts, it was a great exercise, too. Therefore, the game had been rather popular on Spider Denver. However, Burning Prairie was the place to raise the future stars of the Flying Star sector. Naturally, the gambling game among space pirates was strictly forbidden. But a certain someone brought the game to Burning Prairie. In only half a year, it spread like an unstoppable wildfire. Even the descendants of the noble families in the Burning Prairie fleet, who were top-tier training geniuses, found it difficult to resist the temptation and often came to gamble in the living area during their holiday. The muscular teenager was named He Xing. He was in the 4th level of the refinement stage despite his young age. He also had special skills to remotely control objects based on his family's secret arts. In only several months, he had become a top expert of the 10 Square Victory. His companions were too scared to gamble with him anymore. Therefore, he often came to the living area and looked for the other Boy Scouts who were not familiar with him. After all, more than 10,000 Boy Scouts were on Burning Prairie in different areas. Nobody could know everybody very well. As a disguise, he often pretended to have more brawn than brains to fool the fools. Today, an idiotic boy fell into his trap again. Everybody was shouting to let him continue the game. The slender teenager was hesitating, too, but his pockets were empty, and he could only scratch the glittering pendant on his neck subconsciously. He Xing had been born in a noble family. He had seen through the value of the pendant. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to gamble with such a poor boy. Seeing that the kid had been tricked, he laughed aloud. "Brat, get out of here if you don't have any money. Do you want to play or not?" All the bystanders were cheering again. The slender teenager was caught in a dilemma and almost cried out. He Xing chucked and played with the dice. "How about this? I can tell that my level is slightly higher than yours. I'll be bullying you however we play the game. How about I use 8 dice and you use 10? If I win, I will take away your purple sandstone pendant. If you win, you will take away this silver blood dagger of mine and all the money here. How does that sound?" The slender guy looked at him, the dagger, and the shouting bystanders around. Greediness beamed out of his eye, and even the air he breathed out was getting hot. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "Excellent. Straightforward enough. A real man." All the bystanders were cheering. A new game, 8 black dice versus 10 white dice, began. The 18 dice slowly popped up in the bubble. Both parties held their breath nervously, as if they were in a real battle. Sweat was popping up from their forehead, indicating that they were both doing their best. But the legs of the slender teenager were shaking hard, and his teeth were clattering. He gave every sign that he would be the loser. Right at the moment, mouse by. The slender guy suddenly changed his face color and sneezed. Inside the bubble, a series of explosions were taking place at the same time. All 8 black dice were crashed into pieces within a moment. He Xing was dumbfounded. All the bystanders were dumbfounded. The slender guy, however, already crawled through He Xing's pants as quickly as lightning while snatching all the money, crystals, and the silver blood dagger. In the blink of an eye, he dashed into the air and dived into a tube of spiritual energy. "Thank you, brother. Generous and unhesitating. You are truly a man." He grinned toward He Xing and disappeared in the tube. It was not until this moment that dozens of Boy Scouts, carrying sticks and yelling, came close. Seeing that He Xing and the rest of them were stunned, the newcomers immediately asked, "Did you play 10-square victory with him?" He Xing nodded in a daze. What about it?" The newcomers were all eyeing him as if he were the biggest idiot in the world. "What's wrong with you? How did you dare to play 10-square victory with Mouse Bai?" This *T was brought to Burning Prairie by him. Huh. Also. A pissed teenager grabbed He Xing by the neck and asked him rudely, "Did you see a purple sandstone pendant? It was my family treasure. The boy scammed me out of it." The ugly, lean teenager Mouse Bai was running here and there in the living area, causing a great fuss, like a little mouse that had just stolen an egg. Somebody was chasing after him wherever he went. It appeared that he had pissed off too many people. This time, almost 100 Boy Scouts were blocking and surrounding him. Mouse Bai shrieked and fled. In his desperation, he ran into the kitchen of a hotel and then from the kitchen to the lobby. Eventually, he was surrounded by dozens of Boy Scouts, including He Xing. One of them batted his leg hard with a stick. Mouse Bai was blown almost 10 meters away after a scream and smashed into the ground. "Mouse Bai, let's see where you can run. Mouse Bai, take out all the money that you fooled from us and my family treasure, the purple sandstone pendant. And my silver blood dagger." The teenagers were all young and vigorous, and they had been tricked too many times by Mouse Bai. Unable to hold back their anger, they punched and beat him hard. Mouse Bai had no way to counterattack at all. He held his head and rolled on the ground, crying and screaming at the top of his voice. He writhed on the ground like a lobster that was thrown into boiling oil. While the Boy Scouts were beating Mouse Bai hard, several of them who were familiar with Mouse Bai suddenly had a bad feeling. Mouse Bai looked disgusting and was essentially a skeleton. A blow of wind seemed enough to knock him down. But his attacks were often brutal and unpredictable. Even several warriors in the second or third level of the refinement stage would not be able to get near him. Why was he so abnormal today and acting like an unfed dead pig? This was a plot. They looked around and immediately felt that their necks were cold. Their facial expressions were rather complicated, too. Not far away from them, in a booth at the corner of the hotel, several tutors of the Burning Prairie Fleet, military policemen who were not on duty, and a few middle-level commanders of Burning Prairie were having dinner together. They were now looking at the Boy Scouts in a dazed. The Boy Scouts holding the sticks. The tutors holding their chopsticks. The military policemen looked at them and then at the tutors. The Boy Scouts were so scared that they nearly peed themselves. Deciding to take action first, they stood at attention and said, reporting to the tutors, "We have caught a thief who stole our family treasures." In the middle of the Boy Scouts, Mouse Bai, whose face was bruised and swollen because of the beating, struggled to his feet. His eyes had been dried, and he was wearing such a sorry expression as if he had been greatly wronged with nobody to turn to. Trembling, he took off the uniform, revealing his upper body and even opening his arms. His upper half body, which was also bruised and swollen, was clean. There was no place to hide anything at all. The Boy Scouts looked at each other in bewilderment, all lost for words. They could not begin to fathom how, or where, Mouse Bai had hidden so many crystals and treasures while they were surrounding and pushing him. Pooh! Right then, Mouse Bai spurted out a mouthful of black and purple blood, as if he were suffering from serious internal injuries. White occupied his eyes while he leaned backward and fell to the ground heavily. The Boy Scouts were all utterly shocked. Looking at each other, and then at the tutors and policemen whose faces suddenly turned gloomy, they were so scared that they did not even dare to cry now. Half an hour later, in a medical cabin on Burning Prairie, G. Wendy furrowed his eyebrow so hard that he might have been able to squeeze 2 basins of water out of his wrinkles. He stared at Mouse Bai, who was lying on the sickbed. Covered in the white sheet, Mouse Bai appeared exceptionally weak, feeble, helpless, and vulnerable. The guy was looking at him in a, "Thank God you've come to save my life" way. "Chief Tutor." Mousebite called weakly, as if he would pass out again when he heard something devastating. G. Wendy was immediately having a strong headache. G. Wendy had been the deputy leader of the Star Fighters Alliance before and was an old sailor who had spent his entire life on crystal warships. Several years ago, he had been involved in the suppression of the insurgency of the immortal cultivators, too. Piloting a seriously wrecked light warship, he had blown up 3 crystal warships of the immortal cultivators in a row and stalled Heavenly Phantom, the antecessor of Burning Prairie, for quite a long time, creating an opportunity for the assault of Li Yao and the rest of the cultivators. After the Burning Prairie fleet was established, the training geniuses and the descendants of the noble families in the entire Flying Star sector had been filtered and recruited. The selection of tutors was stricter than ever, too. The best elites of the Flying Star sector had been gathered. As the deputy chief tutor of the Burning Prairie fleet who was responsible for the actual training, G. Wendy was definitely one of the best cultivators of the Flying Star sector. However, when the cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage who was more than 180 years old was faced with Mousebite, a once-in-a-thousand-years freak, he still felt that his head was exploding. "The 122 Boy Scouts who chased after and beat you have all been arrested. They will be disciplined in the most rigorous way." Pondering for a long time, G. Wendy said gravely, "This is the most serious collective violation of rules for the Boy Scouts ever since the Burning Prairie Fleet was established. What do they think the Burning Prairie Fleet is? And who do they think they are? Gangsters on the street? You are expected to become the most distinguished warriors of the Flying Star sector, who will fight against the Imperium of true human beings in 100 years. You did well in the incident. None of the surveillance cameras captured a picture where you fought back. Even when you were beaten up by 100 people, you didn't move your finger at all but maintained the most calmness and concession. It was indeed an example for other Boy Scouts. However, somebody reported that you were part of the 10-square victory game. Reporting to you, Chief Tutor." Mousebite struggled to sit straight on the sickbed. Sincerity was beaming out of his bloated face as he said, "Firstly, it is a groundless accusation. The descendants of the noble families always consider themselves to be elites. They loathe that someone with no background like me is stronger than them in all the training subjects. So, they gathered and taught me a lesson. When they failed to, they decided to set me up. Do they have any valid proof other than the eyewitnesses? Photos? Surveillance footage? My fingerprints on the dice? I'm willing to be punished as long as there's any proof." "Of course they don't," G. Wendy said coldly. "Other people might not know it, but I know for a fact that Mousebite is too good to leave any traces however many wrongdoings he commits." Mousebite grinned and pretended that he did not hear it. He extended his second finger and said, "Secondly, let's say, hypothetically, just hypothetically, that I really participated in the 10-square victory game, they should catch me on the spot. Why are they reporting behind my back? Does such an action of betrayal fit the Burning Prairie Fleet? If today they can sell their comrade just for some petty grudge, won't they sell the entire Flying Star sector as traitors without batting an eye tomorrow if the Imperium of true human beings is too overwhelming? Therefore, Soldier by Xinjiang, ID number 23333, hereby suggests to the Chief Tutor that such traitors who bite other people randomly must be kept under watch and not be promoted to key posts in the future." Enough. G. Wendy found it hilarious. He waved his hands and said, "Little Bai, I don't have time for your bullsh *t. You can stop pretending to be weak and sick, too. We both know exactly what has happened. Why do you always have to cause so much trouble in your few holidays? This time, you've infuriated too many people. More than 20 tutors are accusing you at the same time. Tell me how I can get you out of this." "Uncle, I am truly innocent." Mousebite replied with the utmost indignation. You were the one who specially recruited me into the Burning Prairie fleet in the beginning. Do you not know how decent I am? I know. I know it too well. G. Wendy glared at him. The Burning Prairie fleet was the future of the Flying Star sector. When the news was out, naturally, countless training geniuses and descendants of noble families filed their applications. The recruitment conditions were extremely strict. Even the talented young men born in the noble families, boasting family secret arts, with awakened spiritual roots, might not pass the scrutiny. An unattractive guy without any background such as Mouseby would not have stood a chance at all. In fact, it was exactly what happened. The boy had been kicked away mercilessly during the first application. But one day, Jean Wendy encountered a street fight in Heavenly Saint City. A slim, weak young man was being beaten up by several tough men because he stopped them from theft. However, no matter how hard he was beaten, and despite the broken bones, the young man gritted his teeth and stood up time and time again, waving his tiny fists and fighting back, until the policeman arrived. Jean Wendy, who witnessed the whole process in person, was greatly surprised. He escorted the young man to the hospital in person. After chit-chatting on the way, he learned that the young man applied for the Burning Prairie fleet but was rejected. Not willing to give up, the young man planned to work in Heavenly Saint City and study in a training school while waiting to apply again next year. Even if I have to die, I must die in the Burning Prairie fleet, the stubborn young man had declared. The rest of the story was quite simple. G. Wendy was patient enough to spend some of his time testing the young man. He discovered that, although the physical condition of the young man was mediocre, he had a natural-born connection with the crystal warships, as if he were the reincarnation of a crystal warship. G. Wendy had never seen a guy who was so familiar with crystal warships before. Not only did the young man know the details of every type of crystal warships in the Flying Star sector, even including the absorption index of the toilets on them, he also had the most precise understanding about the differences in specifications between two crystal warships after a single touch. Therefore, G. Wendy made the call eventually and recruited the young man into the Burning Prairie fleet. He did not know whether it was the most correct choice that he made in his entire life or the biggest mistake. Anyways, he soon discovered that he had been fooled. Mouseby's attacks were cunning, slippery, and brutal. Not just a few tough men, even if 10 times more mobs had lunged at him, it should not have been Mouseby who was lying on the ground. Chapter 1141 Its Allies That I Fear. Despite that, Mouseby's talent when it came to starships was definitely real. After 3 months preliminary training in Burning Prairie Military School in Heavenly Saint City, the ugly young man distinguished himself and proved himself qualified to train on board. G. Wendy intentionally arranged for him to work in the engine compartment where the environment was the harshest, not because he was angry that he had been fooled, but because he wanted to polish the rarely seen genius. The engine compartment was the hottest, dirtiest, noisiest place in a crystal warship, with all kinds of radiation. The regular descendants of the noble families were often reluctant to go to such a place. But Mouseby, who had been born on the street, was like fish in the water. He was soon approved by everybody in the engine compartment. G. Wendy clearly knew how difficult it was. For a super warship dozens of kilometers long to rush in the middle of the cosmic storms or to resist the enormous gravity of the heaven's origin planet, it had to be as agile as a snake to avoid the turbulence, thunder, and lightning. Therefore, the engine compartment of the warship itself was almost a piece of planetary-level magical equipment. Inside the engine compartment, which was as spacious as a palace, 18 groups of super impetus units had been established. There were also 8 anti-gravity units that were installed to adapt to the gravity of the planet. Every unit weighed tens of thousands of tons and was made of millions of components. They could absorb 100 tons at once and transform the energy into powerful thrust through thousands of rune arrays. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was to maintain the normal functioning of the entire system. The captain on the bridge could move his finger and tap the runes on the light beam such as activate, improve the power, activate the protective cover, or prepare for a space jump to give out orders. But getting to the bottom of it, to make the orders of the commander to move to every capillary vessel of the colossal iron beast and keep it running at the highest efficiency required the arduous work of everybody in the engine compartment. In the Flying Star sector, the skilled workers in the engine compartment were also known as sea wolves. They were like wolves rushing in the sea of stars who boasted the keenest noses, the best knowledge, and the most resolute will. The experienced captains all knew that it was much easier to find an expert in fighting who could blow up a meteoroid than to find an old sea wolf who could exploit all the potentials in the engine units of a crystal warship while whispering a tune half drunk. If possible, none of the captains would hesitate to trade 10 experts of fighting for such an old sea wolf. In precarious moments, such as when the warship was trapped in the center of a cosmic storm and scourged by billions of meteoroids, not just 10, even 100 fighting experts would still be useless. But an old sea wolf who could keep the engine units under control was likely to save the lives of everyone on board. Burning Prairie was the best warship of the Flying Star sector. Naturally, the most renowned sea wolves of the Flying Star sector had been gathered in the engine compartment. Those old men had spent almost their entire lives in the engine compartment. They could distinguish the slightest deformation of a tiny component in the depths of a certain engine unit from the faintest of noises. They could also make a crystal warship that was riddled with holes and running out of fuel perform another short-distance space jump in the middle of a cosmic storm. For those who did not know them, they were all unattractive, CR*PPY grandpas, but for people of the trade, their names were all as resounding as thunder and legendary monsters. However, even those monsters were amazed by the young monster Mouse Bai. Several old monsters of different fields were even asking Mouse Bai to be their true disciple at the same time. I've traveled in the Sea of Stars for 200 years, but I've never seen a guy so talented in starship maintenance before. The boy is definitely born for the crystal warships. Damn it. He is like a black hole that is absorbing all my best skills. Today, Mouse Bai had created an astonishing miracle. After joining the Burning Prairie fleet for only 1 year, he was already able to take charge of all the work of a certain post in the engine compartment independently. It was still because he was just a Boy Scout. According to the old monsters in the engine compartment, the little monster was totally capable of organizing the work of 10 posts or mastering an engine unit on his own. Therefore, when the boy grinned and called himself Uncle G. Wendy, as the deputy chief tutor, hesitated but still accepted the form of address. The boy was too talented to be missed out after all. However, the boy was as much a talent in the crystal warships as a jackass in other regards, to the point that G. Wendy had gnashed his teeth and more than once was of a mind to grab his neck, kick him in the ass, and blow him out of Burning Prairie. Mr. Bai Xingjian. G. Wendy took a deep breath and managed to suppress his anger. He tried to reason with the young man. Look at you. You brought the gambling game 10 square victory to Burning Prairie at first. Then, you instigated internal strife between the Boy Scouts from the Horizontal Wind Space Zone and those from the Scooping Eagle Space Zone. Both sides thought that they'd found the wisest advisor who made up a flawless plan for them. It was not until they bled hard after fighting that they discovered that their advisor was the same person, which was you. Next, you pretended to be a seasoned officer who was in his 70s and swaggered around in the magical equipment warehouse, causing quite a fuss. Don't deny it. Although the truth hasn't been found yet, and perhaps never will be, I know that it was you. It could have been no one but you. Today, you trapped more than 100 Boy Scouts, who are all grounded because of you. Tell me about it. What's on your mind exactly? Do you not know that people will hate you for what you did? Mr. Bai Xingjian, you are truly gifted in the crystal warships. Why do you keep doing things like that and wasting your talents? The solemnness in the words put Mouse Bai on the sickbed into a dazed. Unseen brilliance popped up from the depths of his eyes that had always been covered by smile. He lay down again and rested his head on his hands before he said casually, because I was too bored. Bored? Wendy had never expected such an answer. Not knowing how he should respond, he said in amusement, you are now working as the acolyte for 7 masters in the engine compartment. Your training subjects are 10 times more than General Boy Scouts. If someone else is in your place, they will be so busy running here and there all day that their heels will hit the back of their head. And you said you were bored? What, you will feel bored until you become the captain of Burning Prairie? Is that what you want? Mouseby yawned and said slowly, the captain of Burning Prairie will still be boring. What? Wendy could not help but burst into fury. Young man, after the insignificant accomplishments you've achieved, you think that you are truly something now? Do tell me about it. How can you be not bored? Mouseby, what do you want to do exactly? I don't know. I've been considering it, too. Mouseby scratched his nose and smiled. Perhaps one day, our technology will be advanced enough to produce super warships the size of a planet, then what? Wendy sneered. You will work as the captain? Not exactly. Mouseby shook his head. If there is fleet made of a dozen of such planetary warships, and I am appointed as the commander of the fleet, it will be interesting, although not entirely satisfactory. Wendy. Right then, sharp alarms echoed inside Burning Prairie. Ominous red lights were blinking even in the medical cabin. The warship is now on level 1 alert. All personnel on holiday and off-duty, return to your post immediately. Activate the defense rune array of the highest level in the living area. Deliver the single magical equipment and the life-saving magical equipment to everybody. Wendy and Mouseby both changed their face color greatly. I'm heading back to the bridge right now. You, stop pretending to be sick, and go back to the engine compartment immediately. Something must have happened. We may have run into a beast tide. Wendy put the military hat on his head and spoke in a hurry. Mouseby, however, narrowed his eyes and extended his nose, sniffing stealthily. As if he had caught a portentous smell, he tilted his head and asked, Uncle G, can we still not reach out to the rear? Wendy was dazed for a moment. Then he nodded and said, the surface of a planet is different from the vacuum in the space. There are all kinds of interference. It is especially so in the dark desolate domain when a super thunderstorm is happening. It is perfectly normal that we cannot communicate with the rear due to the chaotic spiritual energy. Mouseby nodded and asked again, Uncle G, when we were in the capital city a few days ago, it was said that the speaker of the Star Glory Federation was assassinated. Tens of thousands of civilians were killed, too. The public fury was raised, and the drill was begun in advance. What was that all about? How would I know? Wendy glared. It is not something that you should be concerned about, either. Mind your own business. Mouseby scratched his nose habitually. His eyes were thinner and thinner as he said carefully, Uncle G, I think we should leave the dark desolate domain and fly out of the atmosphere as quickly as possible. As long as we are out of the atmosphere and enter the orbit of the heaven's origin planet, we will be no longer affected by the weather and can reach out to the rear, right? You must be kidding me. Wendy sneered. One of the biggest purposes of the drill is to improve the combat ability of Burning Prairie in the harsh climate and environment. Yes, we can retreat now, but what can you do when you have a fierce battle with the fleet of the Imperium of true human beings on the surface of an important planet? Can you still retreat? What's more than 10 friendly legions are around us right now, and we have the best warship of the 3 sectors. A little wind and rain have already scared you? There's no reason to flinch even if we run into a large-scale beast tide. Let's just show the demons the awesomeness of the Flying Star sector. Cut the CR*P and go back to your post now. This is an order. Let me tell you, boy. I can turn a blind eye to other things, but I will see that you are punished in person if you hide during a battle. Wendy sniffed heavily and left. Friendly legions? Watching him striding away, Mouseby wiped the saliva off his face and muttered with a bitter smile, "It is not the demons that I fear but the allies." On the bridge of Burning Prairie, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao and several high-ranked officers of the Federal Army were standing in silence. Water was still dripping down from their raincoats, adding to the coldness from them. Luo Xingzi, who was the leader of the cultivators from the Flying Star sector, as well as the captain of Burning Prairie and the officers on board, was somewhat at a loss. The situation was 100 times trickier than they had thought. It was much more than a simple beast tide. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, the No. 22 Legion of the No. 113 Regiment was performing the drill of night rush in the environment of a super thunderstorm at the end of the thunderous Sound Mountain. Their original task was to occupy the No. 2342 Highland after rushing for 150 kilometers at night. However, a cluster of new turbulence of spiritual energy fell down from the sky, increasing the intensity of the thunderstorm by at least 3 levels. Also, the magnetic field was jammed, and almost all the magical equipment lost effect. They were able to neither tell the direction nor reach out to the allies nearby. Moreover, the black rainwater that contained multiple kinds of impurities was disintegrated in the thunder into hazy fog that even the pouring rain could not extinguish. The visibility was very low. They could barely see anything. As it happened, a space gap came into being naturally around the No. 2342 Highland. The wormhole expanded instantly and happened to stop right in front of the army. As a result, 3,114 soldiers of the No. 22 Legion lost their direction and accidentally trespassed on the Blood Demon sector through the wormhole in the fog. Before the wormhole perished, only one soldier managed to run back. According to the reports of the soldier, the troop that entered the Blood Demon sector had been detected by the demons and was fighting a bloody battle. Every word of the emergency was like a piece of burning charcoal that hurt everyone's ears and eyes. Looking at the map of the No. 2342 Highland and the introduction to the No. 22 Rapid Response Legion, and then looking at Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao who was standing like a statue, Luo Xingzi did not know what to say during the moment. Fellow cultivator Luo Xingzi and other fellow cultivators from the Flying Star sector. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao simply allowed the black rainwater to flow on his mechanical body without even wiping his face. His voice was both cold and tough, like frozen fire. This is about the situation right now. According to our preliminary analysis, there can't be too many troops on the 9 voids, the other side of the dark desolate domain. If the No. 22 Legion builds up bastions and waits for reinforcements, they should be able to persist for more than 12 hours. However, since the two parties were already engaged, the Pantheon of Demons will certainly dispatch more troops to the battlefield and annihilate the No. 22 Legion after getting the message. The No. 22 Legion is a rapid response legion with the minimal gear. They did not carry any equipment that can build up teleportation arrays. It is absolutely impossible for them to return to the Heaven's Origin sector on their own. We have no other choices right now. We cannot wait and watch more than 3,000 soldiers be torn into pieces by the demons in the Blood Demon sector. We have to get them back. Luo Xingzi, Wendy, and the other leadership of the Burning Prairie fleet looked at each other in bewilderment, all feeling a headache. They would likely make the same choice if they were in the same situation. However, if they took any action, a total war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, or even one that included the Flying Star sector, might begin. Right now, we have 2 options, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao said solemnly. Firstly, the best solution. I beg the fellow cultivators of the Flying Star sector, for the sake that we are all human beings, to go to the Blood Demon sector and rescue our compatriots with us. The reason is very simple. The large-scale teleportation array to the Blood Demon sector is still under construction. Right now, it is still not able to teleport a large troop to the Blood Demon sector in battle formation precisely. If our exos and crystal tanks are sent to the Blood Demon sector through the incomplete teleportation array, they will be sprayed all over the 9 voids like snowflakes or even fall to somewhere deeper into the Blood Demon sector. Without a battle formation, and unfamiliar with the terrain, the troop will be a bunch of mobs and a tray of loose sand. How can such a troop rescue anybody? It is possible that they will be surrounded by the regular army of the demons and wiped out before they accomplish their task. But Burning Prairie is different. Burning Prairie can perform short-distance space jumps with the super teleportation array on board. The Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are melding in the first place. From the perspective of the four-dimensional space, we are only a single sheet of paper away from each other. Burning Prairie can stab through the sheet of paper very easily. If 2 or 3 legions on our side board Burning Prairie and jump to the Blood Demon sector, we will be able to ensure the battle formation and the chain of command as much as possible. Also, the tremendous firepower on Burning Prairie will provide support for our rescue mission. In the meantime, the thorough medical facilities on Burning Prairie will allow the heavily wounded soldiers of the number 22 Legion to be treated as soon as possible. It is very likely that hundreds of lives will be saved in such a way. After we pick up all the soldiers of the number 22 Legion, we will return to the Heaven's Origin sector through the super teleportation array on Burning Prairie. There will be no need for us to build up a teleportation array in the Blood Demon sector, which will take a lot of time. This is the fastest and cleanest approach. As the Chief of the General Staff of the Federal Army, a soldier, a cultivator, and a human being, I beg you to give us a hand considering that we are all human beings. Zhou Hengdao's request made Luo Xingzi and the leadership of the Burning Prairie fleet shudder for a moment. Luo Xingzi replied drily, "The order we received from the Flying Star sector is that Burning Prairie should stay in the Heaven's Origin sector and help the compatriots of the Heaven's Origin sector resist the demons. If the demons invade on a large scale, Burning Prairie definitely won't hesitate to help the people of the Heaven's Origin sector to protect their homeland until all of us are sacrificed. However, to attack the Blood Demon sector, this is not an attack but a rescue." Instead of waiting for him to finish, Zhou Hengdao interrupted him loudly. "We are not talking about conquering the Blood Demon sector, we are talking about the lives of more than 3,000 comrades and compatriots. If everything goes well, we may be able to find and rescue everybody in 12 hours before the main force of the coalition army of demons arrives." Luo Xingzi considered carefully for a moment and hesitated. "I have to send the intelligence back to the Flying Star sector and ask for the authorization of the cultivators of the Flying Star sector." Zhou Hengdao laughed, with sparks bursting out of his artificial eye. "The 3,000 soldiers who are now in the Blood Demon sector on their own could die at any second. How long will it take for you to retreat from the dark desolate domain, send the information back to the Flying Star sector, receive the feedback from the Flying Star sector, and react? 3 days? 5 days? 10 days? By then, the 3,000 soldiers will be dry bones in a grave." Luo Xingzi wanted to say something, but Zhou Hengdao waved his hands and stopped him. The Iron Commander's man-made eye turned dark red as he said stubbornly, "Fellow cultivator Luo Xingzi, say no more. We are running out of time. I totally understand your stance. You do have your own responsibility and your mission. So, it is definitely understandable for you to stay here. If so, let's take the second approach. I have gathered 1 Crystal Suit Legion and 2 General Legions for a start. Next, I will lead the 3 legions into the Blood Demon sector through the incomplete teleportation arrays, rescue every one of the number 22 Legion, and return to the Heaven's Origin sector. I hope that fellow cultivator Luo Xingzi and Burning Prairie can help us maintain the defense line in the dark desolate domain while we are in the Blood Demon sector. If any accident happens to us while we are there, and the coalition army of demons takes the opportunity to march into the Heaven's Origin sector, I hope that Burning Prairie can help us resist the attack. I'll just thank you for your great help in advance here." Luo Xingzi and the rest of them felt that they were all blushing because of his bluntness. Ji Wendi stepped forward and said, I read the construction plan of your teleportation array before. Right now, only half of the teleportation arrays are preliminarily built, with a very low precision of teleportation. If your 3 legions pass through those teleportation arrays, you will be like dandelions in a blowing wind and end up scattered in the blood demon sector. You might even be directly teleported to the military camps of the coalition army of demons. How can you fight the battle if so? Another tutor from the Burning Prairie fleet also frowned. It's easier to go over than to come back. You'll have to build up a series of temporary teleportation arrays in the blood demon sector to send back all the soldiers and their gears. How long will it take? I'm afraid that the coalition army of demons will surround you while you are building the teleportation arrays. It will be impossible for you to retreat in one piece during the fierce battle. I know, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao said calmly. However, if you were in my shoes, would you make another choice? The bridge was immediately caught in an awkward silence. All right. It's urgent. My staff will discuss the specific arrangements with you. I'll have to gather the troops and prepare to march out. The rear will be all yours after I'm gone. Zhou Hengdao stood at attention and saluted in the most formal way. The chief of the general staff's courtesy was like a saber slashing the chest of every cultivator from the Flying Star sector. Wait. Luo Xingzi finally could not help but say, fellow cultivator Zhou, this is too important an issue. Please, let us consider for a moment. Zhou Hengdao's lips moved. Circles of redness beamed out of his man-made eye as he said, all right, thank you for your generous help, fellow cultivators. The lives of more than 3,000 compatriots will depend on your decision. I will go to gather the troops now. We will be prepared in an hour and a half. If you have a different answer, please contact me before that. Otherwise, we will be leaving off through the teleportation arrays. After saying that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Fellow cultivator Zhou. Luo Xingzi called him. Should we try to reach out to the rear? This issue should be approved by the capital. I will. Zhou Hengdao stopped and nodded. I've been trying to contact the rear, but the thunderstorm has been too strong. I cannot talk to them to this moment. The soldiers trapped in the blood demon sector will be in more danger with each passing second. There's no time for us to bother about the details now. There's a motto in the army that has been passed on from the ancient cultivators. Now that you've established the Burning Prairie fleet hoping to resist the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings in 100 years, you will certainly encounter a lot of unexpected, complicated situations. So, I would like to share the motto with you. When a general is on a battlefield, he doesn't take orders from the monarch. An hour later, it was already morning. However, at the point of impact between the two worlds, the dark desolate domain, where the sky was broken, day and night were often indistinguishable. The thunderstorm and the hurricane were still going on. The pouring rain seemed like it would never stop. Dirty water was flowing among the hills, dividing the world into countless dying lone islands. In the middle of the storm and the flood, tens of thousands of exos wearing mystic skeleton battlesuits were standing in silence like statues that rose up from the sky. Behind the warriors in crystal suits, there were countless regular soldiers who were driving crystal tanks or carrying storm bolters and crystal cannons. The rainwater did not shake them at all but was vaporized the moment it hit their burning bodies, decorating them in an unstoppable aura of killing. In front of the 100,000 federal soldiers, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao was standing in the middle of the pouring rain just like the rest of them. The brilliance deep inside his eyes was glittering together with the shining lightning in the sky. Warriors of the Star Glory Federation. Zhou Hengdao roared. We are all clear about our mission now, which is the most dangerous one in the history of the Star Glory Federation. We will pass the broken wall between the two worlds and land on the blood demon sector like burning dandelions. Perhaps we will be surrounded by the demon beasts before we stand to our feet. Perhaps we will see 100, or even 1,000, enormous demon beasts that can be hundreds of meters tall gathering into tides and mountains smashing at us. Perhaps we will all die in the blood demon sector. We may be shredded into pieces by the paws and teeth of the demons, or we may be captured alive and sent back to their nests for the inhumane experiments. Are you scared? Tell me. Are you scared? In the pouring rain, the 100,000 soldiers replied with silence that was as cold as ice and iron. Let me tell you. I am scared. I am very scared. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao bashed his chest hard until it was clattering while he roared, "Same as you, I know clearly that we are not prepared to set foot in the dangerous land right now at all. We are here for a drill, not a war. We are short of ammunition and supplies. Our legs are all shaking. Our hearts are all pounding. Butterflies are flying in our stomachs. We are more than scared." However, 5 hours ago, 3,113 soldiers, 3,113 of our brothers, were trapped in the blood demon sector. We are already more than scared when we haven't been faced with anything yet. What about them who are being faced with the nightmare right now? What about the brothers who are trapped in the blood demon sector without reinforcements? Think about it. What are they feeling right now? Let me tell you. They will certainly be very scared. They might feel like throwing up in fear. But however scared they are, they will not be desperate. They will certainly summon all the courage and fight to the end. Because they are very clear that they are not fighting on their own. Behind them, there are hundreds of thousands of brothers from the entire Heaven's origin sector who participated in the drill with them. They know that those brothers will be there to save them. Even if there is only one of them left, those brothers will be there to save him. Because they and us carry the same rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem, wear the same black uniform, and boast the same proud name, the Federal Army. This is going to be the most perilous battle since the Federation was founded. It is also going to be the greatest one. Warriors and brothers, I cannot promise you anything, except that I will move forward together with you. Every brother will be rushing forward under my lead. As long as one soldier of the Federal Army is still lost in the blood demon sector, I will definitely be fighting with the rising dragon of the 9 stars until I am not breathing. Now, do you still feel scared? If you are still scared, then just shout out our name that has been irrigated with the blood of countless heroes over the past 500 years. Federal Army. Federal Army. Federal Army. In the pouring rain, thunderous roars were echoing from the 100,000 soldiers. The thunder on the ground was competing against that in the sky and even eclipsed it. Even the lightning was driven away by the soaring killing intent of the 100,000 soldiers, turning into earthworm-like arcs before it struggled and perished. Iron Commander looked at the ignorant soldiers in silence. There was a trance on his face that was mostly covered in steel and rubber. He seemed to be embarrassed by everything that he had said just now, but he also seemed to be unwavering because of the hypnotization of a certain force. Deep inside the crimson man-made eye, the red spot was frozen, but a drop of dirty tear flowed down from the corner of his other eye. Due to the long distance and the pouring rain, none of the soldiers noticed it. Right then, a lieutenant rushed close, with mud spluttering, and whispered to him, "Iron Commander, the allies of the Flying Star sector have agreed to send Burning Prairie to the Blood Demon sector with us. They are now landing and deploying super short-distance commutation rune arrays so that all 3 legions can get on board quickly." Excellent. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's eyes were glittering. Ask the commanders of the 3 legions to take action immediately. I want everyone to board within 3 hours. In 3 hours, no matter how many soldiers have been accommodated, we will take off immediately. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao looked at his beloved army for the last time and walked into the storm. From the broken sky, the super warship Burning Prairie was landing slowly, opening to the 100,000 Federal soldiers. At the same time, on the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau, a rapid Dragon-level crystal warship, the fastest model in the Federal, was rushing toward the dark desolate domain at the highest speed. On the warship were Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, and several other experts who had remained in the capital. They were all carrying the ultimate order issued by Speaker Jiang Hailu in person. As the nominal commander-in-chief of the Federal Army, only the order from Jiang Hailu could override Zhou Hengdao's order, which came from the General Staff. The order for the drill be aborted immediately had been spread to more than half of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The troops at the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau had all retreated to their garrison as per the instructions. However, the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau and the Dark Desolate Domain seemed to be enshrouded in a thick fog that no orders could penetrate through. Occasionally, there were responses from the Dark Desolate Domain, but it was hard to verify whether or not they had been sent by the troops under Zhou Hengdao's control. Several teams had been dispatched from the few war bases at the south of the Grand Desolate Plateau to the north to call back the troops in the drill. However, after 10 years of collisions between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, the Dark Desolate Domain at this moment was dozens of times larger than before. It had a coverage of several million square kilometers. It was definitely not an easy mission to locate an army that was possibly avoiding them on purpose in the super thunderstorm. Besides, even if they did find the target, would the communication teams sent by the military be enough to stop Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao? Therefore, Li Yao and the other experts still took off from the capital city and rushed to the Dark Desolate Domain on the fastest crystal warship. Boom! The crystal warship suddenly uttered fulminations. As it turned out, the power rune arrays broke down again because of prolonged overloading. This was the third crystal warship that they had wasted on their way. Li Yao could tell from the sound that the warship was hopeless. But there was not a second military base in the hundreds of square meters nearby where they could get on a new warship. All the cultivators boarded on the armed shuttle on the warship, prepared to move on to the next military base. After looking at the time on his portable crystal processor, Li Yao, however, gritted his teeth and summoned Black Wing. In the battle against Di Wujian, Black Wing had been hit by the attack of 5 disintegrations of heavens and human. Cracks were appearing everywhere on the body of the sword. Li Yao was both sorry and angry, but he did not know how to mend it at all. Black Wing sensed his need. It shook in his palm, as if it were saying, "That's all right. I'm on it." Seeing that he summoned the flying sword, Ding Lingdang asked in a hurry, "Li Yao, what are you going to do? It's too slow if we move from one base to another. You bring the main troop and come slowly. I'll simply go there first and check the situation." Touching the cracks on Black Wing, Li Yao squinted and said, "Many guys on Burning Prairie know me. As long as I find Burning Prairie, I can at least stall them for a while until you arrive, even if I cannot stop them." Black Wing was the fastest magical equipment within the atmosphere that Li Yao had ever seen. Even the rapid dragon-level crystal warship and many super shuttles were no match for it. More than 10 years ago, when Li Yao was still in the Grand Desolate War Institution, he had often galloped on the Grand Desolate Plateau with Black Wing's speed. Today, history was reality again. "I'm going with you. I brought my own Furious Flame armed shuttle for the mission," Ding Lingdang said without any hesitation. "As long as you can keep up with me, just come." Li Yao smiled and dashed to the exit of the crystal warship. He threw Black Wing to the midair. Immediately, black fog spread out and condensed into 2 wings dozens of meters long. Li Yao leapt up and landed on the sword. The black waves of spiritual energy enveloped him. Integrating with the sword, he roared and rushed north, leaving a long exhaust flame behind him. "Wait for me!" Ding Lingdang shrieked behind him. Her Furious Flame armed shuttle turned into a streak of redness and went after Li Yao. In the Dark Desolate Domain, burning prairie lowered to an altitude of about 100 meters from the ground. The spiritual waves raised by the anti-gravity rune arrays were spreading out like tides, blowing many younger trees away. The Marines on burning prairie jumped down and built up temporary commutation rune arrays on the ground. Channels of light seemed to be established between the ground and the super warship. The commutation rune arrays were essentially short-distance teleportation rune arrays with fixed destinations. They could move the soldiers, crystal suits, crystal tanks, and other war assets into burning prairie from the ground. Thousands of crystal suits and armed shuttles were flying in midair against the pouring rain and entering the super warship directly through the docks and airports on the super warship. If one were to observe from afar, it was like rows of well-trained ants migrating into the body of a giant fish incessantly. In less than an hour, almost half of the soldiers and war assets had boarded. At this time, the remaining 17 legions were still scattered in the dark desolate domain according to the subjects they were training. The entire drill plan had neatly been drafted based on Lu Zue's suggestions to make sure that the few legions that he infiltrated most were near burning prairie at the perilous moment. The other legions that he had less influence on and whose commanders were relatively independent were now training the most arduous and complicated subjects in the mountains in the depths of the dark desolate domain. Now that he had control of all the communication bases, the commanders would not become suspicious in the next 12 hours. After burning prairie jumped to the Blood Demon sector, the remaining members of the Patriots Partnership in the army would naturally issue new orders and get more and more legions involved in the turbulence of warfare. Hurry up! Zhou Hengdao dragged up a soldier who tripped himself over in the mud and patted the dirty water off his uniform. He roared, "1 second sooner, and we will save one more life. Get on board now." At the center of the Grand Desolate Plateau, Li Yao darted toward the north at an amazing speed after being integrated with Black Wing. On his way, Li Yao continued retrieving crystals from his Cosmos Ring and feeding them to Black Wing, which often guzzled all of them in only several seconds. After absorbing enough spiritual energy, Black Wing roared and further accelerated time and time again. Far behind him, Ding Lingdong's furious flame-armed shuttle was emitting ear-splitting noises. Steam was popping up from quite a few power rune arrays. All the magical equipment units were beyond their limits and could not hold on any longer. "Li Yao, wait a moment, I will put on the crystal suit and follow you." Ding Lingdang roared in the communication channel. "It's useless." Li Yao replied in the communication channel. "It's impossible for you to catch up with me even if you put on your crystal suit. Also, the crystal suit only has a limited storage of spiritual energy. If you rush for a long distance at the highest speed, not only will the crystal suit be drained, you will consume a lot of your physical strength and spiritual energy, too. When we arrive in the dark desolate domain, you will be exhausted. How do you plan to stop Zhou Hengdao?" Ding Lingdang was not an unreasonable person. She knew that she did not have an ultimate flying sword such as Li Yao's. If she were to finish the rest of the journey with her spiritual energy, she would be more or less paralyzed when she reached the dark desolate domain. She would only be Li Yao's burden. She gritted her teeth and lowered the speed. "Can you do it alone? Trust me. I've returned safe and sound from the Flying Star sector and the Blood Demon sector." Li Yao laughed. "How can a minor dark desolate domain trap me?" "Okay." Ding Lingdang instantly made the most sensible choice. "You go and check the situation first. Try to avoid a head-on clash with Zhou Hengdao and just stall him. Me and the fellow cultivators will contact the military bases nearby and make sure that the ultimate order reaches every troop in the area. Hang in there. We will be joining you in no time." "All right." Li Yao stomped on Black Wing. The wings of spiritual energy on its two sides further expanded, only to shrink again. Like an arrow released from the bow, it accelerated to beyond 5 times the speed of sound the next second. Crack! 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 Ominous noises of explosion were echoing inside Black Wing. The flying sword that had accompanied Li Yao for more than 20 years seemed to have reached the end of a certain phase, too. Li Yao was both sorry and anxious. Little Black. But Black Wing released more and more spiritual energy time and time again, leaving an exhaust flame that was as thick as an angry dragon behind them and demonstrating its strength in such a way. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao felt that tears were rolling in his eyes. He mumbled, "Hang in there, Little Black. Hang in there. After the battle, I will definitely collect the most precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector and upgrade you into the unparalleled strongest sword in the universe. But right now, please hang in there and be faster." One in the south and one in the north, Li Yao and Zhou Hengdao were engaged in an invisible race. Zhou Hengdao, who took action in advance, turned out to be faster than Li Yao. 2 hours and 54 minutes later, the boarding procedure was completed. Teleportation work completed. 105,000 soldiers from 3 legions of the Federal Army, 7,520 crystal tanks, and 5,500 armed shuttles have boarded Burning Prairie. The ground has been cleaned. Burning Prairie is taking off and will float at the altitude of 500 meters until it is ready to break the barrier of the three-dimensional world. Boom. 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 In the space jump cabin, which was right next to the engine compartment, the super heavy space jump array was functioning slowly. Rune arrays were glittering one after another, pushing the rotors to revolve rapidly and release immense impetus. The broad tubes of spiritual energy dozens sent the energy to every part of the super warship. Glamorous brilliance popped up on the outside of the warship. The Iron Beast was bathed in an amazing ocean of light and was about to vanish from this world. On the bridge of Burning Prairie, Zhou Hengdao, Luo Xingzi, and other leadership of the Burning Prairie fleet stood next to each other and gazed at the changing parameters on the control light beam. On the face of the Iron Commander of the Federal Army, the parts made of steel and gel and those made of flesh and blood were showing vastly different expressions. He seemed to be both hoping that the space jump could begin as soon as possible and hoping that it would never begin. Cracking noises were echoing deep inside his man-made eye, as if two strengths were crashing fiercely in his head. Super Space Jump Array, output efficiency, 20%. All crew members are in position. Super Space Jump Array, output efficiency, 40%. Activate the protective membrane on the magical equipment on board. Prepare to resist the quakes during the space jump. Super Space Jump Array, output efficiency, 60%. The coordinates of the destination have been locked. The estimated environment of the landing point has been preset. All the crew members and soldiers were set for the space jump. The brilliance around the warship was brighter and brighter, illuminating Burning Prairie into glamorous transparency like a burning torch of light. Tiny swirls were appearing in the air around, crashing, meeting, and merging into larger swirls that were raging and tearing the flame of light around Burning Prairie. The enormous Iron Beast seemed to be shivering lightly. Nothing seemed to be able to stop the ultimate jump of the beast now. Li Yao was still rushing thousands of kilometers away, but it was impossible for him to move to the front of Burning Prairie instantaneously. On the warship, the soldiers of the Federal Army who did not really know what was going on scratched their chains words and storm bolters. Some of them were sighing in silence, and some of them were writing last letters to their family, but none of them were wavering. The members of the Patriots Partnership among the soldiers, sensing the shaking of the warship, put on gloating smiles in secret. Super Space Jump Array, output efficiency, 80%. The space jump was about to begin. Even everybody in the bridge sat in the special buffer rune arrays. The hesitation on Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's face was finally gone, replaced by coldness and determination. He stared at the light beam so hard that his natural eye was even redder than the other. Everybody held their breath and braced themselves to meet the Blood Demon sector. Right then, a weird noise seemed to be echoing deep inside the warship. The iron beast slightly shivered. The flame of light around was significantly dimmer than before. Alarm! Alarm! A fault has occurred in the engine compartment. The instant energy output was too high, which led to the explosion of the number 2 unit of the space jump array. Emergency maintenance is required. Unable to complete the space jump for now. Quitting the space jump state. Progress. Looking at the progress bar on the light beam that was shorter and shorter, everybody was dumbfounded. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao even jumped out of the buffer rune array, every muscle on his face trembling. What has happened? Even Luo Xingzi and the leadership of the Burning Prairie Fleet were stunned. After quite a fuss, they finally got the preliminary fault report from the engine compartment. Luo Xingzi's face was written with disbelief after he read the report. He handed it to Zhou Hengdao somewhat in embarrassment. The reason of the fault was simple and very hard to believe. The Super Space Jump Array was one of the most important facilities on Burning Prairie, which was powered by the energy outputted from the engine compartment. In the engine compartment, more than 100 specialists and refiners were responsible for the steady output of energy. However, a few hours ago, one of the specialists was sent to the medical cabin due to food poisoning. All the doctors were at a loss what to do. They could only conclude that a certain local food of the Heaven's Origin sector might have been carrying a germ that was non-existent in the Flying Star sector. Or maybe, the guy was just unacclimated. Thankfully, the illness was not fatal. He was merely seriously dehydrated and needed a good rest. The specialist was in a very unique post and could not find a suitable substitute for the time being. Eventually, one of the Boy Scouts of the Burning Prairie Fleet was summoned because of his distinguished performance previously. Before, the Boy Scout had operated on his own many times in even more complicated posts and had done the job smoothly. Also, several old masters were supervising him, too. Nothing could have gone wrong. But as it turned out, the Boy Scout did something wrong at the critical moment despite his usual excellent performance. When he was supposed to type in a key parameter and adjust the intensity of a certain rune array to 30%, his hand suddenly shook hard, and he typed 300% into it. It was not too serious a mistake. Even if it escaped the old master's attention, the control crystal processor of the engine compartment had its own alarm system that would give warnings about the abnormal data. However, according to the investigation after the accident, a key wire connected to the alarm system in the control crystal processor of the engine compartment was somehow gnawed apart by a certain weird thing. The thing was very likely to be a mouse. A mouse? There was no telling whether it was anger, trance, disbelief, or relief on Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's face. He stepped back and collapsed into the buffer rune array, mumbling, "This is super warship that is dozens of kilometers long and weighs almost 100 million tons, produced with almost all the resources of the Flying Star sector through the wisdom of the best refiners after arduous efforts. On the warship are hundreds of thousands of best soldiers and cultivators. Heavenly Might Cannon, the main gun of the warship, can demolish a town or leave a crater thousands of meters in diameter on the surface of a planet in only one attack. Such a super warship has fallen victim to a tiny mouse. It was definitely not a random mouse." Luo Xingzi argued in embarrassment. "Fellow cultivator Zhou, you must be clear that the environment of the Heaven's Origin sector and that of the Flying Star sector are vastly different. In the Flying Star sector, we are a starship civilization that counts on crystal warships to live in the vacuum in the universe. Of course, there are mice on our starships, but the environment in the universe is relatively simple. There are few mice mutants. The tubes, wires, and internal defense system are all set to resist the universal rodents. In the Flying Star sector, we have not seen many demon beasts. How do we know how to keep an eye on them? But the Heaven's Origin sector is different. This place used to be a world of demons 500 years ago, and now it borders the Blood Demon sector. The Grand Desolate Plateau is also a paradise for demon beasts. Ever since we arrive in the Heaven's Origin sector, our greatest enemy has never been the demons but the cockroaches, fleas, and mice that just appeared out of nowhere. Yes, the Heavenly Might Cannon can blow up a town after a single bombardment, but how can it annihilate all the pests on board? All in all, this mouse must be a local, hostile mouse of the Heaven's Origin sector. God knows what evil arts and techniques it has. Luo Xingzi felt wronged and elaborated on it for a long time. His key point was that it was truly an accident. The mainframe crystal processor of the engine compartment boasted a fault detection system that would emit a mystic ray and scan all the wires every minute automatically. If one of the wires was broken, it would immediately send out warnings. But as it happened, the wire had been gnawed off by the mouse when the previous scan was just over, and the careless Boy Scout had adjusted the parameter to 300% by mistake almost at the same time. Because the wire of the alarm system was broken, the data displayed on the control light beam were quite normal. None of the workers noticed that the power of a certain unit was soaring crazily. It also happened to be the minute when the number 2 key unit of the space jump array was activated to the maximum, which was the most critical moment. But if that was everything, the serious accident would not have happened at all. After all, Burning Prairie was a super warship. Many redundant units had been designed on the key parts. Even if the problem was discovered 1 minute later, there would still be remedies. But at this moment, the mouse that was running inside the crystal processor perhaps bit apart yet another wire and connected two wrong ones, giving the mainframe crystal processor of the engine compartment a signal that a serious explosion took place in the engine compartment. Therefore, the mainframe crystal processor issued warnings and activated the automatic fire extinguishing rune arrays, spurting out tremendous foams. The entire engine compartment was filled with the foam, which blocked the experienced masters from the careless Boy Scout. Everybody thought that the engine compartment had an explosion. In the flurry, they did not have time to bother about the Boy Scout's operations anymore. Then, the Boy Scout discovered the mistake that he had just made. Under the interference of the explosion alarms, he was so panicked that he did not turn to the masters for help but tried to fix the problem on his own. However, the more he fixed, the more problems he caused. He made almost all the mistakes that could possibly be made in the next half minute, which eventually resulted to the paralysis of the space jump array. On the light beam, the supervisor of the engine compartment scratched his nose and explained, with foams all over his head, "This is a tragedy caused by a series of accidents. It is a price we have to pay in order to raise the rookies. We are all old sea wolves who have spent our entire life on crystal warships, but we have never seen such a weird thing before. I can only say that, we were unbelievably unlucky." Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao did not even have the strength to burst into fury anymore. He waved his hands wearily and asked, "How long will it take before everything is fixed?" "It's not a big problem. The only faulty part is the number 2 core unit of the space jump array. It can certainly be repaired in 2 to 3 hours, the supervisor of the engine compartment assured him. Together with the debugging time, in 3 hours, no, 4 hours at most, we will certainly be able to perform the space jump. 4 hours. Iron Commander took a deep breath. There was not much he could do now except to breathe. 4 hours was a very awkward duration. Recently, the Federal Army had established a few teleportation arrays on the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was possible to send 1 or 2 legions to the Blood Demon sector without Burning Prairie, although the legions might be scattered in the foreign land and not end well later. However, according to the plan of the Patriots Partnership, the best move was to drag the Flying Star sector into the trouble. That was why Zhou Hengdao requested to board on Burning Prairie. Everything seemed to be quite smooth. Cultivators from the Flying Star sector had fallen into the trap step, but now that such an uncanny accident had taken place at the critical moment, he was a victim of his own scheme. It was a huge project to get 100,000 soldiers on board and off board. The boarding procedure itself took almost 3 hours. It would take more than half a day for the soldiers to evacuate from burning prairie, regroup into battle formations, march to the Federal Army's own teleportation arrays, and activate them. It was not counting the strike on the morale of the army. As the saying goes, the longer you delay, the more problems you will have. Only a few people were really under Zhou Hengdao's control after all. The majority of the soldiers were unaware of what was going on. But they were definitely not fools. The longer they were delayed, the more unexpected factors would appear. Having no other choices, Zhou Hengdao could only wait for the recovery of the space jump array patiently. A mouse? With a despondent face, he mumbled non-stop, "A mouse? A mouse? A mouse?" At the rear part of the warship, almost 20 kilometers away from Zhou Hengdao, in the engine compartment, Ji Wendi, the deputy chief tutor of the burning prairie fleet, was roaring thunderously, too. He was trembling violently in fury, and his neck was so red that it might explode at any moment. Jabbing the young man's face, he shouted, "Mouse Bai, what should I say about you? You acted so perfectly in your training. You've done simulations of space jumps in the grand illusionary land almost 100 times, and it was smooth and immaculate every time. But you panicked and made such an unpardonable mistake when you were on actual duty for the first time and when you were responsible for such an insignificant post. That's not my fault." With foam on his head and dirt on his face, Mouse Bai craned his neck, although he was apparently panicking. It was because a mouse bit apart a wire in the crystal processor. Who could have foreseen that? And you are still arguing. Ji Wendi was mad. Why did you not turn to the teachers, the tutors, or the old masters and you noticed something wrong but decided to act on your own? It was too complicated a problem for you to address single-handedly. I shouted. Mouse Bai defended himself. At that time, foam was everywhere in the engine compartment. Alarms were ringing, too. Everybody thought that an explosion had taken place somewhere and was busy looking for it. I called them many times, but none of them even glanced at me. I thought that it was not a big problem. I handled it in the grand illusionary land before. So, I decided to solve the problem myself, but I didn't know that the mouse. Mouse? You are still talking about mouse? Ji Wendi grabbed him by his ears and picked him up, roaring. The way I see it, it was you who attracted the mouse to burning prairie. Why else are you nicknamed Mouse Bai? Ouch! 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 Mouse Bai cried and hurried to beg for mercy. Uncle Ji, it was wrong of me. It was wrong of me. Please loosen me. Let me make up for my mistake and help with the maintenance. Make up for your mistake? You are planning to add to our trouble, aren't you? Tutor Li, bring the boy to the single detention room and have him grounded for 1 month. Do not let him out 1 second earlier. Ji Wendi was shouting with such a loud voice that his saliva was storming on Mouse Bai's face. The boy shut his eyes like a shuddering mouse in a hurricane. 10 minutes passed. After a huge noise, the door of the detention room was slammed. Mouse Bai was left in the darkness alone. When the tutor outside gradually walked away, the frustration and discontent on Mouse Bai's face were suddenly gone. It was now mysterious and unpredictable, as if it were covered in a faint cloud. In a moment, the feelings that he gave out were totally different from before. He was no longer a teenager but an old man more than 200 years old who had weathered through too much difficulties. His sharp eyes pierced through the thick shell of the warship and stared at the south of the dark desolate domain, expecting something. Creak! Creak! A little mouse as if made of white jade crawled to his shoulder out of nowhere. A dark gold streak of light extended from its head to its tail along the spine. The mouse moved agilely and scratched him. I hope my judgment was correct. Mouse Bai lay down in a corner of the detention room comfortably with his hands as the pillow. The stinky toilet was right next to him, but he could not care less about it. Grinning to the mouse, he said, "It's a pity that we've only just possessed the body. The body cannot withstand any harsher training and can only wield the capability of the refinement stage. Otherwise, we should have been able to play this enjoyable game as well. Forget it. We'll have a lot of chances when we run into the Imperium of true human beings in the future." Why is Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao in such a hurry to start the space jump? Is an unexpected factor that he fears coming? What is this scheme exactly, and what is the unexpected factor? When he spoke unexpected factor, a face suddenly popped up in Mouse Bai's head, which made the smile on his face even more mysterious. Yes. He thought of someone, a guy who was an unexpected factor wherever he went. Is that you, Li Yao? Bai Xinghe, or Boss Bai, the pirate potentate and the ruler of Spider Den in the past, and Bai Xingjian, or Mouse Bai, a boy scout in the Burning Prairie Fleet, spoke with a smile to the mouse, which was possessed by the remaining soul of Yan Xingjian, an unparalleled expert who had once had the greatest chance to march into the divinity transformation stage in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, or the Blood Demon sector. If it is you, I can only help you so much. Not far away from the bridge of Burning Prairie, in a temporary office, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao sat on the chair in a daze. The artificial limbs on his body were not moving at all, as if they were rusted. Inside the light beam, it was tens of thousands of people and flapping flags and banners in the wind. Everybody was shouting the same name while singing the soul-stirring national anthem. Li Yao. Li Yao. Li Yao. Li Yao. It was the picture where Li Yao broke through the blockage of the Patriots' partnership in the capital city and marched toward the Parliament building. Dozens of media outlets had captured the whole process and montaged it. The lights and shadows were changing non-stop, illuminating Zhou Hengdao's face. The seasoned warrior who would not change his face color in the storm of bullets or the fog of venom found it difficult to resist and slightly narrowed his eyes. Complicated emotions were flowing deep inside his eyes, including a hint of embarrassment. When Li Yao's face was featured under the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag, Zhou Hengdao even tilted his head, as if he did not have the courage to stare at Li Yao. His iron hand, which was holding a series of badges, was shivering, raising clattering noises. Somebody knocked on the door. "Come in," Zhou Hengdao said lethargically. A middle-aged man, tall, energetic, and bald, strode into the cabin, only to be greatly surprised by the sound from the crystal processor. He hurried to slam the door. Sweat all over his forehead, he asked, "Iron Commander, what are you doing? What if the guys from the Flying Star sector overhear it?" Naturally, the riot that Li Yao had raised in the capital city was still blocked in the dark desolate domain right now. The bald man was named Zhou Tie. He was Zhou Hengdao's nephew and the captain of his guards who had fought with him for decades. He was one of Zhou Hengdao's most trusted subordinates. Of course, he was a member of the Patriots' partnership. "Ah Tai, come over here and listen to the cheers. So many people are shouting Li Yao's name." In a trance, Zhou Hengdao's eyes were hollow, as if he were recalling things a long, long time ago. "Do you remember what happened after the Battle of Peaceful Tomb 35 years ago? We extinguished the largest beast tide in several decades and executed 5 demon kings. The dead bodies of the demon beasts weren't burnt up until 3 days and 3 nights later. When we returned to the capital city with the dead bodies of the 5 demon kings in triumph, it was exactly what the millions of people in the capital city did. They welcomed us on the 2 sides of the street. The rising dragon of the 9 Stars flags were waved in every street and alley. They were shouting our name. They were cheering for the Federal Army. Federal Army. Federal Army. Federal Army. To this day, I often feel like I'm hearing the roars when I can't go to sleep at night. At that time, they were definitely more excited and enthusiastic than when they are shouting Li Yao's name today. Do you remember, Ah Tai? Do you still remember? Colonel Zhou Tiei was silent for a moment. Then he clenched his fists and said, "Rest assured, Iron Commander. After we conquer the Blood Demon sector and return in triumph, we will certainly have cheers that are 100 times louder than Li Yao. By then, not just those in the capital city, everybody in the entire Federation will cheer for us and the Federal Army from the bottom of their heart." "Will they?" Zhou Hengdao smiled. "Will that include the families of the more than 3,000 innocent victims who were killed in the explosions in the Federal Square? Even if they do cheer for us, are you and I qualified to embrace their cheers without guilt? And they?" He raised the badges in his hand and shook them. "What about their family? Will they cheer for us? Can we bear their cheers?" Zhou Tiei frowned. "Iron Commander, what are you holding?" "Dog tags." Zhou Hengdao split apart the 8 dog tags. On one side of the dog tags, it was a rising dragon of the 9 stars badge, and the basic information such as name, blood type, and level was on the other side. Zhou Hengdao touched the names as softly as he could, as if he were touching the head of his great-grandson. "They are the dog tags of the 8 signal men who fought to the end to fulfill their responsibility only to be killed by us. Chen Gaoi, Song Zhuguang, Jing Guiyuan, Dong Rui, Lu Hao, Shan Shungjie, Deng Juanhao, Xia Lisheng. Those are their names." Dong Rui was the youngest of them. He was only 19 years old and only joined the army last year. Song Zhuguang was the oldest of them. He was 66 years ago. He had almost dedicated half of his life to the Federal Army. He was a veteran who had participated in dozens of bloody battles. He. After dozens of bloody battles, he was not killed by the demons. What a lucky man. Such a seasoned warrior would have been fought over by every troop. It's a pity that he was not killed by the paws and tusks of demon beasts but by the guns of his brothers, and by our order. It was an accident. Zhou Tiei's eyes were more or less red, too. He stepped forward and supported Zhou Hengdao, who was shaking slightly. He bellowed, "Iron Commander, it was an accident. You must not blame yourself. Now that Director Liu has been captured, you are the spine for all the patriots right now. In order to save the Federal, Iron Commander, you must not fall over at this moment." Accident. He. Accident. Miserably, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao buried his face into the 8 dog tags. The 8 dog tags were hissing on his face as if they were scorching irons. His trembling voice leaked out through his fingers. "I don't know how things end up like this. I really don't. Didn't we make the best plan, the most flawless plan, in the beginning? As long as Jiang Hailu was blown up in the Federal Square and Li Yao took the blame, it would have been enough. All possibilities of negotiation would have been cut off without any doubt. A war would start. The Blood Demon sector suffered tremendous losses in the destruction of the Eye of Blood Demon. It is also faced with the threat of the plague. Its capability is at the lowest point in its thousands of years of history. In comparison, not only do we have the demon god virus and 100 children of the netherworld who are familiar with the inside information of the Blood Demon sector, we also have the super warship Burning Prairie and 200,000 grand illusionary soldiers. It was supposed to be an overwhelming victory. With the minimal price, we would gain the greatest benefits. Those who should be sacrificed should be Jiang Hailu and Li Yao alone. Jiang Hailu is a boneless capitulator, and Li Yao is a malicious traitor who intended to introduce the demons into the Federation. The two of them had it coming whatever became of them in the end. Everything should have been just like that. Those who were dead should have been those who deserved to be punished. Not a single innocent victim should have been involved. Then, we would have embraced the greatest victory and led the Sacred Federation to a brilliant path. Why did everything change when our perfect plan was implemented? Accidents were jumping out one after another. In the Federal Square, so many innocent victims were killed, but Li Yao got away. To execute him, Yi Chongkong and Di Wujian, heroes who had made great contributions to the Federation, nascent soul-stage cultivators who defended humanity, were so heavily wounded that they might have been better off dead. Eventually, the whole situation escalated to a point where Lu Zui's crystal warship was opening fire toward the federal citizens in public. If Li Yao hadn't stood in front of them, perhaps hundreds more unrested souls would be caused by our plan. He. Even so, Li Yao was not stopped. We were forced to turn to our last resort. For our last resort, we lied to everybody, manipulated everybody. We have even killed our own comrades and brothers. We abandoned everything and walked this far. With a last, tiny jump, our plan would have worked out, but at such a critical moment, another accident took place again. Even a mouse of the heavens origin sector was against us and stalled us for almost 4 hours. Iron Commander. Zhou Tie roared. The space jump array will be repaired very soon. The other legions in the drill do not know what is going on yet. It's just a few hours. Everything is definitely going to be all right. There will be no accidents. Is that so? Zhou Hongdao smiled. Looking at the flapping flags on the light beam, he said, "Ah Tai, I'm thinking about one thing. When so many accidents overlap, are they still accidents? Or maybe, they are, the heavens will. Some supernatural power has been stopping us?" Iron Commander. Zhou Tie was anxious. He raised his voice again and even shook Zhou Hongdao's body hard without bothering with courtesy. "We are both soldiers. Soldiers should believe in their own sabers and swords. What is the heavens' will? Our weapons are the heavens' will. Everything we have done was meant to save the Federation. It was a price we had to pay even if some victims were sacrificed in the process. People die in every war. Have we not lost too many comrades in the battles over the past 100 years in order to secure the final victory? There will be no more accidents. Iron Commander, we will succeed because we stand for justice. Evil never laughs to the end. Even if the heavens will does exist, it is definitely on our side. Evil never laughs to the end. Evil never laughs to the end. We are right. Our path is the only right one." The dim brilliance in Zhou Hongdao's eyes was intensified again, but it only glittered for a few seconds before it was interrupted by hasty door knocks. A major who was tall, slender, and had a gloomy face walked in. On the surface, he was a member of the communication department in the military, but in fact, he was the liaison officer that Lu Zui had sent to Zhou Hongdao. He brought a new accident. Vulture Li Yao had rushed to the edge of the dark desolate domain despite all the obstacles. At 1:22 p.m., Vulture Li Yao was detected by the first blockage squad. The two parties were engaged 3 minutes later. Li Yao executed 7 and heavily wounded 9 before breaking through the defense line. At 1:39 p.m., Li Yao reached the second defense line and turned the temporary mobile air defense bastion into an ocean of fire. 25 crystal tanks were destroyed. Unable to estimate whether or not Li Yao was wounded. At 1:55 p.m., Vulture Li Yao and the Wild Sandstorm crystal warship of the 3rd blockage squad encountered. Wild Sandstorm was pierced through from the head to the rear. All the parts from the bridge to the engine compartment to the warehouse were seriously wrecked. It lost all the moving and fighting abilities. Up to this point, in only half an hour, Li Yao pierced through 3 defense lines and has reached the edge of the dark desolate domain. The messages sent back through the secret communication channel of the Patriots Partnership cast the 3 of them in silence. Looking at each other, they all saw a shadow that was as scourging as fire in each other's eyes and how it was rushing unstoppably, slaying everything in its way in the middle of the lightning and clouds. Nothing seemed able to stop the shadow from marching into the dark desolate domain. As the captain of the guards for the chief of the general staff of the Federal Army, Zhou Tie was an expert in the corps formation stage, too. Over the past few decades, he had experienced hundreds of battles large and small and survived all of them. He was definitely an out-and-out tough man. Even so, thick sweat was still popping out of the forehead of the tough man as he watched Li Yao's accomplishments so far. His face pale, he asked, "Major Jiang, how is it possible? He penetrated through the 3 defense lines that we carefully prepared in only half an hour?" "Exactly." Major Jiang, who was the liaison officer sent by Lu Zui, nodded gloomily. According to the latest intelligence, Vulture Li Yao is now only 1 step away from the nascent soul stage. Also, he boasted an ultimate flying sword that is amazingly fast. Our armed shuttles and exos couldn't catch him. He took them all unprepared and rushed through all 3 defense lines. Now, he is rushing at the edge of the dark desolate domain. Although his speed might be lowered because of the super thunderstorm, it is possible that he will find us in the next 2 to 3 hours if we don't stop him. By then, whether a fight takes place near Burning Prairie or he successfully delivers the message to Burning Prairie and the legions nearby, it will be quite a nuisance. Thankfully, his companions are not as fast as him. According to our men on the Grand Desolate Plateau, he was leading the vanguard on his own, and those behind him are 3 to 4 hours away from him. The time gap should be enough. He is certainly not unharmed after breaking through the 3 defense lines. As long as he is killed, there will be enough time for Burning Prairie to perform a jump. Our plan is definitely going to work out. Zhou Tiei opened his mouth. He looked at Major Jiang and Zhou Hengdao only to come up with nothing. Zhou Hengdao smiled. Yes, as long as Li Yao is killed, everything will be back on track, that is what you've been saying since the beginning. However, in the Federal Square, in the Wasted Factory, and in the East Ocean, when we still had 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and more than 10 core formation stage cultivators, was he ever killed? Now, he has broken through the 3 defense lines. Our strength is running low. Most of the Patriots need to control the troops and jam the communications. Who do we have to kill Li Yao? Iron Commander. Major Jiang narrowed his eyes, with intimidating aura leaking out of his every pore. He gnashed his teeth. Don't forget that we still have several boxes of cannonballs of the demon god virus that are applicable to real battles. Activate the last plan. Move a legion to block Li Yao. When the 2 parties are engaged, bombard the legion with the demon god virus immediately and transform all the soldiers into uncontrollable mutants. Then, Li Yao will also be corrupted by the demon god virus. Even if he is lucky enough not to be corrupted by the virus, he will still be harassed by the thousands of uncontrollable mutants. There's no way that he will be able to free himself in only a few hours. The proposal was like a gale from the deepest depths of hell, chilling both Zhou Hengdao and Zhou Tiei. Zhou Hengdao looked at Major Jiang in a daze, full of anger, disappointment, and disgust, as if he had seen clearly Major Jiang's true face as well as the true face of all the Patriots, including Lu Zui and even himself, for the first time. Zhou Hengdao stepped back and murmured, You want me to attack thousands of brothers of the Federal Army and transform them into uncontrollable mutants? There's no time to hesitate, Iron Commander. Major Jiang slashed his hand down. They are the last sacrifices. We will win as long as Li Yao is stalled for a few hours. We can blame it on the demons later. After all, we are very close to the blood demon sector. Everybody will believe it if we claim that the demon god virus has leaked from the blood demon sector. I will not do it. Zhou Hengdao seemed to have struggled out of a prolonged nightmare. Taking a long breath, he shook his head. Major, you have gone too far no matter how you look at it. Iron Commander, are you going to abandon our cause at the last moment? Major Jiang took off his hat and shouted, So many brothers have paid with their sweat, blood, honor, and life to make us arrive at the edge of the war. Now, with this last insignificant price, our cause will succeed. Are you going to back off at such a moment and let the traitors such as Li Yao and Jiang Hailu laugh to the end? Major. Zhou Tiei stepped forward and stopped between him and Zhou Hengdao, roaring, "Watch your attitude. You are speaking to a general." "Yes, General. Please reconsider." Major Jiang's face was red. Like an animal that was pushed to a dead end, he was roaring crazily, "There is no going back now. The future of the Federation is on our shoulders. If we pity the lives of thousands of soldiers right now, billions of our compatriots will die tomorrow. Give the order. My men are preparing the demon god virus. We can definitely stop Li Yao. Definitely." Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao looked at Major Jiang quietly. His eyes were more and more indifferent and tranquil. Half a minute later, he shook his head slowly but resolutely before he said, one word after another, "No, Major Jiang. I cannot give such an order. Now, as the Chief of the General Staff of the Federal Army, and the leader of the Patriots Partnership, I order you to stop preparing the demon god virus and to refreeze the cannonballs that contain the virus." Major Jiang stared at him for a long time. He bit his lips so hard that black blood was flowing out. His anger was obvious in his silence. "Major, carry out the order." Zhou Tiei roared from the side. "Are you defying the general?" Major Jiang laughed in his fury. He gradually put on a scornful smile, and there was unmistakable disappointment in his eyes. "I didn't know that, at the critical moment when the fate of our motherland is about to be decided, what Iron Commander cannot let go of are still his integrity and position." "Fine then. The Iron Commander may care about those things, but we who have sworn to follow Director Liu don't. Iron Commander, prepare the space jump now. Your hands need not be tarnished by the accident. The Patriots of the Secret Sword Bureau will see that everything is done. Later, all the curses will go to us, and all the glory will be yours and the Federal armies." He did not even salute before he turned around and opened the door angrily. "Captain Zhou?" Zhou Hengdao asked subconsciously. Before he called, Zhou Tiei, the captain of the guards, had already lunged out. Everything happened in just half a second. Zhou Hengdao lunged forward barehanded. Perhaps he only meant to get Major Jiang under control. But Major Jiang, who was at his wit's end, was like a heavily wounded animal that was highly dangerous. Realizing that somebody was attacking him from behind, Major Jiang unsheathed a dagger out of natural instincts and stabbed at Zhou Tiei's ribs from below. Qualified to be the liaison officer of the Patriots in the Secret Sword Bureau and the Federal Army, Major Jiang was one of Lu Zui's most trusted subordinates. He was also an expert who had received the harsh training of the Secret Sword Bureau for decades. The attack was soundless and aimed directly at the heart. Maybe, his attack was merely a deterrence, and he did not really want to pierce through Zhou Tiei's heart but only hoped to push him back. After all, they were both Patriots, and they were at a critical moment. But it was impossible to find out the answer now because the moment he picked up the dagger and stabbed backward, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao appeared next to him as fast as lightning, clutched his jaws with the pair of iron hands, and twisted. Crack! His vertebrae exploding, Major Jiang's head was turned by 180 degrees and reversed to his back, staring at the Iron Commander and the captain of his guards in devastation. Gulu! 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 Pink bubbles of blood were flowing out of his open mouth. A lot of questions seemed to be popping up from the bubbles as the guy berated the Iron Commander's betrayal. Zhou Hengdao held Major Jiang from falling down. He closed the guy's eyes and then twisted his head to the normal direction. In the end, he patted his shoulder and said, "Take a rest, brother. Maybe we can all use some rest." Pada. The dead body cramped and collapsed to the ground. Looking at the body, Zhou Hengdao and Zhou Tiei were caught in silence. The portable crystal processor on the wrist of the body was still displaying messages about Li Yao non-stop. Vulture Li Yao was getting closer and closer. Lost for words for a long time, the captain of the guards asked with a bitter smile, "Iron Commander, what do we do now? Zhou Hengdao gazed at the unstoppable red spot on the light beam. For a moment, his aura was so unprecedentedly weak that Zhou Tiei almost thought that he was going to surrender. But the next moment, the most dazzling brilliance beamed out of his artificial eye and his natural eye at the same time. His aura flooded out like a torrent and established an invisible realm that felt like an indestructible pillar around him. "Help me prepare my crystal suit, Ah Tai," Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao said casually. "Prepare my basaltic fighting god battle suit." Chapter 1148 Duel of Dignity. Zhou Tiei was dazed. His breath was scorching as he stammered, "Iron Commander, what are you going to do?" Although Zhou Hengdao was a seasoned warrior in the nascent soul stage, although he had made his way to the commander of the Federal Army from a bottom-level private after 200 years, 70% of his organs had been replaced by artificial ones. His veins and nerves had almost all been damaged, too, which resulted in the poor circulation of his spiritual energy. Also, he had worked in the office for more than 10 years. How good was Zhou Hengdao in fighting at this moment? "I am tired. I've never been more tired." Zhou Hengdao sat back in his chair and gazed at the parade of the veterans in the capital city again. Touching the blood-stained dog tags in his hands, he said, "You know, Ah Tai, I have never been a man good at plots and schemes. Even after I was nominated as the chief of the General Staff of the Federal Army, it has always been my ideology to fight straightforwardly in head-on clashes, breaking before bending. If I'm faced with a demon beast, I will crush it with my army. If I'm faced with a demon army of millions of demons, and I have only several remaining soldiers with me, I will still lead them to crush over the enemy. This is the path of me, Zhou Hengdao." However, over the past few months, there have been so many plots and schemes, so many lies, betrayals, and deceptions, and so many traps that were linked with each other. All those things made me feel awful. Ah Tai, at this moment, do you still believe that our ideology is correct? Of course. Holding his chest high, Zhou Tiei replied resolutely, "It is impossible, and unnecessary, for human beings and demons to live in peace. Now that we've been given a rarely seen opportunity to wipe out all the demons, why shouldn't we seize it? We are absolutely correct. Everything is for the national interests of the Star Glory Federation." Yes. Looking at Major Zhang's body on the ground that had not gone cold yet, Zhou Hengdao's eyes were firmer and firmed. "Like you, at this moment, when I sort through the whole thing in the most rational and the calmest way, I still persist in the answer, we are right. Our endeavor will ensure the national interests of the Federation to the largest extent. But then, I'm baffled by one question. If we are right and the real patriots, Jiang Hailu is an idiotic, incapable chicken, and Li Yao is a vicious traitor, why? Why are we hiding ourselves like rats in a sewer? Why can't we set our plans to the public? Why do we have to achieve our purpose through lies, deception, and schemes? Why can Li Yao, a guy who is naive enough to be fooled by the demons, show up in public openly, demonstrate his stance openly, and receive the applause of the people openly? What is it that has gone wrong? Must our belief be clandestine? The question was too complicated for Zhou Tiei, who was nothing more than a warrior. Lost for words for a long time, he managed to reply, "People are fooled by Li Yao and the lies of the demon race. But at the very least, Li Yao didn't kill so many innocent victims, or rather, he killed none." Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao waved his hand sadly. "Forget it. The question is too sophisticated. Not just you, even I don't know where we went wrong in retrospect now that I am mired deeper and deeper in this. I'm just thinking about one thing. If we hadn't played so many plots and tricks since the beginning and simply proposed our plans openly, would the situation have been different? Or maybe, when Li Yao returned to the Heaven's origin sector, I should have marched over and had a duel with him immediately. Wouldn't it have been better than this?" Iron Commander. "What?" Zhou Tiei asked anxiously, "what are you planning to do?" "As I said, I feel awful because of the ruses of the previous months. This is Lu Zui's path, not mine. Zhou Hengdao opened his right hand. Spiritual energy flowed out of his body and turned into scarlet fire after being enhanced by the crystals in his artificial limb. However, the fire seemed to have been mixed with a lot of impurities. It was bouncing up and down in creaking noises, as if it would perish at any moment. Look. The fire is like my belief, which has been corrupted by too many distracting thoughts and is about to collapse. Zhou Hengdao smiled with a pale face. Suddenly, he crushed the fire of spiritual energy into pieces. In a moment, he seemed to be somebody else and was nothing like before. A brand new fire of spiritual energy, one that was more dazzling, scorching, and unwavering, as if a whole army was residing inside, rushed out of his palm. Zhou Hengdao clenched the new fire of spiritual energy, which entangled his body like a slippery snake and enshrouded him in the most brilliant halo. He waved his hands brutally and bellowed, "Damn all the schemes and tricks. I am not a spy of the Secret Sword Bureau, I am a soldier of the Federal Army walking in the daylight. Let me finish the whole thing once and for all with Li Yao in a soldier's way. Prepare my basaltic fighting god battle suit. Then, bring your men and control Major Zhang's subordinates. Seal all the cannonballs that store the demon god virus. In an hour, I will slay Li Yao and return to Burning Prairie. Then, we will march into the Blood Demon sector and annihilate all the wretched demons." Iron Commander. Zhou Tiei found it difficult to breathe. Pondering for a long time, he said, "Yi Changkong and Di Wujian, two nascent soul-stage cultivators, have been defeated by Li Yao. They are all the top-tier experts of the Heaven's Origin sector. Are you suggesting that I'm no match for him?" Zhou Hengdao said coldly. "Yes, because of the tremendous wounds I suffered in my early life, my capability in the recent decades is not half as good as before. If I am engaged in a head-on fight with Yi Changkong or Di Wujian, I may be no match for them. But what is Li Yao's condition right now? Don't forget that, according to our intelligence, however strong Li Yao's so-called superlative height of the core formation stage is, it cannot be higher than the middle level of the nascent soul stage. He has been invincible in the three sectors only because of the enhancement of the super mystic skeleton battle suit. His crystal suit is made of the body scraps of skeleton dragon, which was a deadly demon from 40,000 years ago, the weapon system of the Dragon King battle suit, which is the best crystal suit of the Flying Star sector, and the biochemical technology of the Blood Demon sector. His crystal suit can at least improve his combat ability by 30%. The crystal suit, however, was already seriously worn in the battle with Di Wujian before it suffered a full-strength strike from the 3-star slant moon cannon. He definitely didn't have time to repair it in the urgency. Moreover, he rushed for tens of thousands of kilometers, broke through 3 defense lines, and blew up a crystal warship. How could he be utterly unharmed? Li Yao at this moment is definitely running out of spiritual energy and suffering from heavy wounds. His crystal suit must be on the verge of destruction, too. Didn't you say that evil never laughs to the end? Didn't you believe that the heavens' will is on our side? If that is the case, is there any reason I cannot defeat Li Yao? Zhou Hengdao's aura almost ripped the captain of the guards apart like roaring tides. Zhou Tiei panted for a long time and gnashed his teeth. "Iron Commander, we will go with you. Don't you see, Atai?" Zhou Hengdao said in a sad smile, "This is the competition of the righteous path between me and Li Yao. If our belief is correct, I will certainly be able to execute him. On the contrary, if I do not have the courage to face Li Yao, who is heavily wounded and who is running out of spiritual energy, and I have to ask someone else to attack him together, will I still be qualified to insist that ours is the correct path? Besides, cultivators from the Flying Star sector are no fools. How can you explain if so many high-ranked officers are moved away at once? Without the patriots, it is impossible to control the soldiers. Should there be anything wrong, they will immediately be disorganized. Zhou Tiei wanted to say something more, but Zhou Hengdao simply waved his hands and stopped him. That's all for now. Time is all that matters here. Say no more. Prepare my crystal suit now. Then, tell Luo Xingzi that I will brief the defense plans in the legions nearby while there is still time. After that, control Major Zhang's people and seal all the cannonballs that carry the demon god virus. If anything goes wrong, destroy the cannonballs immediately. Do you understand? Iron Commander, Captain, this is an order. Yes. Four eyes that were as tough as iron collided in midair, raising invisible sparks. Zhou Hengdao smiled in relief. He took out a jade chip from his pocket and handed it over to his nephew. If our belief is the correct one, I will certain win the competition of the righteous path and execute Li Yao. Then, along with our 100,000 brothers, we will stomp on the blood demon sector with our iron feet. However, if I am executed by Li Yao, in tears, Zhou Tiei bellowed, Iron Commander, it's impossible. Why are you crying if it's impossible? Are you not confident in our path at all? Zhou Hengdao scolded. Listen up. If I am killed by Li Yao, you can do things as you see fit. The general principle is that none of our brothers are to attack each other, and no innocent ordinary people are to be involved anymore. Understood. Zhou Tiei stood at attention and saluted so hard that his finger almost pierced into his temple. Also, try to deliver the jade chip to Director Lu through the secret channel. Zhou Hengdao gave the jade as well as the 8 bloodstained dog tags to Zhou Tiei. They were so heavy that the captain of the guards almost couldn't hold them up. Director Lu? He is hopeless now. What's this? Zhou Tiei was greatly baffled. Of course, the Patriots partnership still had underground forces in the capital city, but the price would still be very high to deliver a jade chip to the most heavily guarded prison in secret. What was the item that deserved such a price? It is hope. Zhou Hengdao looked toward the south. There was no telling whether he was staring at Li Yao or someone even further down south. Maybe, this will be the last hope for the Patriots partnership to rise again and stand at the peak of the new federation in daylight. All right. Carry out the orders. I can't wait to block Li Yao's path now. In the storm, a super heavy crystal tank rushed out and smashed into the mud, raising dirty tides and making the earth fulminate together with its power rune arrays. Dozens of meters above the tank was an armed shuttle with a pair of crossed wings. The cabin of the shuttle was round, which made it look like a flying behemoth. Suddenly, chi! 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 Electric currents were dashing between the corresponding rune arrays of the armed shuttle and the heavy crystal tank. Like flashing chains, they dragged the two vehicles together. The electric arcs were expanding non-stop. The sparks and the brilliance were dancing together. A ball-shaped electromagnetic field almost 10 meters in diameter was formed between the shuttle and the tank. The pouring rain was hitting on the edge of the electromagnetic field, only to be disintegrated into hazy mist, adding to its mysteriousness. Hum. 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 The lower side of the shuttle was slowly opened. Several artificial arms delivered the components of a crystal suit. In the meantime, the turret of the heavy crystal tank was slowly moving backward, too, revealing the most precise mechanical structure as it pushed the other part of the components upward. The two parts of an unparalleled crystal suit were about to be joined flawlessly. Hey! Iron Commander leapt into the electromagnetic field without caring about the tearing force of the electric arcs. With his bellow, the artificial arms on his body were all shattered apart. What was left was his broken body, which had only one arm left and whose parts below the chest had been almost entirely removed. In the thunder and lightning, such a broken body looked insignificant and vulnerable. However, the endless flame of light bursting out of the body was rising up like a magnificent mountain. It was higher and higher, giving the feeling that he was going to blow up the heavens. Connect the crystal suit. The dominating components, pulled by the electric arcs, were connected to his broken body. Without the restraints of arms and legs, the special crystal suit for the Iron Commander, designed by 9 masters of crystal suits in the Heaven's Origin sector and produced over 5 years, was able to make use of the wildest imagination possible. At first glance, the crystal suit that was revealing its scaring appearance amid the crystal arcs was far taller than normal heavy crystal suits. It was unbelievably 5 meters tall. Thick with heavy armor, it looked like a tortoise that had stood on its feet. On the top of the tortoise shell, a head more than 10 meters long, which could be extended and retracted freely, was installed. In general, the crystal suit looked like a boa that had crawled into a tortoise shell. It was both aggressive and defensive without any openings. 2 arms extended out of each side of the tortoise shell. The artificial arms for combat, built with metals, might not be as agile as the natural hands. But the advantage in number and the almost 100 pieces of attack magical equipment hidden in the arms made up for the shortcoming perfectly. Boom! After the last module was successfully connected, the crystal suit was now emitting a chilling deep blue color. A mystic ray slowly popped up from the center of the breastplate, painting the pattern of the rising dragon of the 9 stars. 1 second later, it broke into sparks and sprayed to every part of the crystal suit. Hum! 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 Every rune array on the crystal suit was roaring like a ferocious animal. Even the soldiers nearby could not help but take a step back, finding it difficult to breathe. It was the basaltic fighting god battle suit, an ultimate crystal suit based on Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's body condition, with consideration of the characteristics of the crystal suit and the Ares extension, produced by making use of the most cutting-edge technology of the Federal Army. Come, my saber. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's voice echoed from deep inside the basaltic fighting god battlesuit. The arm on the front right side of his body suddenly extended to 3 meters and snatched nearby. A crystal tank rushed close. The cap of the tank split apart, and an overwhelming saber 3 meters long and weighing 13.3 tons, which was made of meteorite, was heaved. The saber was so heavy that the iron arms that were supporting it were squeaking non-stop, indicating that they might collapse at any point. Stains of blood, as well as the traces of acid corrosion, were still left on the saber. Dozens of dents could be found on the edge of the saber, too, telling the glorious and yet gory history of the weapon. 5 raging tigers were painted on the body of the saber in the most barbaric, primitive style. Despite the corruption of the demon blood, they were still wreathed in such an intimidating aura that they seemed to be jumping out into the storm. It was the 5 tigers' hell-cutting saber, a legendary blade that had followed the Iron Commander for almost 100 years and had greatly contributed to the execution of the countless demons that he had slayed. When the saber slashed down on the ground, it was even able to cut hell in 2 and kill all the demons and devils inside. That was the true meaning of the weapon's name. Zhou Hengdao gazed at the saber for a long time. Every dent on the weapon turned into an ineffaceable memory in his eyes, but his hands stopped in midair and could not grip the saber. After a long time, he demanded in a low voice, "Change the saber." The well-worn saber slowly sank into the tank, replaced by a new one that was immaculate and as smooth as mirror. However, compared with the old 5 tigers' hell-cutting saber, the new saber, which seemed more perfect, was short of something. Perhaps it was the experience of killing gained through mountains of dead bodies that the new weapon was lacking. Iron Commander? Zhou Tie, the captain of his guards, was confused and asked in a low voice, "Why are you changing your saber?" Although the old 5 tigers' hell-cutting saber covered in damage and tiny holes, it had served Zhou Hengdao for decades. After days and nights of accompaniment with each other, they had melded into one a long time ago. The new 5 tigers' hell-cutting saber had been made recently in case the old one broke apart. Although it adopted more advanced technology, better framework, a more elegant shape, and stronger rune arrays, the weapon would be very strange to the user before it was wielded for decades and echoed with the user's soul. Zhou Hengdao picked up the brand new 5 Tigers Hell-cutting saber and waved it randomly for a moment before he stabbed it into the sheath hanging on his waist. He said casually, "The old saber has worked for me for 81 years. It has killed 13 demon kings, hundreds of demon generals, and innumerable demon soldiers. Every stripe on the body of the saber is suppressing billions of unrest demon souls. However, it has never been stained by the blood of a human being. Not once. It is a saber born to slay evil. I don't want it to touch the blood of a human being. Moreover." He hesitated for a moment but still continued. "Even if Li Yao is greatly wrong, he shouldn't be killed by this saber and die like a demon. Alright, Captain Zhou, carry out my orders." Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao roared and grabbed his saber. His magnificent body turned into a blue streak of lightning and soared into the sky, disappearing into the dark clouds in a moment. To the south of those same clouds, Li Yao was rushing at his highest speed, breaking the thunder and lightning. The mystic skeleton battlesuit was on the verge of destruction. The biochemical membrane on many parts had been burnt, showing the hideous strengthened external skeleton below. Damage and scratches appeared on almost every metal feather. Some of the feathers had even dropped off, making the wings seem rather bare, like those of a sick bird. Li Yao's wounds were not recovered in the first place. After rushing tens of thousands of kilometers on the flying sword and breaking through 3 defense lines by brute force, he was already drained. What was odd was that, the weaker his body was, the hotter the fire in his soul became. A new strength seemed to be flowing out of his abdomen and circulating inside his body, integrating him into the wind, the rain, the sky, and the earth. "Little Black, hang in there. We're nearly there." After the new strength was generated, the connection between Li Yao and Little Black was even more keen and tight than before. He seemed able to feel that the soul sealed inside Black Wing, which was as stubborn as himself, was nodding its head solemnly at his call. Licking the blood on his lips, Li Yao grinned. His telepathic thoughts spread out like tides as he searched the storm quickly. Burning prairie is dozens of kilometers long. The spiritual waves that it spreads out must be as overwhelming as an ocean. Calm down. I'm going to find it in no time. Huh. I've sensed it. Such tremendous spiritual waves. It must be burning, not good. As he sensed the unmistakable intent of killing in the spiritual waves, Li Yao's pupils constricted to the minimum instantly. Black Wing shrieked and drove the mystic skeleton battlesuit to perform 23 small-scale movements in midair, dodging the aura of a blade in the appearance of dozens of blue lightning perfectly. The aura of the blade, which was almost 100 meters long, brushed past Li Yao and crashed into a mountain hundreds of meters behind him. After a crack, it split a huge rock at the peak of the mountain that was more than 100 meters in diameter. The giant rock rolled down from the peak thunderously in 2 halves. In the middle of thunder, lightning, and pouring rain, 2 shadows confronted each other in silence. Immense flames of light and electric currents were flowing around both of them, which were expanding unstoppably and enshrouding them in their own domain. They even attracted the thunder and lightning and absorbed the natural power to increase their own intimidation. The electric arcs around Li Yao were as red as blood, scorching, passionate, and furious. The electric arcs around Zhou Hengdao, on the other hand, were as cold as iron, solid, determined, and unwavering. Before the 2 parties were engaged, the electric arcs under their control had already marched toward the enemy as vanguards. Spluttering noises were echoing non-stop in midair, and light balls that were as brilliant as fireworks were erupting. In that moment, even the thunderstorm in the 10 square kilometers nearby seemed to have turned feeble, awed by the 2 of them. The wind and the rain could not enter their domains but were only disintegrated into red and blue mist at the periphery. The mists were colliding, swallowing, mauling, and melting, too. Zhou Hengdao raised his meteorite saber slowly. The telepathic thoughts condensed in the electric arcs and exploded right in front of Li Yao's face, one word after another. Vulture Li Yao, you are on the wrong path. Go back now. Squinting and grinning, Li Yao bared his sharp canine teeth and raised his saber inch by inch. I don't intend to go back now that I've embarked on this path. Moreover, it is you who is on the wrong path, Iron Commander. The Blood Moon Dragon Hunting Saber versus the 5 Tigers Hell Cutting Saber. Vulture Li Yao versus Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao. With the sky and the earth as the battlefield, the lightning as the banner, and the thunder as the drums, the competition of the righteous path was begun. The two of them suddenly exploded into hundreds of shooting stars in the color of blue and red, which crashed in midair brutally into thousands of pieces of blurred shadows. Their real bodies, on the other hand, had attacked each other hundreds of times within the moment. The two sabers were crossed. Exhaust flames resembling torrents were spurting out of their backs at the same time. Several of their power rune arrays broke up almost at the same time. The two of them were blown away and consumed by the swirls of spiritual energy, unable to stabilize themselves for a long time. Li Yao's Blood Moon Dragon Hunting Saber, which was made of thousands of metal wings, could hardly hold together anymore and was about to collapse. Zhou Hengdao's brand new 5 Tigers Hell Cutting Saber, on the other hand, had dozens of dents, too. Gaps that looked like spider webs were quickly spreading on the body of the saber. They pointed their broken weapons at the opponent from far away. The aura of the blades rushed out and illuminated the earth that was as dark as ink. The two of them made full use of their spiritual energy the moment they were engaged without any reserve. What accompanied the collision of sabers was the competition of the spiritual energy where their infinite will, belief, and soul power were condensed. In every second, tremendous telepathic thoughts were unleashed from their heads, tied up with the spiritual energy, and darted to the enemy's forehead like flying swords. The competition of the righteous path was not one of pure strength but the most thorough analysis, debate, and challenge about each other's belief. Li Yao, just wake up already. Why do you have to protect the Blood Demon sector when you are a federal hero? Zhou Hengdao's will suddenly exploded and blew the thought into Li Yao's head. It was not a simple voice but the crystallization of Zhou Hengdao's thinking, which contained Zhou Hengdao's most intense emotions and most unwavering determination. It even included infinite pictures, colors, and even smells. I want to know why, too. Li Yao blew over a thought brutally. Iron Commander, none of your immediate family were killed by the demons. Why are you blinded by hatred and bewildered by Li Yao to join the Patriots' partnership? Why on earth? Wrong. Zhou Hengdao roared and lunged forward again. He raised the 5 Tigers Hell Cutting Saber high. The blade shone brilliantly and attracted the turbulence in the clouds. Hundreds of lightning arcs hit the tip of the saber, only to be absorbed by it. The 5 ferocious tigers painted on the saber turned into 5 mystic rays and really lunged out while the weapon slashed down toward Li Yao destructively and overwhelmingly. It is exactly because I don't have a personal grudge with the demon race that I joined the Patriots' partnership. As a soldier, all the decisions I made are based on the most rational thinking and the clearest head. I was neither blinded by hatred or bewildered by Li Yao. My path was chosen after repetitive calculation and careful deduction. It is absolutely correct. The thought exploded in Li Yao's head in only 0.1 seconds before the arrival of the 5 Tigers Hell Cutting Saber, which was mixed with the power of the thunderous tigers. Having nowhere to dodge, Li Yao could only raise his weapon to resist. After a huge crack, the feathers on the Blood Moon Dragon Hunting Saber were blown everywhere, and the weapon was almost broken apart. It went all the way back and was pressed back into his own shoulder blade. Zhou Hengdao's fighting will was higher than ever. The 5 Tigers Hell Cutting Saber suppressed Li Yao's Blood Moon Dragon Hunting Saber, and the aura of the blade as overwhelming as flood was running toward Li Yao's carotid artery. Li Yao gritted his teeth. The toughest wings beamed out of Black Wing again, providing powerful impetus, and pushed back Iron Commander together with his saber. His brain seemed to be colliding with Zhou Hengdao's as he roared, "Is butchering tens of thousands of innocent victims part of your repetitive calculation and careful deduction, too?" Voila! Zhou Hengdao was blown dozens of meters backward. Quite a few rune arrays on the basaltic fighting god battlesuit broke apart at the same time. The 5 Tigers' hell-cutting saber was kept in his back and shivering slightly in the miserable rain. That was not the original plan. The deaths of the tens of thousands of innocent victims were not within my calculation. I will certainly answer for it when everything is over. Zhou Hengdao roared. But just because something is wrong with our approach doesn't mean that our path is wrong. Regardless of what you say, the Blood Demon sector is at the feeblest moment in the past 1,000 years, and we have more than 100 children of the netherworld, the demon god virus, burning prairie, thousands of warships of the entire flying star sector, and hundreds of thousands of grand illusionary soldiers. We are at the strongest moment in the past 1,000 years. Answer me, Li Yao. Do you think that we cannot win such a war? Do you have zero confidence in the Federation? Answer me. He did not wield his weapon, but the question slashed toward Li Yao with his telepathic thoughts that were condensed into an unstoppable aura. Boom! The invisible aura was crushed into pieces when it hit Li Yao's spiritual shield more than 10 meters away from him. The streak of light bypassed Li Yao in an arc and dashed backward, disappearing in the storm. Of course, I am confident in the Federation. Li Yao breathed heavily, accelerating the circulation of his spiritual energy and trying to recover his numb arms. Our greatest enemy is not the Blood Demon sector but the Imperium of true human beings. Now that the Blood Demon sector is willing to surrender, we can solve the problem with no bloodshed. Why do you have to sacrifice so many lives that are unnecessary to be sacrificed? Those soldiers should be dedicated to the resistance against the Imperium. Surrender? Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, those who are not my people will certainly betray me in the end. Li Yao, you have almost stabilized in the nascent soul stage right now, and you are still naive enough to believe in the sincerity of the enemy's surrender? Iron Commander burst into laughter. If you're worried that we'll lose too much in the war and cannot get enough slaves to develop the resource planets, you don't need to. It's true that the Blood Demon sector is being savaged by the demon god virus. A lot of demons are not dry bones now. Our assault is likely to escalate the plague and turn the Blood Demon sector into a complete wasteland. However, don't forget that we now have the demon god virus and the antidote produced based on the blood of the children of the netherworld. We can definitely control the plague and make it only savage the coalition army of demons. For most of the demons, we can capture them, inject vaccines, and impose barriers on them, thereby getting the healthiest, strongest slaves. I calculated before. I calculated more than 100 times repetitively for 10 days and 10 nights. In such a way, we have a 70% likelihood to conquer more than half of the population of the Blood Demon sector. If all the low-level demons are transformed into slaves, they will suffice to develop the resource planets. Slaves? Li Yao was gradually back to himself. His eyes were becoming more and more scary. Do you really think that we can control billions of slaves and force them to mine dutifully on the resource planets thousands of light-years away? It's impossible, Iron Commander. The slaves will definitely rebel. Even if they are suppressed for the next 100 years, and no large-scale uprisings take place, how high will their collection efficiency be? Besides, the humiliation and hatred that have been accumulated for a century will be transformed into the most violent bloodthirst the moment that the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings arrives. Those slaves will join the Imperium of true human beings without any hesitation and turn against the Federation. If we are talking about time bombs, they are the greatest time bombs that will blow the entire Federation into smithereens at the critical moment. Boom! The auras of their blades crashed into each other one more time, raising thousands of sparks of their thoughts. Zhou Hengdao bellowed, you know the demons might rebel, too? You know the demons are unreliable, too? And yet, you are trying to introduce those guys into the Federation and integrate them with human beings? Yes, you are right. Because of the shackles and the barriers, the demons who are now slaves may rebel or turn against us when the Imperium of true human beings arrives. Then, let's say your plan works out. The demons are integrated into the Federation without being punished in a war. Will they not betray if so? Yes, they will. Greed is the nature of all creatures. They are still likely to rebel. Without the suppression of shackles and barriers, and when they are at the heart of the Federation, they will only rebel faster and cause greater damage to the Federation. Faced with a great war, the most important thing for us is solidarity, which is impossible between us and the demons. It is better to slay the hidden problem once and for all with the weapons of the people of my generation than to wait until they divide the Federation in 100 years. Iron Commander, you couldn't be more wrong. Li Yao slashed out hundreds of auras like tornadoes. Since you captured Elder Nether Spring and even learned the secrets about chaos, you must know that human beings and demons are of the same origin. 40,000 years ago, everybody was human being. They were forced into such appearances because they had to. The hundreds of auras were taken by Zhou Hengdao the hard way, who would rather his breastplate explode than back off. His 5 tigers hell-cutting saber blew toward Li Yao's hands again. 40,000 years ago. You know that it was 40,000 years ago, too. 40,000 years of blood and hatred are enough to turn us into 2 entirely different species that will not stop killing each other until only one of them stands. Under his brutal attack, Li Yao's blood moon dragon hunting saber was finally blown away, but it took a circle in midair agilely before breaking into hundreds of streaks of brightness all of a sudden and returning to Li Yao. With the interference of the blood moon dragon hunting saber, Li Yao tore apart his breastplate and revealed the hellish river cannon. A light ball that was long prepared was shot out like a supernova outbreak. But right now, we have found a way to transform them reversely. Crack. 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 Zhou Hengdao's broad shoulder plate and breastplate exploded into pieces, revealing hundreds of tiny flying swords that dashed out and darted toward Li Yao's attack. Hundreds of brilliant light balls immediately erupted in midair. It is exactly because of the simple-mindedness of people like you that we decided to start a war at any cost. Appearances can be changed, but what about their hearts? Even the heart of a human being can be fickle, not to mention demons. Do you not understand that appeasement only brings disaster? Li Yao, stop being obstinate. What you have been doing is merely meant to satisfy your illusionary sense of justice under your wishful, naive way of thinking, which will only ruin the Federation in the end. I will not let you ruin the Federation. Never. Go to hell. While the hellish river cannon was dealing with the hundreds of flying swords, the long boa in the basaltic fighting god battlesuit suddenly dashed out of the turtle shell and pecked Li Yao's head brutally. Caught unprepared, Li Yao activated the drill of mystic rays made of the 7 dragon heads intuitively, which crashed into the head of the basaltic fighting god battlesuit. Nobody won the collision, but the basaltic fighting god battlesuit had another 4 artificial arms. The other pair of arms that Zhou Hengdao had been hiding on the 2 sides of his body finally showed up. 14 fingers, with 7 fingers in each hand, moved quickly and performed almost 1,000 gestures within a breath, which overlapped into a powerful, aggressive rune array. Bolstered by the spiritual energy sent from the marrow crystals embedded inside the arms, the rune array was developed instantly and turned into a cluster of blue mystic rays in the shape of a tiger head. Boom! The tiger-shaped brilliance hit Li Yao's abdomen brutally. Blood soared out of Li Yao's body. His defense was finally crushed. Zhou Hengdao took the opportunity and slashed right at his head, knocking Li Yao hundreds of meters down into the mud on the ground. Pooh! Pooh! Another few rune arrays on the mystic skeleton battlesuit exploded, burned, and perished. The crystal suit was as slack as the shell of an opened lobster. His body where blood was running out was revealed. Zhou Hengdao descended slowly with a cold face. He opened his arms. Invisible air currents swept out from him. Deep below the ground, something seemed to be echoing with him. Crack. 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 A weird thing happened. In the middle of the fierce thunderstorm, the land and the dozens of kilometers nearby split apart. Broken metal slowly floated from the depths of the soil and staggered to gather around Zhou Hengdao as if they sensed his calling. With a closer look, many metal scraps were carved with the rising dragon of the 9 stars pattern and the emblems of different troops. They were the clumsy, old-fashioned weapons and the debris of crystal tanks and warships. This place turned out to be an ancient battlefield where the blades of the past were buried. Do you know what place this is? Zhou Hengdao eyed Li Yao coldly from the high ground. With the collision of the two worlds, this place has gradually become covered by furious spiritual energy and the edge of the dark desolate domain. But 200 years ago, this place was the Broken Wind Valley, center of the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau. 200 years ago, the remnants of the Far East Demon Kingdom, as well as the last forces of the Alliance of Demons on the Grand Desolate Plateau, gathered here. More than 5 million demon soldiers were concentrated in this place. The Federation summoned all the forces nationwide, too. The Federal Army and the elites of the major sects had an epic battle with the demons in exactly this place. Human beings secured a glorious victory in the Battle of Broken Wind. The last organized demon forces were kicked out of the Heaven's Origin sector. Since then, the Grand Desolate Plateau has been under the government of the Federation, and human beings have occupied the entire Heaven's Origin sector. Those weapons, tanks, and warships were all left in the Battle of Broken Wind. Look. There are even teeth and claws marks of the demons on them now. Our ancestors' undying souls are still around. For 500 years, the pioneers have shed their blood and paid everything they had to banish the demons and establish a prosperous country that dominated the Heaven's Origin sector. It is the foundation of the Star Glory Federation to slay evil. I will not allow any scoundrel to tarnish the spirit of the Federation, wreck its foundation, and destroy our motherland. Just look. All the souls of the martyrs below the sky will not allow you either. Zhou Hengdao roared crazily. The fire of his life was soaring to the sky. All the debris floating in the sky seemed to be encouraged by him and gathered around him quickly. Bam! 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 Sabers ran into sabers, swords crashed into swords, firearms entangled with each other, and the broken crystal tanks pressed into the broken crystal warships. Like a snowball, they grew larger and larger still. Eventually, all the debris of war was concentrated into a super-large saber hundreds of meters long. Z. 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 Zhou Hengdao's telepathic thoughts were transformed into electric arcs, which were flowing on the saber that was even more magnificent than a crystal warship, holding all the different parts of the saber together. His 4 arms were stretched out to the maximum before they suddenly slammed downward. Wake up, Li Yao. Boom. The super-large saber made of the ancient weapons 200 years ago, surrounded by an overwhelming aura almost 1,000 meters long, flew toward the ground in such a brutal attack that it seemed as if the planet would be destroyed. It was like a waterfall from the galaxy that had rushed close faster than light and blown everything around Li Yao to smithereens. After a thunderous roar, the land hundreds of meters nearby was crumbled. The aura of the blade dashed out of the holes that looked like spider webs. Pillars of light were shooting at the sky from the earth. Even the overwhelming thunder, clouds, and lightning were eclipsed by the brilliance of the attack. After only 1 second, the attack pierced almost 100 meters into the ground. Li Yao was completely suppressed and drowned deep beneath the soil. The earth went peaceful again. His scent could no longer be sensed. Hoochie. Hoochie! 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 The Iron Commander breathed heavily in midair. His forearms, because of the excessive spiritual energy, seemed to be melting as if they had just been picked up from a furnace. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. As it turns out, my path. Before he finished, Zhou Hengdao's smile was frozen. He clearly sensed that, under the suppression of the super-large saber, an uncanny force was rising higher and higher, getting stronger and stronger. Zhi! 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 The super-large saber was pushed up inch by inch from underground. It's impossible! Zhou Hengdao roared. His basaltic fighting god battlesuit turned into a cannonball as he stomped on the grip of the super-large saber. His spiritual energy surged out and almost burst the legs of his crystal suit. The super-large saber pressed downward again, only to be held back by the uncanny force after it descended only 1 inch. Soaring upward from the gaps of the saber along with the force was Li Yao's burning resolution. You're wrong, Iron Commander. I never tarnished the spirit of the Federation. I never violated the vows the pioneers made. Everything I have been doing is to defend the country and the spirit of the Star Glory Federation. You think that slaying evil is the spirit of the Federation? You are terribly mistaken. Slaying evil is just an approach. Protect the homeland and all ordinary people is the true spirit of our nation. You and Lu Zui are both lost in the approach. You consider the approach as the purpose itself. Of course, I remember the war where the pioneers marched to the Grand Desolate Plateau and how they shed their blood and killed the demons in the Battle of Broken Wind. But I remember the purpose of the expedition more clearly. It was much more than for the expansion of territory. Most importantly, hundreds of millions or ordinary people were living in the demon caves and demon cities on the Grand Desolate Plateau, enslaved. We marched to the Grand Desolate Plateau to save those ordinary people. It is recorded as such clearly in every history book of the Federation. It is also believed by every citizen, every federal soldier, and every cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector. At the very least, I have no doubt about it. The Star Glory Federation was founded to protect the ordinary people and to preserve humanity. Even when we were at the weakest moment after the country was just established, our predecessors never thought to stay safe in their territory but cast their eyes to the entire world. Our predecessors' weapons were directed toward wherever there was slavery and oppression. They never hesitated to rescue ordinary people, even if it meant a war against the Far East Demon Kingdom, the strongest nation at the time. Don't you understand, Iron Commander? In the eyes of our predecessors, the Federation does not have a boundary, and there are no limits for our citizens either. Ordinary people in the Heartland, ordinary people on the Grand Desolate Plateau, and the ordinary people in the Blood Demon sector are the same. All of them are the targets that our predecessors aimed to liberate and protect. That is the real spirit of the Federation. Since you are aware of the same origin theory, you should know that the millions of low-level demons, namely the ignorant black blood demons and chaotic blood demons, were all transformed from ordinary people in the beginning. Are they any different from the ordinary people enslaved by the demons of the Grand Desolate Plateau in the past? Shut up! Zhou Hengdao roared. How are the bizarre-shaped B***stars in the Blood Demon sector even qualified to be compared to the ordinary people of the Grand Desolate Plateau in the past? The Heaven's Origin sector belongs to the Federation and mankind. I will not allow any foul creatures to corrupt her. Your mind is too narrow, Iron Commander. Li Yao's voice was louder and louder, even the bombardment of the super-large saber and the thunder could not stop it. It exploded right inside Zhou Hengdao's brain clearly. If you insist on, those who are not my people will certainly betray me in the end, if you only pay attention to the ordinary people on our planet but turn a blind eye to, if not loathe, the ordinary people in other places, then our Federation will be confined in this tiny world forever until we breathe our last breath. When the stronger forces crush over, we will be destined to doom if we are alone. In the end, we can protect nobody. This minor world at the edge of the cosmos should in no way be a shackle for the Federation. Instead, it should be a starting point for the Federation. The destiny of the Star Glory Federation should be the broader universe and the entire sea of stars. The Federation has succeeded in protecting the ordinary people of the Heaven's Origin sector. Now, we will rescue and protect all the ordinary people in the Blood Demon sector. Then, united, we will explore more worlds and liberate more ordinary people who are enslaved and oppressed under the ideology of our pioneers. One day, when we do encounter the Imperium of true human beings, we will also rescue the billions of ordinary people in the Imperium of true human beings. We must awaken their strength and count on them. Only in such a way can we defeat the strong enemy while we are significantly weaker. We will dissolve the Imperium of true human beings from the inside and illuminate the center of the Sea of Stars with the brilliance of the Star Glory Federation. And the foundation of our cause is the real spirit of the Federation, the ideology that ordinary people must be protected. Boom! The super-large saber that was stabbed deep into the ground suddenly shone in crimson brilliance, as if the undying flames at the core of the planet were flowing up through the gaps inside the saber. After a momentary impasse, the super-large saber expanded abruptly and exploded in a deafening noise. The thousands of weapons of the past, after being burnt to thousands of degrees, were melted into an orange river of iron. They were dispersed and floating in the river again. Even Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao was blown away. His basaltic fighting god battlesuit was riddled with holes by the scraps of the weapons. One of the arms had been chopped off, too. When he finally stood on his feet again, he discovered, to his surprise, that Li Yao had soared out of the ground and stopped at a higher altitude than his. The mystic skeleton battlesuit on Li Yao's body was beyond recognition now. Part of the scraps were even deeply embedded into his flesh and blood. Even his facial cover was half broken, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes. He seemed to have just been picked up from magma. Steam was popping up from every inch of his skin that was exposed to the air, just like his intimidating aura, expanding crazily at a speed that Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao could not comprehend. The war debris from 200 years ago was attracted by Li Yao's surging spiritual energy and danced around him like the asteroid around a planet. They were colliding, melting, and taking a new shape. It was the shape of an unparalleled saber. It's impossible. It's impossible. Ah! Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao burnt his life and soul without caring about anything. His spiritual energy was boosted to such an extent that it was beyond the limits of his crystal suit. In the intense electric arcs and flames of light, the super crystal suit was collapsing inch by inch. With his broken crystal suit as the cost, his will stretched out in all directions like an octopus. More ancient weapons rose up and flew to him, only to be pressed into a saber that was larger and more dominating than the previous one. 200 years ago, the debris of the magical equipment through which the Federation won the Battle of Broken Wind 200 years ago now became the best weapons for the two cultivators in the middle of a bloody fight. In the wind, storm, and thunder, 200-meter-long sabers, surrounded by their will, beliefs, and strength, took quickly shape. Iron Commander. Brilliance that eclipsed the lightning beamed out of Li Yao's bloodshot eyes. He roared, "It is not me who sullied the spirit of the Federation and corroded its foundation but you, the guys who call yourselves patriots. You claim that you were not blinded by hatred and that everything you did was based on careful calculation and repetitive deduction in the best interests of the Federation. If so, why did you not dare to put your plan forward in Parliament? Why were you scared of telling the people the whole truth? It's simple. Because you were very clear that, when the people found out the truth, learned the same origin theory, and knew that the pantheon of demons was going to surrender, they would never agree to your conquest plan. They would never agree to fight a war that would only be a recipe for disaster at the cost of the lives of countless their compatriots, for nothing more than turning the ordinary people of a different world into slaves. You knew too well that you'd be standing on the opposite side of the majority since the very beginning. That is why you never dared to tell everything to public and could only achieve your goal through deceptions, schemes, and all the clandestine methods. The super-large saber in front of Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao grew a few secondary edges that looked like tusks after several cracking noises. He was too focused on building up the saber to respond to Li Yao's criticism. Maybe you are right that we can conquer the Blood Demon sector with a minimal price should the war begin. Li Yao's will illuminated the dark battlefield. His roars awed the rocks dozens of kilometers nearby like thunder, crushing Zhou Hengdao's soul non-stop. But what can you get after the Blood Demon sector is conquered? What we will gain is a minor Blood Demon sector that is far from enough to help us resist the Imperium of true human beings, and what we will lose is our trust in each other and the foundation that has supported the Star Glory Federation for 500 years. If you butcher the demons and enslave them, or even their offspring who have done nothing wrong while knowing clearly that demons were transformed from human beings and that the countless bottom-level demons are just ordinary people in a different appearance, the spirit of our country will collapse, and the Star Glory Federation will really be screwed. Everything that we swore to protect and preserve will be wrecked by our own hands. That is your path. If you walk down the path, you will only witness the rise of another Imperium of true human beings, instead of a great Star Glory Federation. Boom! Their ultimate sabers finally took shape. The two sabers, both hundreds of meters long, absorbing infinite lightning and thunder in the sky, triggered an aura of almost 1,000 meters. Deafening noises were echoing as they collided. Li Yao laughed. In that moment, his brain was clearer and more peaceful than ever, as if he had become one with the entire ancient battlefield. He seemed to sense that countless souls, who belonged to the Federal soldiers and the Cultivators in the Battle of Broken Wind 200 years ago, were standing behind his back cheering for him. Do you know, Iron Commander? In my eyes, all the patriots are coward. Li Yao eyed Zhou Hengdao coldly as if he were looking at the dry bones in a grave. He declared, "You said that I had zero confidence in the Federation?" "No. I am too confident about the Federation and the fire of civilization we've ignited. I have no doubt that the burning fire will radiate to every corner of the Blood Demon sector in the decades to come. All the demons will be proud to be part of the civilization of mankind. They will be willing to fight until the end to defend the Federation and the fire of our civilization as members of the Federation. This is my confidence, which none of you have. None. You are talking about how great the Federation and how glorious the fire of our civilization is. But you are so scared of a minor Blood Demon sector that you don't even have confidence to assimilate a few demons. Your belief is so unsolid. How do you expect to resist the Imperium of true human beings in future or even march to the center of the Sea of Stars? You. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao gave up the competition of beliefs completely. His eyes bulged out, and his hair was standing up. He raised the 5 tigers hell-cutting saber high with burning fighting will. In front of him, the 100-meter-long saber was heaved, too. The aura of the blade dashed into the sky and tore a large hole in the overwhelming clouds. Li Yao raised the Blood Moon Dragon hunting saber high, too. The super-large saber in front of them was lifted in the same way. Hundreds of lightning bolts appeared in the clouds, attracted, absorbed, and activated by the two sabers, adding to the auras of the blades. In that instant, even the world seemed to be awed by their fighting will and halted for a moment. Every raindrop was frozen in midair, only to be shattered by the sweeping auras of the blades, turning into a mist covering dozens of square kilometers. Shwa! In the mist, the two streaks of brightness accelerated to the highest speed at the same time. Like two shooting stars, they crashed into each other destructively. The moment of the collision was like a soundless painting. There was no anomaly nearby at all except for the two monolithic sabers and the two ragged crystal suits that were at an impasse. On Li Yao's back, at the axis of the mystic skeleton battle suit, the cracks on Black Wing further increased, like weird stripes. Infinite spiritual energy rushed out of the cracks and formed black wings almost 100 meters long. Then, there was a cracking sound, as if something inside Black Wing broke apart. The wings of spiritual energy expanded to more than 300 meters all of a sudden, leaving an exhaust flame a kilometer long. Ah! Something seemed to have broken apart in Li Yao's brain, too. He let out the most thunderous roar, which awakened the entire world. Wind was blowing, clouds were exploding, rocks were jumping to the air, and the animals hiding in the ground were reduced to smithereens. The two enormous sabers collapsed at the same time, turning into burning sparks in the sky. The two streaks of brightness brushed past each other. Their sabers were kept absolutely still in the most perfect posture, like two silhouettes that had been etched into the sky. At the south of the dark desolate domain, Ding Lingdang and several experts from the capital were marching forward, followed by the troops of the federal army that had received the ultimate order from the speaker. Suddenly, Ding Lingdang and the few experts halted, and all stared toward the north in astonishment. Such tremendous spiritual waves. What has happened? To the north of the dark desolate domain, on burning prairie, despite the super thunderstorm, the awe-inspiring spiritual waves were perceived, too. Luo Xingzi, Ji Wendi, and other cultivators from the Flying Star sector all narrowed their eyes and looked at where the spiritual waves were coming from. It is Thunderbolt? Or is it? The troops in the drill around the dark desolate domain detected the spiritual waves, too. The commanders of the troops were confused and thinking hard, too. At the center of the spiritual waves, the ultimate collision of two nascent soul stage cultivators even affected the weather and created a temporary microclimate. The clouds disappeared, and the sun rose again in the 1 square kilometer nearby. Rays of sunlight pierced through their bodies, which were now riddled with holes. Pooh! Li Yao vomited a mouthful of blood while the mystic skeleton battlesuit exploded into pieces. He could not help it any longer and slowly landed on one of his knees. He panted hard and almost could not control his bladder because of the lack of spiritual energy. Or to put it in a more straightforward way, he almost peed his pants in the fight. Pada. While he was calming himself down trying to control his bladder, Zhou Hengdao fell on his face, creating a huge noise. The 5 tigers' hell-cutting saber, which had broken in half, stabbed into the soil nearby, too. Zhou Hengdao's basaltic fighting god battlesuit was now pure garbage. He took off his twisted facial cover with all his remaining strength, revealing a dry, dying face. He extended his iron hand that was about to melt to Li Yao. His dry lips moved for a long time before a soft sound echoed from the depths of his throat. Federation. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, the chief of the General Staff of the Federal Army, gradually lost his breath. Before his body perished, his soul had been crumbled by Li Yao's saber. It was impossible for him to be transformed into a spectral cultivator at all. Li Yao sighed and vomited another mouthful of blood. He crawled over and closed Zhou Hengdao's only eye. He tried 3 times, but the old command who was as tough as iron would not close his eye. Uncanny brilliance popped up in his hollow eye as he watched Li Yao. There was no telling what the remaining emotions in it were. Regret? Frustration? Or, glimmering hope for the new federation in the future? Li Yao sat next to the Iron Commander's corpse. He took out more than some energy bars made from the oil of the demon beasts, the roots of the demonic plants, and the powder of marrow crystals. Biting off the seals brutally, he absorbed all the surging energy inside and did not feel better until he devoured more than 10 of them. Little Black. Li Yao had sensed that Black Wing was not well when he blew out the final attack a moment ago. Now, he finally had the strength rip the broken mystic skeleton battlesuit off his body and pluck Black Wing from whatever remained of the crystal suit. To his surprise, he found that, despite the cracks the size of fingers on Black Wing, which gave the feeling that the flying sword should be nothing more than pieces now, there was bottomless darkness in every crack. When he extended his spiritual threads into them, he felt that he had entered boundless abysses that were covered in a weird, hazy mist. He could not touch the soul of Black Wing at all. Li Yao recalled the Occult Orb card that he had been given before he joined the Occult Orbs Fellowship years ago. At that time, a vast world seemed to have been hidden in a card as thin as paper, which he could not see clearly however hard he pried with his spiritual threads. The Occult Orb cards were the part of the relics of the Star Ocean Imperium retrieved from an Occult Orb. The anomalies of Black Wing were quite similar to the Occult Orb card, although the flying sword seemed much more advanced. There was no telling where the soul of Black Wing was hiding inside the sword. It did not respond to his calling at all. "Little Black, what happened to you? Wake up." Li Yao was quite anxious. Black Wing had accompanied him for 20 years through thick and thin. In Li Yao's heart, Little Black was not just a flying sword but a close friend that was connected with him. It was needless to say that Little Black was the only thing that his foster father had left him. Endless secrets about Little Black and his foster father had yet to be unraveled. In the past, when he had been weak, he did not feel too much about it, but now that he had traveled far and wide and even entered the nascent soul stage, the more he considered it, the more immeasurable he thought his foster father was. His foster father had once said that he had traversed dozens of worlds. In his early years, Li Yao did not understand the weight in those words. He had taken them for his father's drunk talk. But in recent years, he had felt shocked whenever he thought of it. He had experienced such incredible events after traveling in only 3 sectors, but his foster father had toured in dozens of sectors. What a soul-stirring journey it must have been if it was true. Who was his foster father exactly? Where did he come from, and how did he end up in the Heaven's Origin sector at the edge of the cosmos? What about Black Wing? Why was a flying sword behaving like a living creature and even appearing to be sealed? Before, Li Yao had intended to find about the answers to the questions after the preliminary cooperation among the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector was agreed and the minor apocalypse was settled. One must be graceful. His foster father had raised him for 10 years and taught him countless training tricks without him knowing, which had laid a solid foundation for his rapid advancement later. If his foster father had been wronged and forced to flee to the Heaven's Origin sector, it was Li Yao's responsibility to seek justice for him. At the very least, he had to find out his foster father's identity and see if he still had other family members who should be given the message of his death so that his father's life could come to a proper conclusion. However, right now, Black Wing was in a weird state of near broken. It seemed as if it would shatter if he touched it too hard. Due to the shortage of facilities, Li Yao did not dare to act recklessly. He could only retrieve a cluster of oil from his cosmos ring and smeared it on Black Wing carefully before he covered the sword with a piece of soft skin and sent it to rest in the cosmos ring. There was no way that he could further study it until he returned inland and found an advanced refining workshop with full facilities. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao calmed himself down and observed the surroundings. As Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao died, the thunderstorm in the dark desolate domain seemed to have weakened, especially in the place where they were. Because of the collision of the most immense spiritual energy, a stable zone that was barely affected by interference had been created. There might not be enough time to go further into the dark desolate domain and search for Burning Prairie now. Li Yao could also use the riskier and yet more straightforward method. He retrieved dozens of metal sticks that had been carved with complicated rune arrays from his cosmos rings and stabbed them around himself. With the metal sticks as the framework, he crossed more bars on it and built it up, eventually assembling them into a large piece of magical equipment like an iron cage. Atop of the iron cage was an extendable antenna that stretched upward almost 20 meters. Z. 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 As the rune arrays were slowly activated, the iron cage was surrounded by electric arcs. The metal sticks were shivering, resonating with Li Yao's brainwaves and significantly enhancing them. The iron cage was sort of a spiritual tower in a different form. With its assistance, Li Yao turned himself into a communication base that could spread out his telepathic thoughts through the antennas and the metal net. However, the transmission distance of such a communication base was still very limited. Besides, the remaining parts of the dark desolate domain were still in the middle of the thunderstorm, which brought tremendous interference. There was no telling whether or not they could pick up his message. But the situation was too urgent for Li Yao to consider such issues. He glanced at the weapons of the old days that were scattered on the ground. He was having all kinds of illusions and seemed to see the federal soldiers and the cultivators who had sworn to protect all human beings in the Battle of Broken Wind 200 years ago. All the predecessors were around him. None of them were looking at him. They were all gazing into distance. In that moment, he seemed to be one of them, too, a random soldier on the battlefield. No drumming, no roaring. The only sound was the fluttering rising dragon of the 9 stars flag in the wind. Accompanied by the melody of the flag, Li Yao sat cross-legged and concentrated his attention, broadcasting to the entire dark desolate domain. Brothers of the Federal Army taking part in the Furious Fist drill, cultivators who are cooperating with the Federal Army, and allies from the Flying Star sector, I am Li Yao, broadcasting to you from the south of the dark desolate domain about the ultimate order from Jiang Hailu, the Speaker of the Parliament. The order is as follows. I repeat. All personnel who hear this broadcast, abort all activities. Effective immediately. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts rippled out under the enhancement of the electric arcs. The ripples were so weak that they looked like butterflies in the storm that were flapping their wings helplessly. Li Yao stared at the storm and the clouds far away, his head aching and dizzy. He felt that his brains were about to flow out of his nostrils and ears at any point. But he did not stop. He exploited his brain cells time and time again, triggering more telepathic thoughts and sending them to the depths of the dark desolate domain. Brothers of the Federal Army, fellow cultivators from the Flying Star sector. At the north of the dark desolate domain, in the storm, Burning Prairie finished the maintenance of all the units. We are done testing the space jump array. All the faults have now been fixed. It can be activated at any time. Luo Xingzi, Ji Wendi, and the rest of the leadership of the Burning Prairie fleet were all pacing anxiously on the bridge, looking at their watches every once in a while. Why is Iron Commander still not back? What's with the immense spiritual waves a moment ago? Do we set off now or stand by? Zhou Tie, the captain of Zhou Hengdao's guards, vaguely felt something. He collapsed into the buffer rune arrays and stared at the interconnecting wires on the bridge in a daze. At this moment, a signalman on the warship jumped to his feet and ripped off his headset. Too shocked to say anything, he waved his hands crazily in midair. What's up? Luo Xingzi frowned. Are we in touch with the rear now? The signalman rolled his tongue for a long time but still could not speak a complete sentence. In the end, he simply switched the communicator to the loudspeaker mode. The next moment, hundreds of broadcast rune arrays large and small on the bridge were echoing the storm and thunder, as well as a weak, seriously twisted, and yet continuous voice mixed in them, at the same time. Brothers of the Federal Army taking part in the Furious Fist drill, cultivators who are cooperating with the Federal Army, and allies from the Flying Star sector, I am Li Yao, broadcasting to you from the south of the dark desolate domain about the ultimate order from Jiang Hailu, the Speaker of the Parliament. The order is as follows. The same voice was ringing above every troop in the dark desolate domain. Some of the soldiers who heard the ultimate order were greatly shocked, some burst into fury, and some, who were the members of the Patriots' Partnership, were grasped by desperation and collapsed to the ground helplessly. Everybody turned their eyes to the south, where the broadcast came from. Li Yao knew none of it. He only repeated the words time and time again like a machine and showed no intention of stopping when blood was flowing out of his nose and ears. He did not know how many times he had broadcasted that message. About to lose consciousness, he told himself again and again, one more broadcast. One last broadcast, and the odds of somebody picking it up will increase. One more broadcast. He fell into the mud. The microclimate, which lasted half an hour, finally shattered. The clouds and the storm consumed the land again, dyeing the mountains and rivers with darkness. His telepathic thoughts were ripped into pieces by the lightning and the tornadoes before they reached dozens of kilometers away. Even so, Li Yao still lay on the ground, his limbs stretched out. He opened his eyes as best as he could to force himself to stay awake through the pouring rain while he sent out the telepathic thoughts that were destined to be shredded. One telepathic thought. One telepathic thought was all that he needed. One telepathic thought meant one more shred of hope. When he was about to fall unconscious, he vaguely heard sweeping tides from the back of the mountains in the north, as if a magnificent floating mountain was flying over. On the floating mountain, the two words burning prairie was emanating such brilliance that the storm and the clouds were shattered alike. From the south, dozens of colorful streaks of brilliance were rushing close and piercing through the thunderstorm, too. The red brilliance that was as scorching as the fire at the core of the planet was charging at him. Li Yao. Ding Ling Dong's roars even eclipsed the thunder in the sky. Even pouring rain halted for a moment in fear. Li Yao closed his eyes in great relief. He grinned soundlessly in the mud. Chapter 1154 Repatriation. A month later, in the Federal Square in the capital city. For more than half a month, the capital city had been sunny and peaceful. The temperature was neither too high nor too low. It was the most comfortable time in autumn. Hurry! Hurry up! There's a place here. A team of teenagers were yelling and shouting outside of the square. A tall, fat boy crammed into the crowd and shook his shoulders, creating room around him, before he gestured for the girl behind him to come over. Guo Xiaohe was agile enough to jump to the high stairs. She looked at the front, standing on her toes. Girls of her age recovered fast. The heavy wounds that she had suffered in the explosions a month ago had been fully healed, without the slightest scar left on her body. Every pore on her red skin was brimming with the youthful vigor. Revisiting the Federal Square today, Guo Xiaohe did not seem troubled by the bad memory at all, as if the accident had no effect on her whatsoever. Wow! The rebellious young girl was amazed by the flags, the cramming heads, the balloons, and the flying pigeons in the Federal Square. Let me take a look. Have they arrived? Are they here? The fat boy tried to squeeze upward, only to be blocked entirely by Guo Xiaohe. As it happened, she was wearing a short skirt that day. The little fatty's eyes shined as he raised his head. He changed his attitude. Well, Xiaohe. You just stay there and watch. I can watch your share down here. Alright, see Mao. Guo Xiaohe raised her left hand and aimed the crystal camera on her portable crystal processor at the center of the square and began shooting. She also activated the share mode and shared the picture she took with her companions down there. But as to where exactly the fat boy, Si Mao, was looking, only the heavens knew. At the center of the Federal Square, and the center of everybody's attention, a special team walked close slowly. At first glance, the team was made of the most ferocious demons. Some of them had arms and torsos that were covered in thin scales, some had long, black hair on their faces, some had tails with bone spurs behind their bottoms, and some even had sharp horns above their foreheads. When they moved out of the crystal tanks, stood in neat rows, and marched toward the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag at the center of the Federal Square, their hideous appearances and alien auras put the Federal Square in silence despite the pack of people. Even Guo Xiaohe also gasped at the edge of the square and shrieked together with her companions. However, nobody panicked or glared at them. On the contrary, people were looking at the demons with admiration, sympathy, and even some embarrassment. The demons were not wearing the standard armor of the coalition army of demons either, but the brand new, black formal dress of the Federal Army. Every demon was wearing 3 to 4 medals in front of their chest. At the center of their hats, a rising dragon of the 9 stars bag was nailed squarely. They were not demons but the soldiers of the Flying Tigers Legion, who chased the enemy to the dark desolate domain in the Battle of Dawn 2 years ago, only to be captured by the Netherworld Watch and sent to the Netherworld at the North Pole of the Blood Demon sector for the experiments of the demon god virus. Today was the day of their homecoming. Led by Hantuhu, the warriors, whose appearances had mutated but whose hearts did not, walked to the national flag firmly in goose-step on the land of their motherland with their feet that had grown sharp talons. Below the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag, their families were waiting for them. Their parents, their wives, and their children. In that moment, the soldiers who had traveled in the foreign land for 2 years, tortured and deformed, could see nothing else. Not the crowd that was greeting them on the 2 sides of the road, not the leadership of the Federal Army in the auditorium who were showing complicated feelings, and not even the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag that was flapping in the wind. The only things that they could see were the faces of their family that were both familiar and strange, and their eyes that were speaking to him. All the soldiers were hesitating. Their formation was no longer as organized as before. They seemed both eager to stride forward and short of courage to do so. After Li Yao caught up to the troops in the drill and disrupted the war that was about to break out, the remaining soldiers of the Flying Tigers Legion had naturally been the happiest ones when the news was out. Living in the foreign land for 2 months, they could not wait to go home. However, they were faced with a tricky problem. They were all experiment subjects for the demon god virus, and every one of them had been subject to dozens of experiments. Their cells had mutated so deeply that they showed resistance to the reduction drugs. The regular divine blood of chaos, synthesized based on the blood of Jin Xinyue and the children of the nether world, was not enough to remove the features of the demon race at all. It would at least take a year and a half before the drugs targeting their peculiar symptoms were developed, and even such drugs might not work out. They were caught in a dilemma. Should they continue staying in the blood demon sector for a year and a half, or even longer, and reunite with their family after their original appearances were restored, or should they go back immediately, with such hideous appearances? The moment they heard that they were able to go home, all the soldiers had been so excited that they had chosen the second path without any hesitation. However, after they did come home and returned to the sunlight of the heaven's origin sector and their compatriots, fear and panic had popped up in their devastated hearts again. Some of them had even halted and hesitated, looking at the front with reluctance. The soldiers and their family, one side with the appearance of demons and the other side as normal human beings, seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. They were close to each other, but they were far away. The Federal Square was absolutely quiet. The 100 light beams floating in midair sent the pictures from all angles to the audience, casting all the citizens of the Federation into silence and thought. Guo Xiaohe was so nervous that she held her breath and clenched her fists. She was too young to understand how many feelings were concealed in the wet eyes on the light beams, but she could not help but start hoping for the best. The soldiers and their family were silent for a long time like group sculptures. Suddenly, a green-faced, long-tusked soldier seemed to read something from the face of his family after he saw them in the crowd. He covered his tusks in self-abasement and stepped back. He lowered his head, meaning to run away. But before he turned around, an ant whose hair was half white had already run out and held both him and his tusks and claws in her arms. A mother's devastating cry was echoing in the sky of the Federal Square that was dead silent. "My son!" The invisible ice was shattered into pieces by the cry. The 2 silent group sculptures turned into 2 surging tides that crashed into each other. "Mom! I'm back! I'm back! Honey, let me look at you! Let me look at you! Dad! Dad!" The Federal Square was simmering. According to the procedures of the ceremony discussed earlier, the soldiers would raise the national flag, sing the national anthem, report to the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army, and be given the new flag of the Flying Tigers Legion. But none of the ceremony could be conducted anymore. The soldiers were hugging their family, the soldiers and the cultivators were hugging each other, and all the citizens of the Federation who knew each other or did not were hugging each other. Fireworks were lit up. 2 colorful words were shot into the blue sky and the white clouds. Welcome home. It was an unprecedented event even for the Federal Square, which had witnessed countless victory ceremonies and triumph parades in the 500 years of history of the Star Glory Federation. However, over the past month, unprecedented changes had been happening everywhere, in every level, throughout the Federation. Jiang Hailu, the Speaker of the Parliament, rested for only a day and a half before he dedicated himself back to work again, correcting the previous mistakes and controlling the situation at the highest efficiency. The special squad led by Guo Chunfeng, acting director of the Secret Sword Bureau, worked day and night. After only a fortnight, the complicated social network of the Patriots Partnership was uprooted, and most of its bases were demolished. After Lu Zui and Zhou Hengdao, the 2 leaders of the organization, were captured and killed, the Patriots Partnership had essentially lost the ability to counterattack. It was merely catching its last breath. In the meantime, within the Patriots Partnership, not everybody had been aware of Lu Zui's plan either. In fact, few people knew that Lu Zui had been prepared to butcher tens of thousands of compatriots and blame it on the demons. Even Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao had been unaware of it beforehand. Some of the patriots only knew that they were going to assassinate the speaker in order to save the Federation by removing the national traitor. Some other patriots did not even know that they were planning to assassinate the speaker. They only maintained that human beings and demons could not live under the same sky, and a war had to be fought no matter what. With that in mind, they had helped the organization. When the truth was out, the members of the Patriots Partnership who had been fooled completely collapsed. Some of them turned themselves in, and some of them even killed themselves after leaving a note. Even the most obstinate diehards were unveiled one after another after being reported by their companions. That day, 1 month later, the Patriots Partnership had been crushed and could stir no more trouble. The preliminarily communication channel between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector had been established, too. In fact, the soldiers of the Federal Army led by Han Tuhu returned to the Heaven's Origin Sector partly for the home visit and partly to demonstrate the wish of peace of most of the chaotic blood demons on behalf of the Skyfire, the newly risen force in the Blood Demon Sector. The soldiers who had features of the demon race would be the best bridge for communication between the 2 parties. After Han Tuhu broke the ice, in the near future, Jin Xinyue, the new Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens of the Pantheon of Demons, would arrive in the Federation to officially discuss the terms of peace with a large-scale delegation. After the agreement was signed, it would mean that the Blood Demon Sector had completely surrendered. Chapter 1155 Fan Meeting. However, even if the surrender agreement was truly signed, it was just the first step of an expedition to light years away. The Federation in the past only had hawks and radical hawks. Even Speaker Jiang Hailu, who was often considered the most prudent, hated the demon's guts and was in no way a pacifist who was scared of war. The 2 parties had been fighting each other brutally for hundreds of years. The hatred could not be resolved easily by an agreement. For the leadership of the 2 sectors, or maybe the 3 of them including the Flying Star Sector, how the people should live together in peace was quite a headache. Other than the politicians, the specialists in the universities, think tanks, and research facilities, not restrained by their identities, had more freedom to propose their revolutionary ideas. Whether human beings should live in peace with the demons or fight them, how human beings could live in peace with the demons, and how human beings should fight the demons if they decided to, all kinds of opinions were put forward and debated. Everybody seemed to be back to the period when the Flying Star Sector and the Imperium of true human beings had just been discovered, if not even more passionate. After all, the arrival of the Imperium of true human beings would be 100 years later, but the assimilation with the blood demon sector was imminent. At first, most of the people were hostile to the demons. Even after the truth about the explosions in the Federal Square were out and the Patriots' partnership surfaced, their attitude barely changed. However, after the same origin theory was publicized, especially after the free transformation between human beings and demons was proved by Jean Shinue, the children of the Nether World, and the soldiers of the Flying Tigers Legion, even the most stubborn human extremists had to lie low for a few days, reorganizing their defense and preparing new cannonballs for the debate. Faced with the paradigm-shifting theory, all kinds of interesting thought experiments were invented. Now that the same origin theory has been proven, and some cultivators can display the features of the ferocious animals after they practice certain techniques, what is the essential difference between human beings and demons? If there are two individuals, one being a human being who has been turned into the appearance of a human being by the demon god virus, and the other being a demon who now looks like a human being after being injected with excessive divine blood of chaos, which of the two is the human being, and which is the demon? If the former is still the human being and the latter is still the demon, it means that the difference between human beings and demons lies in the heart but not the appearance. Then, here comes the question, how do you determine one's heart? Since human beings and demons are of the same origin, and there is no reproductive isolation between the two parties, they can be married if they want. Then, are their offspring human beings or demons? Let's say that a half-demon, who is a child of a human being and a demon, is married to a human being. Then, his descendant will be a quarter demon. If his progeny all marry human beings, the blood of the demon race in their veins will become less and less. After how many generations can they be considered real human beings? Or maybe, are they not human beings at all as long as there is 1/1000th of the lineage of the demon race? With our advanced medical knowledge, the Heaven's Origin sector is able to perform the foreign limb replantation procedure. If a human veteran has the arm of a demon transplanted, will he be a human being or a demon? The bizarre questions seem to be absurd, childlike chatter, but they raised unabated debates in the most high-end think tanks and academic forums. Since most of the debates were live-streamed, the mind-troubling thought experiments were transmitted to every corner of the Federation. Citizens of the Federation, after 500 years of bloody battles, all paid attention to national affairs, some more than others. As for the cultivators, they were almost all reflecting on the questions that concerned their beliefs because of the responsibility on their shoulders. In that moment, it suddenly occurred to the people of the Heaven's Origin sector that executing demons meant something vastly different in the new era. Although such thought experiments were not enough to eradicate their hatred, the voice that demanded an immediate battle to slaughter all the demons with the virus had been significantly weakened, if it still existed at all. Even the most obstinate extremists, when faced with the newborn babies of the demons who were identical to those of human beings and knowing that they could be transformed into human beings, were not brazen enough to call for a slaughter now. That was basically the situation among the politicians and in the academic circle. However, for the general students and citizens, their focus was not the fancy competition of beliefs but things that were more mundane, concrete and practical, such as how touching. How touching it is. Si Mao, the little fat boy, sobbed and went to Guo Xiaohe. Xiaohe, my heart is melting. Please give me a hug. No problem. Come on. Guo Xiaohe opened her arms, too, and turned to the fat boy, only to crawl below the fat boy's arms the moment before they reached each other. She also kicked his big, fat bottom hard. Behind the place where Guo Xiaohe was standing was a bearded, muscular man. The muscular man was also sobbing hard. Seeing that the fat boy was staggering at him, he opened his arms and shouted, "Our heroes are finally home. They're home now." Being bear-hugged by the muscular man, the fat boy nearly vomited the food that he had eaten last night. Guo Xiaohe and the other few girls burst into laughter. Dodging other boys who were asking for hugs, they took each other's hands and ran out of the crowd. The boys whose scheme had been seen through were not in the least embarrassed. They shrieked and chased after them. After going through all the trouble to free himself from the arms of the muscular man, Si Mao ran up again like a bear who was trying to steal some honey. The bunch of young people were laughing and playing in the middle of the layer of golden leaves. A moment later, they sat in one row on the steps next to the square, drinking beverages, shaking their legs, and watching the clouds in the sky. Guo Xiaohe pouted her lips and said, "Anyways, the war is not going to happen for now. The emergency mobilization of the Federal Army has been aborted. Our dream of joining the army is now at a dead end. We can only study dutifully and go to college now. How boring that is." In fact, Si Mao scratched his hair for a moment and hesitated before he said, somewhat in embarrassment, "It is not very bad. My dad came home yesterday. He said that he will be staying at home for half a month. I hadn't seen him for a long time. He was so thin that I could barely recognize him. It was quite pitiful." "Huh?" Guo Xiaohe pointed at the fat boy's nose and observed in amazement, as if she had discovered a new continent. "Si Mao, you have always been the most radical of us all. Wasn't it you who came up with the idea to join the army together? Didn't you say that your father is a battle hero and you would be, too? Father and son slaying the demons together, wasn't it your dream?" Hee, the fat boy chuckled in embarrassment. He scratched his head faster and faster. "I stand by what I said. However, after learning that my father's troop was going to take part in the drill on the Grand Desolate Plateau and would probably be among the first echelon to march into the Blood Demon sector, my mom didn't sleep well for quite a few days. She found my dad's photo and looked at it time and time again. One night, I even overheard her crying in the room. Starting from that day, I began to think that, if the demons insisted on a war, we should of course beat those son of cheese, but it wouldn't be half bad if the war was no more and my father could return safe and sound to my mother." Guo Xiaohe was suspicious. "That is not what you said before. I didn't know that it would be like this before." "Si Mao is quite right," another girl who had two ponytails said in a gentle voice. "My dad is not in the same troop as Si Mao's dad, but he was in the drill, too. After he set off, my mom was praying at home day and night. She got hundreds of statues of deities, Buddhas, and the experts of the past. My house was essentially a factory of statues, with smoke popping up all day long. My dad is coming home tomorrow, too." My mom was so excited that she cleaned every statue carefully and even asked for my help. We spent the whole night doing that. She thinks that it's the deity's credit. All in all, another boy took a long breath in relief and said, "A martyr is glorious, but it's best to not be one if possible. Don't you agree?" Guo Xiaohe touched the rising dragon of the 9 stars tattoo on her cheek and suddenly thought of something. She nodded. "I suppose so. I suffered some minor wounds a month ago, and my mom and dad were already devastated. I can't imagine what would happen to them if the war really broke out, and I died on the battlefield." Her words cast all the teenagers into silence. They were all at a carefree age and had only decided to join the army to fight the demons because of their hot blood. After a month of calming down, they had all more or less learned something else. Hey. Why so serious?" Si Mao jumped up to his feet like a meatball. He glanced at everybody in great excitement, and his eyes stopped on Guo Xiaohe for the longest time. Suddenly, as if he were doing a magic trick, he took out a pile of cards from his back. "Hey! My lackeys, look at what's in Brother Si Mao's hands. Do you know why Brother Si Mao summoned you today? Yes, we are here to watch the heroes, but it is not just the heroes of the Flying Tigers Legion that we are watching. There is an even greater hero that I would like to introduce to all of you." "What's this?" Everybody's eyes shone and took a card from him. Reading the card, they discovered that it was a VIP card for a fan meeting. With the card, they could have a close-distance communication with a cultivator, get their autograph, and even receive one-on-one enlightenment. In the Heaven's Origin sector, all the cultivators considered disseminating the training culture and raising the young people's interest in cultivation as their responsibility. Such fan meetings were often the best approach to encourage young people. All the boys and girls jumped to their feet, their eyes shining so brightly that they looked like lanterns. Even Guo Xiaohe could not help but cover her mouth. That's right. The hero that I would like to introduce to you today is a legend of legends, a miracle of miracles, an unparalleled training genius in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Heaven's Origin sector. He is the man who reversed the situation in the chaos a month ago and demolished the Patriots' partnership, Wu Mayan, the Eagle of Iron Plateau. Chapter 1156 My father is a hero. The fat boy burst into such laughter that he laid his hands on his hips and could not have looked prouder. His friends did not boo him as they usually did because those VIP cards were definitely enough to make any child proud and excited. Good heavens! Are they real? Is it Wu Mayan? Is it the legendary Eagle of Iron Plateau, Wu Mayan? I'm told that he is the top expert in the younger generation of the Flying Star sector. No. He is basically the best expert below the age of 30 in both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. It is said that he grew up in the primitive, barbaric Iron Plateau and had a lot of adventures. Later, he had the privilege of studying under the legendary vulture Li Yao. Now, he has advanced above the 160th level of the refinement stage, which is the unique training system of the Qi trainers. Translated into our system, he is definitely as strong as a core formation stage cultivator. My idol. Wu Mayan has always been my idol. Brat, how did you get those VIP cards for my idol's fan meeting? Speak. Speak now. The girls were eyeing the fat boy as if he were a handsome Mr. CEO, while the boys were eyeing the fat boy as if they were planning to tie him up and interrogate him about his relationship with Wu Mayan. The fat boy was smiling so contentedly that his eyes were barely visible. After acting mysteriously for such a long time, he finally confessed dutifully. You know that my uncle is a cultivator of the Purple Spirit sect. Over the past month, my uncle and his fellows have been taking part in the operation to demolish the bases of the Patriots' partnership. He happened to be Wu Mayan's partner. My uncle and Wu Mayan discovered that their body-moving techniques were quite complementary and therefore exchanged the skills. They became friends after that. Once they got to know each other, my uncle took the opportunity to invite Wu Mayan to have a fan meeting in the Purple Spirit sect. Wu Mayan agreed. So, as my uncle's dear nephew, I naturally had access to the VIP cards. Not half bad, right? With my uncle being there, every one of you will get the chance to talk to Wu Mayan closely. You will also have gifts that are the robes of the Qi trainers with his autograph. Chances are that we will even be having dinner together. Tell me, hasn't Brother Si Mao offered you a great treat? Totally. This is definitely the greatest treat. All hail Brother Si Mao. The fan meeting is in 2 hours, and the headquarters of the Purple Spirit sect are not close from here. There will certainly be a traffic jam when the people in the Federal Square disperse. No. I have to change my clothes before meeting Wu Mayan. Right, of course. I need to change my clothes, too. Several girls hurried to raise their hands. Wu Mayan was less than 25 years old, almost of the same age as them. He was young, wealthy, handsome, strong, and had the exotic charisma of the Flying Star sector. He was essentially a prince of Iron Plateau. He was definitely an idol for all the young girls in the Federation. Meeting Wu Mayan without makeup and proper clothes? They would be insane. The girls were all talking and laughing. Even Guo Xiaohe also fantasized for quite a long time while holding the VIP card for Wu Mayan's fan meeting. Looking at Wu Mayan's slightly primitive and yet extraordinarily handsome face on the back of the card, she felt tempted, but she still gritted his teeth and gave the VIP card back to the fat boy. "See Mao, do excuse me, but there's something I need to do later. I won't be going." "What?" All her friends were shocked. The fat boy was so dumbfounded that he was stammering, Are you serious? Xiaohe, don't you like Wu Mayan best? I clung to my uncle's leg and screamed for 2 hours in order to get those cards for the fan meeting. What a rarely seen opportunity to chat and even dine with your idol. And you're not going? What are you going to do instead? Yes. The school is having a holiday, and we can't join the army now. What can you possibly be occupied with? Her confidants found it strange, too. They blinked and said, Wu Mayan's photos practically cover the walls of your room. How can you let go of such an opportunity? Blushing, Guo Xiaohe stammered for a long time. Finally, she gritted her teeth, craned her neck, and declared, My dad is bringing me to eat barbecue and drink tea in the suburbs with his 2 colleagues. She was answered by silence. All the boys and girls looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that they were in a dream. It was not until half a minute later, when everybody's expression was weirder than ever, that a few boys could not help it any longer and burst into laughter. I thought that it was something serious. Drinking tea with your dad's colleagues? You've got to be kidding me. Miss Guo Xiaohe, since when have you become so old-fashioned? Are you really the Guo Xiaohe that we know? You are not possessed by a devil, are you? Are you serious? The fat boy scratched his hair hard and roared, Guo Xiaohe, do you have any idea how difficult it was for me to get those cards? I'd forgive you if you really have something important, but drinking tea with your dad's colleagues? I feel embarrassed for you. Do you prefer meeting the nerd colleagues from your old man's poor Bureau of Meteorology than meeting the legendary Prince of Iron Plateau? I'm really suspicious that you are spellbound. Guo Xiaohe was so embarrassed that her face was as red as the bottom of a monkey, but when the fat boy mentioned her father's workplace, she immediately jumped up and snatched the fat boy's ears as fast as lightning. Ouch! 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 Let go of me. What a rude woman. Shut up, Si Mao. I forbid you to speak evil of my father. It wasn't me. You're the one who has been saying that the Bureau of Meteorology is a wretched sh*thol, aren't you? Guo Xiaohe was lost for words. She let go of the fat boy and replied awkwardly, I didn't know the real situation before. In fact, it was not true. My father is not a simple nerd. He is a real hero. Huh? All the young people beamed with interest and crowded to her. What do you mean? When I was in hospital, my mom told me many things about my father. Guo Xiaohe looked at her feet and said in a daze, I was wrong all the time. My dad was busy for a reason. He is not a random worker sitting in the office of the Bureau of Meteorology. It is a highly dangerous job that he has been doing. What exactly is this dangerous job that my uncle has been doing? The fat boy moved closer and sat next to Guo Xiaohe. Studying the storms is only part of his job, Guo Xiaohe said solemnly. When some of the storms are too strong, he will fly into the sky in person to change the weather conditions so that the storms that can potentially destroy the city will be destroyed in advance. Oh. Everybody nodded, not very excited. The fat boy scratched his head. That explains a lot. It does sound impressive. But speaking of which, are there such strong storms that can destroy a city in the Federation? Why have I never heard about them before? Because they were destroyed by my dad beforehand. Guo Xiaohe glared at him. Where can you possibly hear about them? Yes. You're right, Xiaohe. My uncle is truly a top-tier hero. However, the fat boy was not willing to give up yet. But he can't be as much of a hero as Wu Mayan is, right? Moreover, you can see your dad every day, but not Wu Mayan. Why don't you tell my uncle? My uncle will certainly not blame you if he knows that you are meeting Wu Mayan. Enough. Stop talking about my uncle. Who's your uncle? Guo Xiaohe was relieved after she made up her mind. She stood up and placed the beverage cup on the fat boy's head. I haven't seen my dad for almost half a year. The last excursion and barbecue we had were like centuries ago. Wu Mayan is important, but can he be more important than my dad? You go now. Remember to ask for an autographed robe for me. And take more photos. No problem. Her confidants waved their portable crystal processors. You'll be watching the live stream. We guarantee that even the hair on Wu Mayan's face will be captured clearly. Chances are that you may have the chance to talk to your idol remotely. I know, you are all my reliable sisters. Alright. My dad has sent me a message. He must be waiting for me somewhere. Guo Xiaohe hopped down the steps. Are you really not going? The fat boy's voice was full of disappointment. Are you really not? The boys in the behind were echoing in an amusing tone. Our brother Si Mao got those VIP cards specifically for you. We are all taking your advantage. Brother Si Mao's heart will be broken if you are not going. Everybody laughed. Guo Xiaohe's face was as red as the flag. She pretended that she did not hear it and fled, half jumping and half running. 10 minutes later, she found Guo Chunfeng in his ragged supermarket shuttle in the parking lot to the east of the square. Guo Xiaohe glared at Guo Chunfeng angrily. With an innocent smile, Guo Chunfeng had no idea what he had done wrong. Dear Dad. Guo Xiaohe crawled in the shuttle and jabbed Guo Chunfeng's chest. Not that I'm blaming you. I know that you are a pedant and you can't come up with anything refreshing. You want to bring me and Mom for tea drinking and barbecue. That's fine. But did you have to choose today? Do you know what today is? This is your wedding anniversary, buddy. Do you have any idea what wedding anniversary means? I even sent a message to you a few days ago. You said that you'd got it and you would prepare a big surprise for us. As it turns out, your surprise is to hike, barbecue, and drink tea with your daughter, your wife, and your colleagues? My dear father, is your head really different from the minds of us the normal people? Guo Chunfeng continued smiling, as if whatever his daughter said, even if it was meaningless noise, would be the best entertainment for him. He waited until his daughter had vented her anger and said light-heartedly, "It can't be helped. I've been too busy recently, and I'll be even busier in the near future. I have to do everything at once in my one-day holiday. I have 2 colleagues, no, friends, that you will be interested in meeting. Also, there's something that I need to tell you." Guo Xiaohe's ears suddenly pricked up as she realized the weight of her father's words. She demanded warily, "What is it?" "Everything." Looking ahead, Guo Chunfeng said casually, "Things about my workplace, why I rarely come home, and why I act so mysteriously sometimes. Also, I'm going to tell you something that is about to happen. Your life may experience drastic changes soon, too." Guo Xiaohe gasped and covered her mouth. Guo Chunfeng frowned. "What's up? Dad, you're not telling me that the reason you hardly came home is that you have a mistress in your workplace and now you are finally telling my mom everything and ask for a divorce, are you?" Guo Xiaohe moaned miserably. Guo Chunfeng. Chapter 1157 That's Me. Translator, Ash, Striven Editor. The enlightened master crouching cow. His speechless expression made Guo Xiaohe jump from her seat and hit the ceiling of the shuttle. She sat cross-legged again, grimacing, and rubbed his head hard. "Dad, I was joking. But what's with your guilty face? Did I point the truth out? What are you talking about? What a child. Your mom and I are fine." Guo Chunfeng held the steering wheel with one hand and touched his daughter's head with the other. What nonsense have you been reading? Then what did you mean, Dad? Guo Xiaohe blinked her watery eyes and asked, what do you mean by, my life will experience drastic changes? Guo Chunfeng blinked and took a long breath. What I meant to tell you is that researcher of the Storm Institute of the Bureau of Meteorology is just my disguise. In fact, your dad was the best agent of the Secret Sword Bureau decades ago and the most excellent demon hunter of the Federation. For the past decade, I have been managing the first division of the Secret Sword Bureau, which is the most important branch of the agency. In the battle to demolish the Patriots Partnership, I was nominated as the acting director of the Secret Sword Bureau and was responsible for the whole operation. Now, everything has been settled, and the acting will be removed very soon. In short, your dad is now one of the most influential people in the Federation and the leader of the secret frontline. I didn't tell you this before because I wanted to protect you and prevent you from worrying. But now that I've been promoted to this new post, it is impossible that my identity can still be kept a secret. As my family, it's impossible for you to grow up like a regular girl, too. So, I've decided to tell you in advance so that you'll have more time to prepare yourself. Guo Xiaohe was silent for a long time. Her mouth bulged so wide that a watermelon could have been stuffed inside easily. She stared at her father for a whole minute, only to discover no irregularities in her father's face. Finally, she could not help it any longer and burst into laughter, holding her belly, kicking. She laughed so hard that her tears and snobs were flowing out. Ha ha ha. Dad, you are funny. You are too funny. Whoever dares say that you are a nerd, I'll definitely spit right in their face. Really? I never knew that you were so humorous. You are a master of joking. You didn't win my mom's heart through jokes, did you? No, Guo Chunfeng said casually. I slew approximately 800 demon beasts and rescued your mom from a beast tide. That was how I won your mother's heart. Guo Xiaohe laughed so hard that she almost slid down the seat. Her face red, she raised up his hands. Help. Please stop talking, Dad. I'm being choked. I give up. I surrender. Ha 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 ha. Guo Chunfeng scratched his nose. His shuttle joined the traffic of shuttles in the sky and flew to the western suburb of the capital city. The western suburb of the capital city was Jade Maple Mountain, which stretched for almost 100 kilometers. The mountain was not steep, but it was zigzagging and enjoyable enough. It also had brooks, waterfalls, and a whole mountain of fiery maple leaves in the autumn. It was a great place of entertainment for the citizens. Today was not a holiday, and most of the citizens had gone to the Federal Square to greet the Flying Tigers Legion, who had come home from a foreign land, if they were free. Therefore, few visitors were on Jade Maple Mountain. The place was quite peaceful and quiet. The supermarket shuttle flew deeper and deeper into the Jade Maple Mountain. Soon, no travelers could be found anymore. The two of them stopped the shuttle in a parking lot in the middle part of the mountain. Then, they walked upstairs, not in a hurry at all. Guo Xiaohe told her father the interesting stories in her school. The father and the daughter had a great time and reached a small waterfall after walking for almost half an hour. A tiny smoke was rising up from the trees, and the scent of chicken and spices could be vaguely smelt. Your mom is there. Let's go. Guo Chunfeng smiled, in great relief and expectation. Guo Xiaohe nodded, but her portable crystal processor suddenly buzzed. She raised her wrist, only to beam with delight. She quickly pushed Guo Chunfeng. Dad, you go there first. It's a message from Si Mao. They are attending Wu Maiyan's fan meeting today. That boy. Oh, right. He's back at the capital city, too. Guo Chunfeng was dazed for a moment. Then, with a mysterious smile, he walked forward. Guo Xiaohe opened the message and enlarged the light beam to the maximum. Immediately, countless heads were showing up in front of his face. She was seeing the liveliest scene and hearing the most deafening noises. Wu Mayan. Wu Mayan. Wu Mayan, Prince of Iron Plateau. Xiaohe. Si Mao, the fat boy, and a few of her confidants all moved close to the camera. They were so excited that they might pass out at any moment. Look, look. It's really Wu Mayan. He just greeted us. Wow. He is so handsome. He is 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more handsome than his photos. Look. Her confidence increased the resolution of the crystal camera and precisely shot Wu Mayan, who was signing autographs in the front of the crowd. Wu Mayan was wearing a pure black suit, which was covered with dark golden stripes according to the distribution of his muscles, outlining his magnificent body. His slightly messy hair covered half of his eyes, but the brilliance occasionally beamed out through the gaps, giving the feeling that he was a hybrid of a leopard and an eagle, full of wildness. Guo Xiaohe's heart almost melted. She scratched her hair hard. Damn it. Why did the fan meeting have to be today? At this point, Wu Mayan happened to be smiling at the camera and even waved at them. Her confidants immediately shrieked in ear-splitting noises and lunged at Wu Mayan, without caring about Guo Xiaohe anymore. Si Mao, the fat boy, was left behind. He sniffed in front of the cameras. How can they do that? It's just a handsome guy who is young, strong, and wealthy. Do they have to be so crazy? But it doesn't matter. Sister Xiaohe, I'm still here for you. Later, I will certainly grab a robe with Wu Mayan's autograph for you. Should I deliver it to you tonight? Speaking of which, will my uncle be at home tonight? Guo Xiaohe quickly minimized the light beam. Hearing the deafening sounds, she sighed with great regret and walked to the waterfall. Not far away from the waterfall, her mother and a woman whom she did not know had set up the grill and prepared the materials. They were roasting the food in the smoke. Her father, on the other hand, was washing and dissecting the fish while chit-chatting with a male colleague near the brook not far away. Mom, I'm here. Nice to meet you, Aunt. Guo Xiaohe greeted them politely. She then glimpsed at her father's female colleague, only to discover that she was wearing a ridiculously huge hat with complicated spiritual stripes carved on the brim of the hat that were emitting a pleasant smell of fire. Below the hat, most of the stranger's face was covered by a pair of red, broad-edged sunglasses. Her mouth was rather big, and her lips were firm with attractive colors like jelly. Don't call me Aunt. The female colleague took off her sunglasses with a smile, revealing a pair of aggressive eyes, and grinned. You are less than 20 years younger than me. Call me Sister Ding. Sister Ding. Guo Xiaohe scratched her head and intuitively felt that this Sister Ding was a great friend maker and would not be hard to get along with. However, she did have a feeling that she had seen the stranger somewhere before. Sister Ding handed over a skewer of chicken wings to her. Little sister, you don't look very happy. Don't like barbecues? Here, all the first batch of chicken wings is yours. Take it slow. Don't hurt yourself. No. No. Blushing, Guo Xiaohe quickly shook her head and explained, I've been meaning to meet everyone from my dad's workplace for a long time so that I can know my dad better. Wow, what are the spices for the chicken wings? It's so delicious. For the first time in her life, Guo Xiaohe was about to cry out for the scrumptiousness of the food. After only one bite, she felt that brilliance was beaming out of every pore on her body. Having no time to care about whether the chicken wings were hot or not, she devoured all of them quickly and barely left any bones. Ha ha ha. Of course it is delicious. The fire is my technique. Sister Ding raised her head and laughed hard toward the sky, her arms akimbo. Making delicious chicken wings for a girl seemed to be something that she was very proud of. Right then, sounds were echoing from Guo Xiaohe's portable crystal processor. The fan meeting appeared to have reached its climax. Huh. It's Wu Mayan's voice. Sister Ding observed her face and immediately understood what is going on. You like Wu Mayan, don't you? Yes. Guo Xiaohe nodded, somewhat in embarrassment. She could not help but enlarge the light beam a little bit. Her confidants on the other side of the light beam had basically gone crazy. Xiaohe, we just hugged Wu Mayan. Hugged him. Ha 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 ha. Guo Xiaohe was unbelievably jealous. Our Xiaohe loves Wu Mayan, Yao Li, Guo Chuanfeng's wife, said with a smile. Posters of Wu Mayan are all over our home. She is almost a member of his fan club, where a bunch of young girls collect information about Wu Mayan like lunatics. Is this brat so charismatic? I really don't know what young people nowadays are thinking. Sister Ding sniffed. I find him very unattractive, not to mention that he is also a coward. After only several punches, he was already weeping and begging for mercy, a far stretch from Li Yao years ago. However, if I had known that Sister Xiaohe likes him, I would have asked him to change the date of his fan meeting so that he could join the barbecue with us. But it doesn't matter. I'll call him later and ask him to come here early after the meeting. We'll have dinner together. How does that sound, Sister Xiaohe? The weird conversation dumbfounded Guo Xiaohe. Bulging her eyes, she stared at Sister Ding for a long time. Finally, an image that she was very familiar with, along with a thunderous, sparkling name, popped up in her head. The name almost struck Guo Xiaohe into a coma like a streak of lightning. As if daydreaming, she stammered, Ding, 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 ding ling dang. Sister Ding smiled and handed over another chicken wing. You're right. That's me. Chapter 1158 Not Non-Existent. Translator, Ash, Striven Editor, The Enlightened Master Crouching Cow, Wu Mayan. Wu Mayan. Wu Mayan. Excited shouts were echoing from the portable crystal processor. All her confidants and the boys, including Si Mao, had gone crazy. However, Guo Xiaohe was no longer attracted by them. Her head went blank, and she took the chicken wing from Ding Lingdang's hands subconsciously. She looked at the chicken wing and then at Ding Lingdang, wondering whether she should be panicked or thrilled. Ding Lingdang. It was truly the Crimson Queen Ding Lingdang. She was a super expert who had been famous in the Heaven's Origin sector for more than 10 years. Compared to her, Wu Mayan, the Eagle of Iron Plateau, who had only been in the Heaven's Origin sector for 1 year, was just a rookie. He was definitely no match for her in terms of capability, fame, or influence. Besides, Wu Mayan had always trained below Ding Lingdang after he came to the Heaven's Origin sector and considered himself her disciple. Everybody knew it, too. Guo Xiaohe had missed Wu Mayan's fan meeting, but the legendary Crimson Queen Ding Lingdang showed up miraculously and even roasted 2 batches of chicken wings for her. That was 2. Holding the chicken wings in a daze for a long time, she suddenly shrieked and jumped to her feet, rushing to the brook not far away. She waved the chicken wings at her father and shouted, Dad! Dad! You invited Ding Lingdang to barbecue with us? That is Ding Lingdang. The Crimson Queen. Dad, how did you manage it? That is incredible. Highly incredible of you. Guo Chunfeng was washing and dissecting the fish with a male colleague of his. The 2 of them had prepared a bucket of small fish. Hearing the voice, they turned around at the same time and smiled at her. Guo Xiaohe's crazily waving arms suddenly halted, as if she was magically frozen. Squinting, she observed her father's male colleague suspiciously. This guy. He looked plain and had messy hair. He was wearing slack shorts and a linen t-shirt with a tiny hole on his sleeve. In general, he seemed to be exactly the same type of person as her father, not able to care less about his appearance. Guo Xiaohe could not tell how old the guy was. At first glance, he was a young man slightly older than her, but there was an immeasurable feeling to his plain-looking face. After she blinked, the feeling was gone, and the guy was another mundane, unattractive person. However, Guoxiaohe vaguely felt that, like her father, when the guy squatted near the brook, he was like a rock, a blade of grass, or a tree. They seemed to be part of the mountain, as if they had naturally grown here. As for the face. Guoxiaohe was quick enough to stuff the chicken wing into her mouth and bit it hard in case she shrieked again. The plain-looking young man extended his hand to her with a smile. "Nice to meet you. I am Li Yao." Guoxiaohe took a breath for a long time. She tried to hold it back but failed. In the end, she was shrieking at the top of her voice. "Ah! Ah! Good heavens! Was she in a dream? It could not possibly be not a dream, right? Vulture Li Yao? Vulture Li Yao. Vulture Li Yao was an ultra-level federal hero. In the few years at the beginning, it had mainly been for the purpose of propaganda. However, as his endeavors in the Flying Star sector and the Blood Demon sector were publicly known, all the citizens of the Federation, from seniors 180 years old to little kids, were all impressed by his legendary experiences of fighting the immortal cultivators, destroying the Eye of Blood Demon, and disrupting the Patriots' partnership. If Wu Mayan, the Eagle of Iron Plateau, was a regular idol, and Ding Lingdang, the Crimson Queen, was a super idol, then Vulture Li Yao, as Wu Mayan's master, could not be described as an idol at all. Calling him an idol would be a great insult to him. He was the kind of illustrious individual that should only appear in textbooks or exams. For example, briefly describe Vulture Li Yao's experiences in the Blood Demon sector and analyze the procedures of him breaking into the Eye of Blood Demon, which would frustrate and infuriate the test-takers and make them wake up in fear from nightmares. However, the god who should only appear in textbooks or exams was wearing slack shorts, a t-shirt, and slippers, showing up in front of her face with a smile, a bucket of fish. "Xiaohe, I hugged Wu Mayan one more time. One more time. Ha ha ha. I've hugged him for you." On the light beam, her confidants who did not know what was happening on her side were still yelling. "Xiaohe, I planned to ask my uncle to have dinner with Wu Mayan so that I could bring you together. He agreed at first. But later, he said that he had to have dinner with his master at night and could only meet us another day. Rest assured. I'll definitely make an appointment with him for you another day. It's all on me," the fat boy said, half to ask for compliment and half in regret. Guoxiaohe moved her lips and intended to explain to her friends, but she put down her portable crystal processor when it almost reached her mouth. How should she explain? Should she tell the guy that it would be unnecessary because Wu Mayan's master was standing right in front of her face and would be having dinner with her and Wu Mayan? Calm down. I must calm myself down. Guoxiaohe rubbed her chest hard for a long time. Still, she could not help but jump to a giant rock nearby in the end and roar to the sky. How can anybody calm down when they run into something like this? Am I mad, or is it the world? 2 hours later, everybody had enjoyed enough food and drink. Guoxiaohe had finally managed to recover from the overwhelming shock and accept the fact that her father was the director of the Secret Sword Bureau as if she had just woken up from a dream. But the girl was rather carefree. She was playing with Ding Lingdang delightedly immediately after she was back to herself. Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng went to the depths of Jade Maple Mountain with 2 empty buckets. It was said that there was an icy spring at the bottom of a cave inside the mountain. The water from the spring could add quite a unique flavor to tea. Li Yao stretched out his arms and patted his puffy belly, smiling. After being busy as bee for more than a year, I almost feel as if I'm not suited to this new lifestyle, having rested for half a month. I feel that my bones are itching, and I have to find something to do. Why don't we swap our jobs? Guo Chunfeng smiled, too. That is very easy for you to say, young brother. You've been living your life comfortably this past month, eating, sleeping, and training. How enjoyable it was. But I was 10 times busier than before. Those who are capable must be troubled. Who else could find all the members of the Patriots Partnership lurking in the Secret Sword Bureau, the Federal Army, and other government agencies except for you, Brother Gua? Li Yao grinned. How does it feel, Brother Gua, Director Gua? You are now the absolute leader of the secret frontline of the Federation. With the authorization of Parliament, you've also received the top confidential intelligence of the Federation and the Blood Demon sector. Even the jade crystal disk that stores Elder Netherspring's memories is yours to parse. You now have even more power than Lu Zui did in the past. How does it feel? That's all temporary. Gua Chunfeng shook his head and said, it has to be done in order to uproot the Patriots Partnership. After everything is over, I will report to Parliament in person and submit my proposal to restrain the power of the Secret Sword Bureau. At the very least, it should be checked and balanced in a certain way. Only by doing so can we make sure that the ambitions of an individual will not expand infinitely and that the tragedy of the Patriots Partnership will not happen again. As for how it feels. In short, grueling. You know that I have never been a man lustful for power. I am only interested in cracking cases and capturing criminals. If a second person was qualified to be the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, I would be more than happy to give them the post and continue working as the supervisor of the First Division as before. There's nothing on my mind right now except to solve everything as quickly as possible so that I'll have more time to spend with my wife and my daughter. Li Yao smiled. I think you've done a great job as the director, Brother Gua. I've read the case files. You have been very prudent, and you paid attention to the subtle differences between the members of the Patriots Partnership instead of punishing them alike. Of course, Gua Chunfeng replied solemnly. The biggest taboo of such cases is amplification, like how Jin Tui struck the remnants of Elder Netherspring in the Blood Demon sector or how Lu Zui struck the children of the Nether world on our side. Such cases were merely means for them to remove their dissidents. If we punish all the members of the Patriots Partnership in the same way, it will shake the foundation of the Federation and raise new mistrust. It's just like the non-existent Abyss. If we were determined to find out who Abyss was, how much trouble would we have caused, and how many innocent people could have been wrongly accused? Therefore, prudence is the top guideline for me when working on the case. We cannot make things up. We cannot imagine that a random guy is a member of the Patriots Partnership without solid evidence. Li Yao nodded and looked at Gua Chunfeng. You're quite right, Brother Gua. However, speaking of Abyss, I feel that he might not be non-existent. Gua Chunfeng was dazed and stopped. What do you mean? Elder Netherspring confessed countless times that Abyss does not exist and was just a disguise for the children of the Nether world before his death under the soul-searching technique. Besides, the examination on his memories reported no traces of Abyss at all. Li Yao continued walking forward, spinning the empty bucket quickly on his fingertip. He said unhurriedly, Elder Netherspring was a man at the peak of both worlds. Is it strange to think that he could grit through the interrogation? Besides, 1% of the area inside his brain was completely sealed by himself. Nobody knew what was hidden inside. Now, the information has perished together with his brain cells. Gua Chunfeng followed him up. You are suspicious that Abyss is not non-existent? What proof do you have? Nothing. It's just my intuition. Li Yao smiled and tapped his temple. However, my intuition has often proved to be correct. I'm not going to let go of the lead. I will certainly pursue further until I dig out the real Abyss. Brother Gua, what's up? Let's keep walking. Oh. Okay. Look, that is the blue light cave I told you about. Chapter 1159 Abyss in the Cave. Translator, Ash, Striven Editor, the enlightened master crouching cow hidden among the rocks at the front was a small cave. The two of them walked in the cave, talking and laughing. The seemingly small cave was much more spacious than it appeared to be. It was cold and full of beautiful stalactites whose colors were changing non-stop under the light. They found the blue water spring at the bottom of the cave. Li Yao picked up a handful of water and tasted it. The water was indeed sweet and refreshing. Great water. Li Yao complimented and was about to fill in the empty buckets. Wait. Blinking his eyes, Guo Chunfeng suddenly interjected. Let's not hurry to fill in the buckets. The blue water spring has another great advantage. There's this sand bamboo worm living at the bottom and in the wall of the spring. It is fresh and succulent. One of the best meats in the world, I would say. This is the best season to eat them. Let's me see if I can find any. The spring was only half a meter deep. Guo Chunfeng did not care about his demeanor and simply crouched next to the spring, groping for the worms for a long time in the spring. In the end, he stood up in disappointment and shook his head. Bad luck. I didn't find them. Let me have a try. Li Yao was greatly interested. He crouched next to the spring like Guo Chunfeng and extended his hands into the spring. Okay, but don't use your spiritual energy. Such worms are most sensitive to spiritual energy. They must have retreated into the mud because of the tiny bit of spiritual energy that I wielded, Guo Chunfeng reminded him. All right. Li Yao concealed his spiritual energy to the minimum. Like a completely ordinary person, he lowered half of his body into the spring and groped with all his attention. Even his head was soaked in the water. Behind him, Guo Chunfeng stood in silence like a tree that was infested by bugs. He also seemed to be swallowed by an invisible swamp inch by inch, with struggles written all over his face. His face was now discontented, now angry, now aggressive, now frustrated, and now filled with the intense affection for his wife and his daughter. The veins on the back of his hand bulged 3 times but died down again, only to rise thicker, higher, and more twisted. Li Yao felt none of it. Half of his body was soaked in the spring as he groped for the sand bamboo worms carefully. When his veins bulged for the 4th time, Guo Chunfeng's pupils had been melted into his eyes, which were now pure black. He seemed about to become someone else. But at the last moment, something seemed to occur to him. He grunted, with cold sweat popping up all over his body, and lowered his hands. Stepping backward, he lost all his vigor, and his face was brimming with confusion and desperation. Let's go back, Guo Chunfeng said feebly. Wait a moment. Li Yao stood straight in the spring and wiped off the cold water from his face. I'm about to get them. Let me have another try. There's no need. Upset, Guo Chunfeng said, maybe they have all been dug out by the gourmets. Let's go. Everybody is waiting for us. All right. Li Yao shook the water off his body and filled the 2 empty buckets with the spring water. He handed a bucket to Guo Chunfeng and eyed him curiously. Brother Guo, are you not feeling well? Why is there cold sweat all over your forehead? You don't know the answer? Because I've been exhausted recently, of course. I asked you to help me, but you hid in your refining workshop and didn't leave the room for quite a few days. You didn't even have time for a promotional video. Are there any other federal heroes like you? Guo Chunfeng glared and picked up a bucket. Turning around, he walked out of the cave. Let's head back. I'll show you how I make tea. All right. Li Yao said with a smile. Carrying the other bucket, he followed Guo Chunfeng. The 2 of them crawled out of the cave. While crawling, Li Yao said casually, Right, Brother Guo, there's something that I want to ask you. Not very serious. You can talk if you are willing to, but it's perfectly okay if you would rather not. Guo Chunfeng replied without looking back, Go ahead. You have the highest permissions now and are qualified to know most of the confidential information anyway. It's not anything confidential. Li Yao scratched his wet hair to one side of his head and asked at ease, I'm just curious about one thing. Why didn't you attack when I was crouching next to the spring? It was your only opportunity to kill me. Guo Chuanfeng's body suddenly froze at the entrance of the cave before he turned around slowly. Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng, one tall and the other short, confronted each other in the cave where gloomy wind was blowing. It appears that we won't be back for the time being, Guo Chunfeng said coldly. I don't mind walking while talking, but I'm afraid that you will. Li Yao opened his hands and said, although Brother Guo is known as the best core formation stage cultivator of the heaven's origin sector, it only describes the breadth of your talents but not the depth. In terms of absolute combat ability, you are no match for me, Brother Guo. Right now, I've just recuperated from heavy wounds, my capability has not fully recovered, and even my crystal suit is not repaired yet. I was not defending myself at all, and I concealed my spiritual energy to the minimum. If you mean to kill me, it was your best, and perhaps only, opportunity. Now that you've missed it, after I completely regain the combat ability of the nascent soul stage, few people in the 3 sectors will be capable of killing me, and Brother Guo is definitely not one of them. I said that I would investigate Abyss until the truth is out. Brother Guo, you must know that I always keep my word. Killing me here not only has the highest odds of success but also has no eyewitnesses. You could blame it on the remnants of the Patriots partnership. Although it is not flawless, you don't really have a better choice. You hesitated 3 times. The 4th time, you almost made up your mind to kill me, but you gave up in the end. Why? Brother Guo, Director Guo, or Abyss? Li Yao was quite relaxed. His voice was not very high, but every word he said stabbed into Guo Chuanfeng's body like a flying sword. Guo Chunfeng was so feeble that he could not keep carrying the bucket of water, which weighed only several kilograms. The bucket turned upside down, and the cold water inside all flowed out. The water. Li Yao said. The water has gone. Guo Chunfeng could not withstand the coldness in the cave any longer. After a moment of rigidness, he crawled out to the brightness on all 4s. After he crawled out of the cave, he collapsed on a giant rock that was covered with moss nearby, allowing the sunlight to warm his frozen body from the gaps of the bare branches. Li Yao crawled out of the cave, too, and sat next to him, observing him with great interest. Gudu. 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 Guo Chunfeng drank up the remaining half bucket of water. Gazing at the high, cloudless sky, he mumbled, I never knew that, if you drink the water here too fast, it tastes like liquor. The hardest liquor. Well, Brother Guo. Can we talk like normal people? Please don't use the lines of cowboys and act as if we are having a duel, Li Yao remarked. It was just a casual question. Just forget it if you don't want to talk. Huh? Guo Chunfeng was dumbfounded. Is it forgettable? Of course. Li Yao nodded. If you want, you can pretend that I said nothing and go back to fill the bucket. We'll return then. How does it sound? Guo Chunfeng stared at Li Yao with his bloodshot eyes as if he were eyeing a monster. Of course, in a certain sense, Li Yao was an out-and-out monster. Looking at him for a long time, Guo Chunfeng was frustrated again. He said with a bitter smile, fine. Ask whatever is on your mind. I'm too tired to disguise myself any longer. I can tell you everything. But before that, I want to know why you are certain that Abyss is not non-existent and why Abyss is me. Li Yao sipped the spring water, too. Clicking his tongue, he observed, it doesn't taste like liquor at all. It's just water. About Abyss, here, let's have a proper analysis. First of all, what baffled me most was Elder Netherspring's death. Let's review the scene for a moment. At that time, I snuck into the base of the Patriots partnership in the East Ocean alone, released Neltharion to pry into the secrets of the base, and happened to run into the members of the Patriots partnership who were interrogating Elder Netherspring with the soul-searching technique. Then, Elder Netherspring was dead, right in front of my face. That's too uncanny, isn't it? Guo Chunfeng was dazed. Elder Nether Spring was a powerful man. Is it strange that he kept some of the drugs inside his head and, after condensing enough drugs, killed himself at the critical moment when the base was under attack to avoid further suffering? It's not strange that he killed himself, but why did he choose the time when I snuck into the base, no earlier, no later? Li Yao gesticulated as he spoke. If you think about it carefully, Elder Nether Spring's death was the trigger for everything that followed. If Elder Nether Spring hadn't died at that time, the Patriots Partnership wouldn't have extracted his memories into the Jade Crystal Disc. Without the Jade Crystal Disc, I would have been short of the critical proof to unveil Lu Zue's real face. It would have been possible that the war between the two sectors was not stopped. If that is what happened, maybe, you and I would be in the middle of smoke, bullets, and dead bodies on a battlefield right now. We can even say that Elder Nether Spring destroyed the Patriots Partnership with his own death and avenged himself for Lu Zue's capture and torment. Is it really a coincidence? Guo Chunfeng frowned. Your words are getting stranger and stranger. What could it have been if not coincidence? Li Yao narrowed his eyes as he said, when I manipulated Neltharion to dive into the undersea base, I was very careful, fearing that I might encounter battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators who were likely to discover Neltharion. Thankfully, there were only 3 battle-type core formation stage cultivators and a research-type nascent soul stage cultivator in the interrogation room. It was almost possible for them to detect Neltharion with their cultivation. I'd always thought that in the past. But during the past month, when I reflected on the whole thing in retrospect and sorted through all the details, it suddenly occurred to me that I overlooked someone very important. I was wrong to think that there were no battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators in the interrogation room. There was still Elder Nether Spring. He had been a strong demon emperor in the beginning. Although his strength system had been transformed, and he had been devastatingly tortured, his level was not lowered, and his senses must have been as keen as before. Stimulated by the drugs such as the brain exciter, his senses could have been multiplied. He was an out-and-out battle-type nascent soul stage cultivator. More importantly, Elder Nether Spring knew of Neltharion's existence because he had been caught out by the device once before. Chapter 1160 that explains everything. Translator, Ash, Striven Editor. The enlightened master crouching Cao Li Yao picked up a twig and wrote Netherworld on the moss. He explained, on the gloomy wind islands at the north pole of the Blood Demon sector, in his secret base named Netherworld, Elder Nether Spring once caged the experts of both human beings and demons, including Sua Chaolong, Han Tuhu, the Fire Ant King, for the experiments of the demon god virus. But I snuck into the base, investigated the surroundings with Neltharion, and planted bombs. In the end, I demolished the Netherworld, which was a major blow for him. During the battle, I observed Elder Nether Spring at a close distance through Neltharion multiple times. Although he didn't perceive it on the spot, he must have noticed the existence of such a piece of magical equipment later and remembered the features of Neltharion's spiritual waves. Playing the same move on a demon emperor or a nascent soul stage cultivator? It would be committing suicide. Therefore, just because Neltharion escaped everybody else's attention doesn't mean that Elder Nether Spring didn't discover it. Guo Chunfeng was deep in thought. So, you are suggesting that, in the interrogation room, Elder Nether Spring sensed the peeping of Neltharion keenly and inferred that Vulture Li Yao was nearby based on his discovery. So, he killed himself right in front of your eyes intentionally so that the jade crystal disc that his memories would be stored in could be the critical proof for you? So, Elder Nether Spring's death was not a coincidence but a great chess move that he calculated carefully? He destroyed the Patriots Partnership at the cost of his life? Li Yao nodded. You could say that, but the reason alone is still not enough. It must be noted that, although the Patriots Partnership locked Elder Nether Spring up for 3 months and tortured him with the soul-searching technique, I was also Elder Nether Spring's mortal enemy because I sabotaged his spore stratagem. Perhaps, Elder Netherspring hated me more than he hated the Patriots' partnership. His death could naturally destroy the Patriots' partnership, but I would be the winner in the end. With Elder Netherspring's cunningness, would he allow me to take such great advantage? I was perplexed by the problem for a long time until I jumped out of everything and made a different assumption. What if Elder Netherspring killed himself intentionally, not just to destroy the Patriots' partnership? Is it possible that he had other chess pieces or backup plans that would be triggered after he was killed and the Patriots' partnership was demolished? Guo Chunfeng was silent for a while before he slowly said, "Therefore, you suspected that Abyss did exist and, as Elder Netherspring's last chess piece, could gain some benefits from the destruction of the Patriots' partnership?" Li Yao nodded quickly. Only if Abyss did exist as Elder Netherspring's last hope would he possibly ignore his grudge for me briefly and kill himself. That way, although I would get things my way, Abyss would have even more benefits. If my guess is correct, the 1% of his brain that was sealed contained all the files about Abyss, but it's a pity that all the files are gone with the wind now. Guo Chunfeng took a long breath. Fair enough. But even if Abyss does exist, why are you certain that it is me? Li Yao smiled and said, "I've been suspicious about you since the very beginning. Before I returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, Jin Xinyue and I made a list of Abyss suspects, of which your name ranked at the top. Less than 100 years old. Amazing talents in training. Rose to fame decades ago. Orphan without both parents. Working at a certain critical post. Brother Guo, the description of Abyss is like your resume. If you are not Abyss, the real Abyss will be embarrassed when he sees you. It is because I was suspicious about you since the beginning that I considered you my greatest enemy on my way to the capital city. However, when new evidence presented itself, I thought that I was paranoid again like the old times. Therefore, my suspicions about you disappeared. Later, I was too busy dealing with the Patriots' partnership to think about Abyss. When I've been free over the last couple of days and thought of it more carefully, I found that Brother Guo's many reactions in the battle were quite weird." Guo Chunfeng raised his eyebrow. "What's weird?" Staring at him in the eyes, Li Yao said, "The weirdest thing of all is your trust in me for no reason. It must be noted that, when I got the jade crystal disc, I was all by myself and far away in the East Ocean. However, you already captured the key people such as Ding Lingdang and Professor Mo Xian before Lu Zui did. It means that, even before we met or talked, you were already sure that I was innocent, that Lu Zui was the real schemer, and that he had ill intentions by capturing Ding Lingdang and the rest of them. Why? Why were you so certain that Ding Lingdang was a good person and not a child of the nether world? And on what grounds did you find me trustworthy? Ding Lingdang trusted me without reserve because we love each other. Professor Mo Xian trusted me as best he could because I saved his life before and fought side by side with him in the Flying Star sector. Even so, they were only assured that I was not the Blood Devil after communicating with me. What about you? Why did you trust me when you hadn't met me and when you did not have the slightest evidence? Not only did you rescue Ding Lingdang, Wu Mian, Xie Anan, and Professor Mo Xian in advance, you even reached out to me on your own initiative. You gave me the map of the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau and drafted a highly perilous plan together with me. Eventually, the entire Secret Sword Bureau was evacuated, and you even went to Hidden Star to confront Lu Zui by yourself, buying time for me at the risk of your own life. That was quite incredible of you, Brother Guo. If you were an 18-year-old young man, your recklessness would have been understandable. But you were the mighty supervisor of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau and a seasoned warrior of the trade. Your nerves are thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. The future of the Federation was on your shoulders. Why did you trust me without any evidence and without meeting me? Why did you help me even if it meant that you might be sacrificed? Why were you so confident that I was definitely not the villain and that Lu Zui was behind the scheme? It must be noted that, if your judgment was incorrect, you would have lost the future of the entire Federation in the gamble. If you are not a prophet, there is only one explanation: you had some critical information in your hands that nobody else knew about, and the critical information was enough to prove that Lu Zui was lying. Li Yao had another mouthful of spring water. He wiped his lips and continued. But then, I was even more confused. Brother Gua, Lu Zui was your boss. You might have been in charge of the field work, but he had the enormous Patriots partnership under his command, too. What information could possibly have been grasped by you and you alone? With Lu Zui's cleverness, he would have seen through it if you investigated him in secret, in which case you would have been doomed. I was confused and couldn't figure out the answer until I had an epiphany and realized that everything would make perfect sense if you were Abyss. You are Abyss, and you had a certain mysterious connection with Elder Nether Spring. Therefore, you knew that Lu Zui was lying. Lu Zui killed Elder Nether Spring, which made him your sworn enemy. That is why you helped me deal with him. One more reason. Personally speaking, who gets the most benefits from the fall of Lu Zui and the Patriots partnership? Me? Of course not. You know that I'm not interested in politics or power. The fame right now is just amusement for me. It is you who has gotten the most benefits, Brother Gua. You have been promoted to the director of the Secret Sword Bureau from the supervisor of the 1st Division. You even have power that is even greater than Lu Zui's for now. You are now the leader on the secret frontline and one of the most influential people in the Federation. In that case, Elder Nether Spring's death would be perfectly logical. Perhaps he had been waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Patriots' partnership with his death ever since his capture. That is why he persisted for several months against the soul-searching technique. Eventually, the unpredictable opportunity finally showed up when he detected Neltharion. Therefore, he killed himself and dragged the Patriots' partnership to hell with him, but he also pushed you, Abyss, his last hope, to the supreme black throne of the secret frontline of the Federation. With your position and accomplishments today, and your quadruple talents as the strongest core formation stage cultivator, your future is nothing but promising. Even if the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector do collaborate, Brother Guo will definitely be one of the giants in the new Federation. Would there be a better ending for Elder Nether Spring? Guo Chunfeng raised his head to drink more water, only to discover that the bucket was empty. He grabbed the bucket from Li Yao's hand and said, "Very marvelous deduction. Despite the lack of evidence, everything does make better sense now." No, it is not good enough yet. There's a critical point that makes the whole reasoning illogical. Li Yao stared at him, his eyes shining. Before, Lu Zui and his lot made the conclusion that Abyss was non-existent partly for the reason that such a person was non-manipulable. Why would a human being who did not have any secrets or even memories of the demon race be willing to listen to Elder Nether Spring's command? Even the 100 or so children of the Nether world, whose secrets Elder Nether Spring knew about, had betrayed him. Why wouldn't Abyss? I thought so, too, at first. So, I came to the conclusion that Abyss does not exist. However, after I inferred that you were Abyss, I discovered, to my surprise, although you were not acting according to Elder Nether Spring's plans, you did not completely betray him either. The fact that you charged into Hidden Star by yourself even seems to be a gesture of revenge to me. Why? Why did Elder Nether Spring choose you as Abyss in the beginning? Why did he trust you without reserve to the last moment of his life? And why did you not betray him or join Lu Zui and his Patriots partnership, instead standing against Lu Zui, avenging Elder Nether Spring at the risk of your own life? Guo Chuanfeng's eyes were somewhat hollow. He seemed to be staring at both a place far, far away and a past long, long ago. He mumbled in the softest voice, "There's one answer to both of the two questions." Is that so? Li Yao pricked up his ears. Guo Chunfeng poured a handful of water and rubbed his face for a moment. Then, a feeble voice came through the gaps in his fingers. It is because Elder Nether Spring was my biological father.